Chapter 251 Prince has. That afternoon, Richard ended his royal trip and returned to the Knight family mansion. Not long after Richard returned, Stefana and Syed found Richard together. When Richard saw Hyatt, he was still quite surprised. I saw that Syed's overall complexion was much better than before. Obviously, with Stefana's help, the ancestor of the Knight family was a blessing in disguise. He successfully burned the swamp giant's source blood and successfully broke through to the middle of the first level, adding more than 10 years to his life. Under such circumstances, Hyatt was naturally more respectful to Richard. If it was 100% forced before, so now it is half forced and half convinced. After all, a person's heart will not change so quickly. Syed bowed respectfully to Richard and said, "Sir Richard, I just went to collect the latest information. The ancient wizard ruins that were suddenly discovered on the Crab Claw Peninsula seem to be the site of an ancient professional. The ruins of the Tide School, a water-based wizard school. Although this school has been annihilated in the long history, the Tide School was famous for its water witchcraft when it was alive. This gave the Sea Tribe and some wizards who specialize in water a great attraction. Secondly, the location of this island is right on the edge of the offshore sea, close to the open sea. This also gives the Sea Clan an excuse to intervene. However, the news said that this site was seriously damaged and was not very attractive to the second-level great wizards. Therefore, the Sea Clan is currently just a clan near the Crab Claw Peninsula, the Sliding Blade Naga clan, and the Wizards of the Kingdom. Confrontation. Richard nodded. He understood. Both sides have ideas about the ruins, and neither side will give in easily. But this is just a badly damaged site, and the great wizards are not interested in it. So now it is the first-level wizards who are fighting for this area. Then what is the strength of the Sliding Blade Naga clan of the Sea Clan? Richard asked casually. Well, Mr. Richard, we really don't know much about the Sea Clan. We only know the appearance characteristics of the Sliding Blade Nagas. Both men and women are handsome in appearance. They have scales on their bodies and fins on their backs and arms. But for them, the strength of the entire clan is not clear. When Richard thought about it, it was the same. It would be incomprehensible if the intelligence agencies on the continent of Essos could investigate all the intelligent creatures in the vast ocean. It would be normal if they could not investigate clearly. In this case, we can inquire about other information after we arrive at Crab Claw Peninsula. Stefana, early tomorrow morning, we will set off to Crab Claw Peninsula. Okay, Master. Stephanie's face lit up. Hyatt, the Knight family will still be left to you to manage. I don't want to see what happened before happen again. Richard turned around and emphasized to Hyatt again. Master Richard, this is natural. Please don't worry. The next day, Richard and Stefana rode hippogriffs and flew straight to the Crab Claw Peninsula. Although the Crab Claw Peninsula is just a peninsula, it is also vast in territory. Its area is no smaller than Richard's hometown of Rossby County, and is even much larger. Richard's destination this time was Bygang City, the county town of Crab Claw Peninsula. White Harbor City is close to the seaside, not too far from the island where the ruins were discovered. After arriving at White Harbor City, he had to take a boat to the island. Fortunately, he had a flying mount. Otherwise, the bumps along the way would have been enough for Richard. In addition, with the conflict with the Sliding Blade Naga clan, the danger level of going to sea from White Harbor City has skyrocketed. To get to the island, flying a mount is safer and more convenient than taking a boat. As for why we must make friends with the Sea Tribe instead of flying directly from the Crab Claw Peninsula to the Loras Peninsula of the Vitrol Continent via flying mount, Richard originally thought so too. But later, after he learned about the situation, he realized that his idea was a bit unrealistic. We know that the Storm Strait is located between the Crab Claw Peninsula of the Essos continent and the Lorath Peninsula of the Vitrol continent. Why is it called the Storm Strait? After getting to know each other in the past few days, Richard knew that there was a group of extremely large number of storm elements occupying the sky above the Storm Strait. The storm elements were first-order elemental creatures. These elemental creatures are the same as the fire elements and rolling stone elements that Richard encountered in the Scorched Earth secret territory. They were all produced due to the special geographical environment and gradually developed and grew. Their history is so long that many of them cannot be verified. The Storm Strait is located in the center of the strong convection between the North and South Oceans. Hurricanes are severe all year round, and it is a geographical feature that the storm element likes best. It is said that among the huge group of storm elements here, there are not only hurricane lords up to the 3rd level, but also higher level beings. If Richard dared to ride a flying mount over there, he would probably be crushed to pieces. But the sea route is different. Because the massive storm elements absorb the energy in the convective air, it caused the storm strait to be calm most of the time except for a limited month or two. Therefore, after avoiding the core area of the storm element, the storm strait has become a prosperous shortcut for maritime transportation. Most of the goods from the Heron Kingdom to the Commercial Alliance take this shipping route. Richard and Stephina chatted all the way to White Harbor City. At this time, the role of the hippogriff came into play. The airflow was automatically divided to both sides, allowing the two of them to speak calmly while flying at high speed. If it were a swamp-flying dragon, it would probably be swallowed by a mouthful of air just as it was about to speak while flying at high speed. Inside a tent on an unnamed island, Daenerys was wearing a light blue wizard robe and holding the iconic icicle staff. She was discussing something with several wizards at the moment. Daenerys, the Sliding Blade Naga clan said that Prince Has of their clan will come in person tomorrow to resolve the ownership issue of this site. By then it will be difficult for us to defend the island. The speaker was also a female wizard, also wearing a white wizard robe, with a rushing stream of water tattooed on her chest with light blue thin lines. It is the logo of the Hydacia Academy of the Business Alliance. Next to me, I saw the same handsome man wearing a white robe with a symbol of rushing water on his chest saying, "Yes, Daenerys, the Sliding Blade clan is not weak. With just a few of us, we may not be able to withstand it." While speaking, the other person's eyes were fixed on Daenerys affectionately, like a suitor. This man's name is Haytham Milton, who is currently a faculty member at Hydacia Academy. He and Daenerys were both under the same tutor's name. Ever since Daenerys entered school, Haytham has been amazed by Daenerys. With her rare eyes talent, high wizarding qualifications, and beautiful appearance, she is simply the best companion on the wizarding journey. Although Daenerys has a somewhat cold personality, this can reflect the other person's uniqueness, and he will feel more at ease after being together. This time he came to the Kingdom of Heron, saying that he was looking for a rare extraordinary creature that only lived in the continent of Bias. But everyone who knew him knew that his purpose was not to drink, but to drink. Looking for extraordinary creatures is false. But coming to the Kingdom of Heron to visit Daenerys is true. It would be even better if Daenerys could be persuaded. In terms of family background, he is also the son of the Kingdom of Milton, one of the components of the Business Alliance. The identity and status of the Prince of the Kingdom are very consistent with Daenerys. He had persuaded Daenerys more than once before to stay in the academy and teach. But Daenerys declined. For Daenerys, her home is in the Kingdom of Heron and in the city of Griffins. Pentos. Although Hydacia Academy is good, it is not her hometown after all. To be honest, there are relatively few wizards who have this idea. But Daenerys is one of them. This made Harrison very helpless. At this time, after listening to the analysis of the two companions, Daenerys kept frowning and seemed to be thinking about something. When the three of them arrived, 7 or 8 wizards from the kingdom had already fought with the Sliding Blade clan. Obviously, fighting against sea wizards on an island with abundant water element energy particles would definitely be a thankless task for human wizards. In addition, the kingdom's wizards themselves are not very strong, so they collapsed at the first touch. When Daenerys arrived, even though she revealed her identity, the Sliding Blade Naga clan didn't take it seriously. Without enough strength, you don't even have the right to speak. After a small battle, the other side suffered a small loss and agreed to report to the higher-ups, informing the upper echelons of the Slippery Blade clan that the human kingdom had sent representatives. Just now, news came from the other party that Prince Has of their Sliding Blade clan would arrive on the island tomorrow to discuss the ownership of the ruins with Daenerys. To say it is a discussion is a nice way of putting it, but it is likely that it will depend on who has the bigger fist. In the wizarding world, strength is king. Yesterday they conducted a preliminary exploration. Although the ruins were severely damaged, one of the small secret cultivation realms seemed to be relatively well preserved. Within the secret cultivation realm, after so many years of being closed, there should be many rare ancient herbs in it. Moreover, they should all be herbs that are more effective for water wizards. What the human wizards thought of, the sea wizards obviously also thought of. Don't forget, almost all sea wizards are water wizards. But, outside this small cultivation secret realm, there is a relatively complicated defensive witch formation. This is both good news and bad news. The good news is that the defensive wizard formations outside are operating normally, so the small cultivation secret realm inside is most likely intact. But the bad news is that it may take them several days to crack it. The presence of the Sea Tribe wizards, who were watching them eagerly, made it impossible for them to calm down and crack this ancient witch formation. If they happened to crack it, and the wizards of the Sea Clan suddenly came to kill them, they would have used their wedding clothes for the Sea Clan in vain. Of course, if the Sea Wizard was more insidious, he could have ambushed them outside after their search for the secret place was over. That would definitely cause them heavy losses or even their demise. In that case, all the items found during the exploration of the secret realm will belong to the High Clan. For a moment, Daenerys was indecisive, wondering whether she should try her luck to break the witch formation in advance before the opponent's prince has arrived, or wait for the other party to come and have a face-to-face meeting. Suddenly, the guard outside the door came to report, "Your Highness, the High Clan people are here again. So fast. Didn't you say it would be tomorrow?" Daenerys was startled and immediately walked out of the tent. "I saw a group of blue dots emerging on the horizon in the distance. If you look carefully, you can clearly see that 7 or 8 giant seahorses are rushing towards this direction. There was obviously someone on Kaiba's back, but the distance was too far and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Seahorses swim very fast on the water, leaving long white water trails behind them. After a while, the human wizard saw the other party's face clearly. These Nagas of the Sliding Blade clan have human faces. Both men and women are very handsome. They have fine scales all over their bodies. They have long fins behind their ears, behind their foreheads, and on their long backs. Their hands are sturdy, and there is a protrusion of sharp cartilage on their forearms, which is also the origin of the name of their clan. At this moment, most Sliding Blade Nagas are holding harpoons and javelins made of special materials in their hands, and their lower bodies are similar to fish tails. They should be some kind of mutation that occurred in order to adapt to marine life. From the appearance point of view, these sea wizards do not look like wizards at first glance, but more like warriors. The leader was an exceptionally tall male Naga. Obviously, this should be the Prince of Haz. Daenerys couldn't figure out why the other party came so quickly. As soon as the Prince of Haz arrived, he was still riding on a giant seahorse more than 2 meters high, and looked around with eyes that oppressed the entire audience. He soon discovered Daenerys, who was surrounded by stars. So he said in a deep voice in the ancient Hutt language, "Humans, according to our agreement with you, this is the territory of the Sea Tribe. Take your people and leave here as soon as possible." This immediately made Daenerys and other human wizards very angry. She didn't expect that the other party, Prince Haz, would be so disrespectful. It seemed that he was not here to negotiate, but to overturn the table. That's right. Prince Haz's aura is very powerful. He should be at the level of a first-level high-level player. The top ones here are myself and Hailsham, but they are only at the middle level of the first level. Therefore, it is normal for the other party not to take wizards like me seriously. Prince Haz, although this place is relatively close to the open sea, it still belongs to the offshore sea. Therefore, the ownership of this island should be ours. Daenerys said without being humble or arrogant. No, this place already belongs to the distant sea. If humans, you don't evacuate, we will launch an attack, and you will be the one who provokes the war. Prince Haz on the opposite side waved the trident in his hand, and said fiercely. He pointed at Daenerys, and said forcefully, "You, however, in order to avoid provoking a war between you humans and our Sea Tribe, I can give you 3 chances. As long as someone can defeat me one-on-one, then this ruins will be yours," the strong prince has said with a sly smile. This immediately made the human wizards look at each other in bewilderment. Daenerys' brain was also working rapidly. "You said the other party didn't show any kindness, right? The other party talked to you and made a seemingly fair offer. If your side does not accept it, declare war directly. If a dispute really arises between mainland wizards and sea wizards, the Heron Kingdom alone will not be able to bear this responsibility. But you said that the other party showed goodwill, right? The opponent's high-level aura has almost no rivals among his group. In addition, the trident in the opponent's hand does not seem to be an ordinary witchcraft." Daenerys thought to herself that even if she fought on her own, she might not be able to defeat the opponent. To be honest, the chances of winning are really slim. For a moment, faced with this choice, Daenerys hesitated. Chapter 252 The First Battle. Hailsham is quite confident in his own strength, although Prince Haz is stronger than him. He graduated from Hydraxia Academy, a famous wizarding academy in the Business Alliance. In addition, he also has an exclusive witchcraft from his family. He feels that even if he is defeated, the difference should not be big. He even felt that he was somewhat sure of winning. Of course, Hailsham didn't think about being the last one to appear and be the one to turn the tide and defeat Prince Has, thereby capturing the beauty's heart. But Daenerys and Elise are all acquaintances, and he is the only male present. As a member of the aristocratic upbringing, Hailsham naturally could not let two delicate ladies try the power of Prince Has's trident. In addition, there is another advantage to him going first. If Prince Has is really powerful, then he will persuade Daenerys to give up the fight for the ruins directly. It would be great to be able to explore a small cultivation secret realm of the ancient Tide School first, and obtain some rare, and even extinct raw materials. But if you have to fight a bloody battle with the Sliding Blade Naga clan, then the price is not worth the gain. So, with a smile on his face, he took the initiative to speak to Daenerys. Daenerys, let me go first in the first game. Let me explore the way for you first. Daenerys couldn't help but nodded slightly when she saw Haytham's volunteer, although she knew that Hailsham had some thoughts about her. His previous behavior did not bother her. This time Haytham took the initiative to fight, further improving Daenerys' impression of him. Daenerys secretly thought that if she could win, she would give Haytham a little more from the exploration of the secret realm as compensation. As the current leader of the human side, she is definitely not suitable to be the first to take action. She was quite clear about Haytham's strength, which could be said to be only a step behind her. He was the best player in the first game. If other wizards, who are too weak, are sent to the stage, they may not even be able to absorb a single witchcraft from Prince Has. Not only will the human wizard lose face, but the loss will also be worthless, because there is no way to test the bottom of Prince Has. Daenerys planned to let Haytham feel the opponent's bottom first. She did not expect Haytham to directly defeat Prince Has, although this was only a very small probability event. If it happened, everyone would naturally be happy. If Haytham loses, according to Haytham's strength, it will not only consume Prince Has's mental and physical strength, but also create favorable conditions for the second place behind him. As for the second game, Daenerys plans to let her friend Elise fight. Although Elise is weaker than Haytham, but she was better at defending against witchcraft. And after consuming Prince Has a little more, she created the most favorable conditions for herself. At this time, Hailson strode forward and said, Prince Has, I am Haytham Milton, a teacher at Hydraxia Academy. Let me have the first game with you. Ha ha ha. Very good. Are you a teacher at Hydacia College? Interesting. Princes laughed. Bang. Prince Has, who was more than 2 meters tall, was seen holding a trident, jumped off the giant seahorse, and arrived not far in front of Hailsham. Immediately, the Sliding Blade Naga and the human wizards all retreated tens of meters away, leaving a circular field for the two to fight. Although Hailson was quite confident in being the first to appear, no one would take it lightly when faced with any high-level wizard who was stronger than himself. At this moment, he treated this battle very cautiously and seriously. The next second, Hailsham took out a crystal ball from his arms. This crystal ball is not colorless. The transparent ball emits light blue light. If you perceive it carefully, you can find that it contains huge water energy fluctuations. Hut language, I summon the ancient water element to come. As Hailsham's low spell sounded, I saw the light blue crystal ball shining brightly, and a light blue cyclone hovering from it, and flying into the midair accompanied by little bits of water. The light blue cyclone grew larger and larger, from the size of a fist to the size of a wash basin, and finally became a large cyclone with a diameter of several meters. At the same time, it condensed more and more water vapor. After a while, the cyclone turned into a huge transparent body of water. A round, transparent elemental creature appeared in front of everyone. This strange-looking elemental creature, whose body is made of almost transparent water, is 3 meters high. On the top of the water creature, a human face is looming, but it cannot be said to be the head, because apart from a pair of large transparent hands made of constantly surging water, it is just a ball of water protruding from the top of the body, which should be regarded as the head. But the transparent elemental creature does not have a lower body. The lower body is cylindrical and surging water. If Richard were present, he would definitely blurt out how this creature is so similar to the Poison Spring Surge, except for the difference in color. In fact, in essence, the Poisonous Spring Surge is an advanced variant of the First Order Water Element and belongs to the same origin. First Order Water Element? Prince has asked Hailson to calmly release this summoning witchcraft without caring. At the same time, he also immediately identified the origin of the summoned object. Prince Has's calm expression made the faces of the human wizards, who were watching, frown. Obviously, Prince Has is definitely not stupid. He can allow Hailsham to perform witchcraft calmly. so he must have absolute confidence in his own strength. It seems that you are ready. Then I will start to attack. As soon as Prince Haz's low word sounded, he started to attack. His strong body suddenly made a trident throwing motion, and all the muscles in his body tensed up like a tight wire. A circle of light blue water patterns began to condense at the front end of the trident. Eventually, a blue energy shadow resembling a trident was formed. Stretch. Prince Haz's muscles all over his body suddenly relaxed, and everyone around him seemed to hear the sound of a big muscle snapping. The trident in his hand carried a shadow of energy, and suddenly it was like two superimposed blue lightnings, shooting directly at the first-order water element that Hailsham had just summoned. It stands to reason that there is not much threat to this kind of attack from the water system, and with the intelligence of a first-level water element, it seemed to have sensed the fatal threat at this moment. In an instant, he shot out a water arrow as thick as a bowl, trying to block the trident. At the same time, it immediately added a shield composed of transparent flowing water in front of itself. Hailsham's reaction was by no means slow, but he misjudged Prince Haz's attack target. He did not cast defensive witchcraft on the water element, but cast two first-level witchcrafts on himself, water shield and flowing water. Suddenly, a water shield appeared in front of Hailsham, and a fast-flowing ring of water surrounded him. The water arrows released by the water element collided with Prince Haz's trident, which was as powerful as thunder, and it was like an egg hitting a high-speed flying stone. Apart from being smashed to pieces and having the trident dipped in water, it had no effect at all. Even the most basic thing, which is to reduce the speed of the trident, is not done well. As everyone watched in surprise, the double tridents hit the water shield cast by the water element. But the water shield that was highly anticipated only blocked the trident for less than a second before it was pierced and penetrated. The price the trident paid was just that the energy shadow became a little lighter, and the speed became a little slower. But it is still as powerful as lightning and extremely deadly. Wow! The double trident slammed heavily into the water element's body made of pure water, splashing water everywhere. It seemed that the trident also knew that it had found its rightful owner, and the energy poured into it by Prince has suddenly burst out. As a result, the energy trident triggered a secondary explosion in the water element's body. Boom! As the water splashed dozens of meters away, the strong energy release triggered a violent heat explosion, and water mist immediately rose from the scene. A few seconds later, when the human wizard saw clearly what was happening at the scene, everyone's expressions were horrified. They looked at each other and whispered for a while. This attack power is too terrifying. Yes, Hailsham's strength is also the best among us. He can't even block a single blow. The strength of this Prince Haz is really too terrifying. If it were me who had to bear this blow, I'd probably die on the spot. Haitham from Hydraxia Academy was kneeling on one knee in pain and covering his head with his hands, as if he was suffering from some kind of witchcraft backlash. Hailsham, who had a splitting headache, was filled with regret at this moment. He did not expect that the Prince of Hez could be so powerful. If I had known better, I should have taken out that witchcraft weapon and used it. Now, I've been defeated before I even had the chance to use my skills. Damn it! The huge transparent water shield in front of him, and the flowing water flowing around him showed that he had not been directly attacked just now. The water element that Hailsham had just summoned had disappeared at this moment. There was a thick trident stuck on the ground, and there seemed to be scattered broken crystal cores around it. From this scene, it is easy to see that Hailsham's summoned first-order water element failed to withstand the trident throw thrown by Prince Hez just now. The instant death of the summoned creature caused Haitham to be suddenly attacked by witchcraft, resulting in the current situation. It's not that Haitham is so useless that he couldn't even withstand a blow from Prince Hez. It's that there's something wrong with Hailsham's entire combat thinking. Facing Prince Haz's trident, Haitham cast two consecutive first-level defensive spells on himself to protect himself, but ignored the summoned creature beside him. If he had cast Water Shield and Water Haunt on his summoned water element just now, he would have been able to block Prince Haz's attack. You said? What if Prince Hez just threw it directly at Hailsham? Fool! Let the water element stand in front of you. Then it would be nice to apply defensive witchcraft on the water element. Now they are defending separately, which directly leads to the water element being killed by Prince Hez with one blow. He also suffered from the backlash of his mental power. Daenerys outside the venue took a deep breath at this moment. Hair's son was defeated too quickly. But this is not Hailsham's problem. Although his response method is not perfect, it is at least quite satisfactory. If we change the enemy, as long as he cannot kill the water element with one blow, Hailsham has the ability to fight with the opponent. there will be a return. This exposes more of the opponent's strength and consumes the opponent's physical and mental strength. But Prince Haz's combat experience is too rich. Perhaps because of years of fighting. His combat intuition far exceeds that of Hailsham, a scholar-type wizard who spends half of his time on teaching and research. He instantly grasped that glimmer of opportunity and achieved a crushing effect. We admit defeat in this battle. Daenerys immediately realized something and shouted loudly. She was worried that if Princess took advantage of the backlash of Hailsham's mental power to do this to him again, she was afraid that she might directly lose this classmate of Hydrasia. Although Daenerys has no love for Hatham, as a classmate, she must take care of him if he stands up for her. I've always heard that Hydraxia Academy is very famous among human wizarding academies. Now it seems. Ha ha ha. Princess waved his hand and took back the trident. He magnanimously did not continue to attack. But in words, he mocked mercilessly. Ha ha. Prince has won so easily. A sliding blade Nada laughed. Ha ha ha. I've heard about Hydraxia Academy. But I didn't expect the teachers to be so powerful? A sliding blade Nada which said with a smile. Specialized in the water element. So a little water is normal. Giggle. What you said is so interesting. Humph. Specializing in water? No matter how specialized humans are, they can't compare to us sea people. A male slippery blade wizard said disdainfully. The human wizards all looked unhappy at the mocking words from the other party. Daenerys' face was even more frosty at this moment. However, her skills were inferior to those of others, and she didn't know how to refute. After all, in the wizarding world, who has a bigger fist is more important. After being beaten badly, if you still look for verbal advantages, it is an act of seeking death. For example, just now, Prince Haz was obviously merciful, although he was ridiculed in words. If he had attacked continuously just now, Hailsham might have been on the verge of death. Instead of like now, after taking the medicine and resting for a while, you can basically recover. Daenerys turned her head and glanced at Elise, her classmate next to her. Her face was bloodless, and her fingers were clenching the short staff with white knuckles. Daenerys knew that Elise was scared at the moment. As a classmate who came to visit her, the other party had done enough. Elise, let me play the second game. Daenerys, Elise mumbled twice, with an expression on her face that was hesitant, embarrassed, but also a bit brave. When the other party seemed to have made up his mind and wanted to say something else, Daenerys shook her head and interrupted what he was about to say. I accept your wishes. Don't worry, Elise. I may not necessarily win, but I am still confident in protecting myself. After that, Daenerys slowly stepped forward and said to the burly figure holding a trident in the center of the field, Prince Haz, you won the first game. Then I'll take the second game. Although I represent the Kingdom of Harren, I am also a member of Hydrasia Academy. I hope this battle can change some of your views about Hydrasia. Chapter 253 Attack. Prince Haz looked at the petite human which in front of him, couldn't help but chuckle, shook his head and said, humans don't have men anymore? I want you, a woman, to fight. As soon as these words came out, the wizards of the Sliding Blade Naga clan, both men and women, laughed loudly. Yes, it seems that the human side has no fighting power left. They actually let a petite woman play. It seems that after winning this game, we will seal the victory. It's no wonder that many clans in the Sea Clan, although their wizards are powerful, still follow very different routes from human wizards. For example, the Sliding Blade Naga clan takes the typical route adopted by most Sea Clan wizards, combining physical combat with witchcraft. The stronger the wizard's physique, the stronger his combat power will generally be. The witchcraft performed by the opponent is also coordinated with physical attacks. Just like Prince Haz's blow just now. It was a typical blow released by water witchcraft combined with ferocious throwing. The fierce physical attack, combined with the appropriate water witchcraft, is extremely powerful, and the attack power displayed exceeds the level of 1+1 of the two. Therefore, their understanding of the human side is also based on their own understanding. The taller and stronger the body, the stronger the strength. The princess of the human kingdom in front of her was too small in stature, and she really didn't look like she was very powerful. In front of them, Daenerys was not as powerful as the human wizard she had just become. People. No. Intelligent creatures always understand external things from their own worldview. And the Slippery Blade Naga clan is no exception. Princess of the human kingdom. Are you sure you want to fight me? You must think it over carefully. I will not hold back in the battle. Prince Haz glanced at Daenerys with a slight smugness. Thank you, Prince Has, for the reminder. But you shouldn't hold back on fighting in the first place. Daenerys replied calmly. Haha. Since you still have to struggle, then I will do as you wish. Princess laughed. As soon as Princess finished speaking, Daenerys began to use her best ice witchcraft. Giant ice cone. Hearing Daenerys scold, she waved the icicle staff hard. Powerful ice energy fluctuation surged half a meter in front of her, instantly attracting a large amount of water vapor. As the water vapor gathered and condensed, under the influence of the ice energy, a large group of crystal clear ice soon appeared in front of her. This is a huge cone-shaped ice block, 5 to 6 meters long. The ice block is extremely sharp toward Prince Has, and gradually becomes thicker at the back. At the end is a base with a diameter of nearly 3 meters. Judging from the size of the giant ice cone, it must weigh 7 or 8 tons. The surrounding sliding blade Nanda wizards, who were watching, couldn't help but exclaimed. They didn't expect that this small human wizard was actually a rare ice wizard, and he was very powerful. The human wizards did not expect that, after Prince Hayes' explosive performance in the first match, Daenerys would have the courage to start the battle directly instead of using conservative defensive witchcraft. This really made them admire him greatly. What does this mean? This shows that Daenerys is thinking about winning, not just going through the motions. If it was for the sake of face, and just to go through a process so that she could explain to others, she would naturally not need to take risks, and would definitely release defensive witchcraft for herself first. Especially in the first battle. Prince Has' super attack power demonstrated this point very well. Lady Daenerys started with defense and fought steadily, and no one could blame her for anything. But Lady Daenerys was obviously not satisfied with just this. I saw Prince Hat's opposite, with a look of surprise on his face. But he immediately returned to normal. Interesting. Although he was surprised, Prince Has' hands were not slow. Seeing that the giant ice pick in front of Daenerys had taken shape, he was not afraid at all, and immediately used the trick from the first scene. A ferocious throw that combines witchcraft with physical strength. Whoosh! Prince Has' trident overlapped with energy shadows, like 2 arrows from the string, shooting at Daenerys at extremely high speed. Obviously, the giant ice pick in front of Daenerys is an obstacle to the trident's attack. The trident thrown fiercely could not bypass the giant ice pick and directly attack Daenerys. From this point of view, the last disastrous defeat of Hailsham was not without effect. After observing the first battle, Daenerys was actually awakened, facing the super high attack of Prince Has. Any method of using defensive magic at the beginning will put yourself at an unfavorable disadvantage. This is a natural disadvantage caused by the unequal strength of the two sides. There is no way, in view of this situation, if Daenerys wants to break the situation, she can only attack Prince Has in the beginning. But facing a first-level high-level wizard, Daenerys' approach was not unreasonable. Every time a wizard's strength differs by a small level, the gap in strength is very large. Unless your talents and qualifications are amazing or mutated, or you have a very powerful witchcraft, it is possible to fight across a small level. Coincidentally, Daenerys happens to be a rare ice wizard, and at the same time, she has no shortage of witchcraft. This also gave her the confidence to dare to fight against Prince Has. The giant ice cone flew more than 10 meters before it collided heavily with the double tridents coming from the front. Boom! Almost the entire front half of the giant icicle was shattered by the blow, and scattered ice shards and ice edges were shot around at high speed. Even the place where the wizards of the two races were watching dozens of meters away became a dangerous zone. This shows how powerful this collision is, and the scope of damage it brings. But at least it was blocked. Prince Has' trident was now deeply embedded in the tail of the giant ice cone. The energy trident phantom on its surface had disappeared. It should have been because the energy was offset by the collision just now. Moreover, this collision made Prince Has unable to take back the trident embedded in the ice. The colorless crystal ring in Daenerys' hand flashed with white light, and dozens of sharp ice edges 1 meter in length and as thick as a thumb suddenly appeared in front of Daenerys. Swish, swish, swish. These dozens of crystal clear ice spikes, like dozens of sharp arrows, shot towards Prince Has not far away at a high speed. Prince Has was obviously surprised by this instantaneous ice crystal technique. But soon, he reacted. Following a short spell, large blisters with a diameter of several meters emerged from his body surface and slowly moved in front of him. Puff! I saw those ice edge techniques that were about to attack him. When they met the bubbles, they seemed to have penetrated into another space. As the bubbles burst, the sharp and transparent ice spikes disappeared as well. But the mere fact that Daenerys forced Prince Has to defend himself greatly boosted the morale of the human wizards. as expected of a wizard trained by Hydratia Academy. This kind of combat awareness is really rare. Yes, academic wizards like Hatham are still a little immature. When it comes to actual combat, Lady Daenerys is still the best. An old wizard with a white beard praised with a smile on his face, stroking his beard. Judging from the appearance alone, this guy has the strength of a first-level top wizard at least, if not a second-level great wizard. But it is a pity that such an excellent Gandalf is only at the beginning of the first level. That's right, the first level. And judging from his age, this is already the limit of this old wizard's strength. Therefore, the credibility of this old wizard's words depends on the beholder. Daenerys' face in the field was still very solemn. She knew that it was just through surprise that she put Prince Has on the defensive. And it was not that her strength was really strong enough to force the opponent to defend. At this moment, Daenerys has begun chanting a spell to condense a second giant icicle. However, facing the second giant ice pick, Prince Has smiled slightly and changed his battle mode. In an instant, his powerful tail flicked hard, and a small crater suddenly appeared on the beach. Suddenly, the figure of Prince Has was no longer where he was, but rushed towards Daenerys in a rapid S shape. This shocked Daenerys. I currently don't have any defensive witchcraft to protect my body. If Prince Has gets close, the opponent's burly figure and casserole-sized fists will make it hard for me to carry him around. Besides, the opponent is too fast. It will take another second or two for me to release my magic. But in this 1 or 2 seconds, the opponent might be able to get close to me. Daenerys quickly canceled the giant ice cone spell and immediately cast the innate spell of ice protection on herself. The instantaneous ice body protection immediately caused a thin layer of transparent ice crystals to appear dozens of centimeters above her body surface. Although this ice crystal layer is transparent and thin, its physical defense and defense against witchcraft are among the best in the first-level defensive witchcraft, far beyond the water shield. After completing this step, Daenerys began to think about counterattack, because she wants to win, but Prince Has moved too fast. This is the difficulty for many sea wizards. The opponent's root is a combination of strong body and witchcraft. The sliding blade Naga is naturally no exception. Therefore, most of the opponent's wizards are armed with various weapons. Unlike human wizards, who mostly have short staffs, crystal balls, etc., the strong body gives the sea wizard super high movement speed and various means of attack. In order to limit the opponent's movement speed, Daenerys pursed her lips, immediately took out a scroll from her arms, and tore it without hesitation. An extremely strong cold air rushed straight to her like a beam of light. Instantly, a large amount of cold air was released and spread around. Within a few tens of meters around Daenerys, the temperature dropped by dozens of degrees, and all kinds of snowflakes, ice crystals, and even hail as big as feathers continued to fall down. Even with Prince Has's extremely strong body, the sudden drop in temperature also greatly reduced his movement speed. This is the last scroll given to her by Daenerys Minter. The previous glacial technique was used in the battle with Shadra. This is the last one left, and it is now used. This is a blizzard scroll that is as powerful as a first-class top wizard. With her as the origin, a super strong blizzard can fall within a range of tens of meters in diameter. For non-ice wizards, this scroll can kill 1,000 enemies and cause 800 losses. The ultra-low temperature and the blizzard mixed in it will trap yourself and the enemy at the same time. But for ice wizards, it is no less than a top comeback artifact in the field. Within the attack range of this blizzard, not only is the strength of the ice wizard not reduced, but the ice witchcraft released will have at least a 20 to 30% bonus. This increase and decrease gave Daenerys the strength to fight Prince Has in a short period of time. The changes on the field in just a few seconds reflect Daenerys' decisiveness. If the scroll is gone, it's gone. But I want to win. If you are reluctant to part with the scroll, you cannot win the battle. The instant reversal of the situation made the surrounding human wizards overjoyed, while the sea wizards whispered with worries on their faces. Isn't Prince Has a little too confident? A sea wizard couldn't help but worry. Yes, this human wizard is actually a rare ice wizard, and he is a bit restrained towards our sea clan. Don't worry. Is it possible that only human wizards have backups? How could our majestic prince of the Sliding Blade Naga not have a trump card? A female Naga from the Sliding Blade clan said with a chuckle. Oh, so Prince has a backup plan? Of course. Everyone, cover your ears. Just as Daenerys felt that the balance of victory had tilted towards her, and she was continuing to cast ice arrows, suddenly, a sharp sound wave was heard. Roar! Prince Has roared with a ferocious face. In an instant, A transparent sound wave attack, with him as the origin, swept across the entire place like a tsunami. Bang! Daenerys was forcibly interrupting the ice arrow she was releasing. Her whole face suddenly turned pale, and the witchcraft she was doing was interrupted. And the backlash was mild or severe. Daenerys was lucky, although she was closest to Prince Has, and was most affected by the sonic attack. The backlash was not serious due to the witchcraft of ice protection being released in advance. The people watching around felt a strong shock and roar in their ears. And the weaker wizards even began to feel nauseous and vomit. Since the wizards of the Sea tribe were well prepared, they were not affected very much and could discuss it leisurely. This is Prince Hatz's blasting technique. This is the first time I have seen Prince Hatz release it. It seems that our prince will win. It's a pity. This human wizard is very powerful. But now, he will definitely lose. There is no need for them to fight in the third round. Almost none of the human wizards present are as powerful as this female wizard. Yes, if we send anyone else up, it will be a joke. At this time, Princess had retrieved his trident from the first giant ice cone. But the momentum still continued unabated, and it attacked directly towards Daenerys. It seems that he is determined that Daenerys is an opponent who can fight with him. And naturally he wants to eliminate any chance of a comeback. Daenerys took a look, wiped a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth, and planned to use the ice coffin technique to resist Prince Haz's attack first. But she also knew very well that she had almost no hope of making a comeback in this game, because the ice coffin technique is purely defensive witchcraft. When oneself becomes a living target, no matter how powerful the defensive magic is, it will not bring victory. It will only make defeat come later. We admit defeat, Elise shouted outside the court. This immediately made Daenerys feel relieved. And at the same time, she was filled with various emotions such as disappointment, regret, and sadness. The next fight or no fight? If there is a fight, then who will be sent to fight? Chapter 254 Arriving at the island. White Harbor City. Richard and Stephina rode on the Hippogriff and gradually flew to White Harbor City, looking at the endless blue sea in the distance and the thousands of various ships docked at the docks of White Harbor City. This was the first time he saw the sea since he traveled through time. Facing the vast, sparkling sea, Richard couldn't help but feel very good. Stephina, have you been to White Harbor City before? Master, I have been here once. I came here with my father to visit some friends. Do you have anyone from the Knight family in White Harbor City? Richard asked curiously. Yes, Baron Jonas Hayes, the sheriff of White Harbor City, is the patriarch of a small family affiliated with the Knight family and an old friend of my father. There are others too, but I am not familiar with them. Stephina took the initiative and said, Master, do you need me to contact you? When Richard heard this, he nodded immediately. Sure enough, the energy of these hereditary nobles radiated into almost every aspect of the kingdom. He had originally thought of finding a well-informed tavern in White Harbor City to sit down and learn about the latest developments of the past 2 days. However, since the information involved was at the formal wizard level, Richard in the tavern might not be able to obtain the relevant information. Now it seems that Stephina's intervention should be enough. Apart from anything else, the kingdom's officials are definitely the ones who know the specific situation best. There is no wizard market in White Harbor City. The wizard market in Crab Claw Peninsula is in the south, near the Ring of Fire, a wizard academy that specializes in fire. It is very far away from White Harbor City. It is naturally impossible for Richard to escape. Go there and ask for information. Soon, Richard controlled the Hippogriff and landed directly on the square of the White Harbor City Hall. Immediately, the extraordinary mount descended from the sky, attracting the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone around him. I saw a group of fully armed guards, who immediately protected Richard. A leading middle-aged knight stepped forward and saluted respectfully. I wonder which lord arrived in White Harbor City. Without Richard needing to speak, Stephina gently jumped off the Hippogriff and said to the middle-aged knight, Is the sheriff of White Harbor City, Baron Jonas, here? Please inform me that the elder of the Knight family in the royal capital is visiting. Is it a hereditary marquis family of Ninit? The middle-aged knight said with a shocked look on his face. Stephina nodded and said nothing more. Please wait a moment. I will report it right away. The middle-aged knight trotted quickly towards the city hall. After a while, a burly official and a burly knight arrived quickly, guided by the middle-aged knight. Richard thought for a while and decided to let Daenerys understand the situation here, while he went to see if Meluo had arrived in White Harbor City. There are currently no ships that can go out to sea. Even if Meluo arrives, she will have to wait in the hotel. So, Richard advised. Stefana, I'll leave this to you. I'll look around and I'll be back soon. You mainly need to determine 2 points. One is the specific location of the island, and the second is the current situation. As you command, Master. After saying that, Richard controlled the hippogriff and flew into the sky again. Richard walked around White Harbor City without noticing the aura of his phantom amulet. It seemed that Meiluo was still on the way and did not resist White Harbor City. So, Richard returned to the White Harbor City Hall again. At this time, Stefana had already understood the situation clearly and obtained the specific location of the unknown island. Richard thought for a while and asked Stephanie to wait for Meiluo in White Harbor City, while he was alone, riding a hippogriff and flying quickly to the unknown island. On an unknown island. Sure enough, when Daenerys returned to the sidelines, a group of human wizards surrounded her. Your Highness Daenerys, as the representative of the Kingdom of Harren, who should we send to play in the third game? The old man with a white beard said, his face full of anxiety. Yes, this is obviously the territory of our human Kingdom of Harren. But the Wizards of the Sea tribe actually dared to occupy it by force. It's really too much. We cannot tolerate the other side's arrogance. Unfortunately, most of us are wandering wizards and need your leadership to achieve victory. Yes, this is a secret place left by the ancient Tide School. The things inside must be very precious. Your Excellency Daenerys, the third game is the last fight. Those who didn't know better thought they were really working together to help Daenerys. But Daenerys knew very well that among these human wizards, many of them were not wizards from the Kingdom of Harren. A considerable number were wandering wizards. And some were wizards from the Kingdom of Yvette. If she directly said that she would give up the third game, then after this incident, there would definitely be a lot of rumors that were not conducive to the Banning's royal family. And it would also be a huge blow to the reputation of the Harren Kingdom. Unfortunately, this place is located on the edge of the sea, extremely close to the open sea, and it is inconvenient to transmit information. At the same time, the Sea Clan arrived too quickly, and there was no time to summon more wizards. Otherwise, they would not be so passive. Daenerys, otherwise I will do the third game. Elise saw the frowning Daenerys and said proactively. Daenerys was silent. Sending Elise up is totally pointless. Elise is good at defense. If Elise had played in the last game, there would be no possibility of winning. It would just give Prince Has of the Sliding Blade Naga clan an extra sandbag. My original intention was not to let Elise have a third game. But if you don't let Elise go, and give up on your own initiative. Daenerys looked around and felt the sensation of being roasted on a fire. Humans, what do you say? Do you want to fight the third game? A slippery blade Naga queen twisted her mermaid-like lower limbs, walked forward, and said proudly, listen to the condescending tone of the other party. Many human wizards were very angry. Prince Hats, on the other hand, was resting quietly on the side, seemingly recovering the mental energy he had just consumed. It seems that although he won, it was not as easy as imagined. After Daenerys thought for a moment, she decided to take on all responsibilities. The third game. Us. Hey! What is that? A wizard pointed at a small blue dot in the eastern sky and said. Daenerys also looked up and saw the little blue dot flying quickly towards this side. Obviously, the flying mounts flying from the direction of White Harbor City must belong to the human side. Daenerys did not continue to talk, intending to see who the coming person was. After a few seconds, everyone present saw clearly that it was a high-speed flying hippogriff flying rapidly towards the island. And there was someone on its back. The person coming was none other than Richard. After Richard learned about the relevant situation in White Harbor City, he immediately rushed to the unknown island. Unexpectedly, I happened to see the confrontation between human wizards and sea wizards. After thinking for a while, Richard turned part of the mimetic metal into a silver mask and covered his face. Wow! The hippogriff flapped its wings and landed on the island. Hey, what happened here? Richard, wearing a silver mask, jumped off the hippogriff and asked. Originally, the human wizards had high hopes when they saw that strong reinforcements seemed to be coming to their side. As a result, judging from the smell of the wizard who got off the hippogriff, he was actually a newbie who had just become an official wizard. Everyone couldn't help but be greatly disappointed and said, Young man, this is not something you can get involved in. There is a new ancient ruins here. The Sea Clan has 3 competitions with us. This hippogriff of yours is quite good. Do you want to sell it? Which family are you from? Many people started talking at once. Daenerys stared at Richard's figure inexplicably, thinking, this person's voice is so familiar. Richard immediately saw Daenerys, who was wearing a light blue wizard robe and frowning. And at the same time, he glanced at Prince as of the Sliding Blade Nanda clan opposite, who was tall and holding a trident. Richard immediately understood what was going on. So he walked up to Daenerys and said, "Your Highness Daenerys, long time no see. Leave this third scene to me. You are Richard. And you have actually been promoted to an official wizard?" Daenerys' beautiful eyes widened, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Oh my god. This guy was actually promoted to an official wizard within half a year. Doesn't that mean there's a slight possibility that he and I could be together? Suddenly, this made Daenerys feel a little uncomfortable. After all, what happened last time was a bit confusing and embarrassing. Yes. Fortunately, Richard smiled slightly, but still did not take off his mask. After all, what he was about to do might expose his true strength. What are you doing? Just as Daenerys was about to speak, she realized that Elise beside her was listening to the conversation between her and Richard. She immediately stopped asking, rolled her eyes angrily, and said to Richard, "Stop being ridiculous. You are a new wizard. And the opponent is Prince Has of the Sliding Blade clan. A first-level high-level wizard. How do you know if I can't beat the opponent if you don't try?" Richard said calmly. "Where do you get the confidence to think that you can defeat the opponent? Even I lost just now." Daenerys was no longer calm. "Don't worry. This place is left to me. I have confidence." This Daenerys didn't know where the confidence of the guy in front of her came from. Without waiting for Daenerys' consent, Richard, dressed in black robes, slowly walked to the center of the field in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Who is this person? It seems that he is just a new wizard at the beginning of the first level. Why would Lady Daenerys send him up? Even if I go, I'm still stronger than the other party. Then why don't you come? The Sliding Blade Nanda wizards on the opposite side were laughing even more. Human beings are so funny. They actually sent a first-level wizard to play. I think there is absolutely no need for Prince Has to stay on the court in this game. Any one of us could easily win. Do you think the other party can block Prince Has's attack? Humans, have you really thought about it? You actually sent him on the field. After sensing the fluctuations in Richard's first-level mental power, Prince Hats couldn't help but said with a bit of laughter, due to their strong physical fitness, the wizards of the Sea Tribe almost outshine the human wizards among wizards of the same level. He really had no idea what the first-level human wizard in front of him was going to do. Daenerys stamped her feet and immediately tried to step forward and pull Richard back. But the next second, she froze in place. The huge green reverse pentagram formation under Richard's feet flashed, and a 3-meter-tall, weird-looking skeletal creature suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The sharp bone blades on its elbows, knees and other joints quickly ejected like a switchblade, turning into a monster whose body was covered with bone blades. The most important thing is that the fluctuations emitted by this skeletal creature that has never been seen before are far beyond everyone's imagination, and are actually at the top level. What kind of undead creature is this? I've never seen it before. Yeah. This breath is too scary. I've never heard of necromancers having such summons. It's not a skeleton summoning technique. Nor is it an abomination summoning technique. Nor is it a spirit summoning technique. An expert can tell whether something is good or not at one glance. Prince Has, who was standing opposite Richard, suddenly changed his expression. His expression changed from calm and relaxed to an extremely solemn one. Daenerys was even more surprised and opened her small mouth into an O shape. Her beautiful eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of her in disbelief. The aura of this summoned object is actually so strong. This guy has always been so insidious. The last time I fought with Shadra, he was the same. He secretly watched the fight from the side, waiting for his advantage. But why isn't his summoned abomination this time? It's strange. It actually turned into this form that I have never heard of. Is it the special effect of some high-level magic weapon? Daenerys felt that her brain was not enough, and all kinds of complicated thoughts were popping up in her mind. The current situation made her a little down for a moment. From the very beginning, Daenerys' best friend Elise felt that something was wrong with the way Daenerys looked at her and her expression. That shy expression. It must not be an ordinary friendship. But when she thought of Daenerys' aloof and cold character, she didn't think Daenerys would fall in love with a new wizard whose strength was far inferior to hers. But who is this new wizard now? It turns out that he has been teasing you the whole time. Now Elise couldn't help it anymore and said, Daenerys, no wonder you are dismissive of Hatham and some other suitors. It turns out. No. Elise, don't talk nonsense. Richard and I are just. When Daenerys thought of that charming scene, her face instantly turned red. Seeing Daenerys' blushing expression, Elise covered her mouth and smiled slightly, but did not continue to ask, because the results are already obvious. Richard remained motionless in the center of the field, but the blood and bone puppet had already received instructions from him. Two small pits suddenly appeared under the feet of the blood-bone puppet, and its entire body was like a blood-red arrow, shooting straight at Prince Has. When sprinting, it stretched out its arms and pushed the bone blade to the outermost side. Its entire body was like a top, spinning rapidly, forming a storm of bone blades and killing directly forward. Naturally, Prince Has was not to be outdone. After first putting a blister shield on himself, he then used the double trident witchcraft. With a roar, he waved the double trident directly towards the blood and bone puppet. The next second, the two were fighting head-on. Ding 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 dang dang. The continuous sound of gold and iron clashing came. Prince Has beats the bone blade storm of the blood and bone puppet. In just a few seconds, the trident and bone blades collided more than 100 times, and Prince Has actually blocked the bone blade storm. Chapter 255 Marine Extraordinary Creatures. This couldn't help but make Richard pay more attention to the prince hats in front of him. When the two sides once again distanced themselves due to the fierce collision, Has gasped violently. Although the blister shield on his body was broken, there were no obvious injuries on his body, so he could barely be considered evenly matched. This made the sliding blade Nada wizards instantly relax from their tense mood. At the same time, they even praised their prince's strength. So what if we are at the top of the first tier? Our princes can fight him on equal terms. Yes. But Richard, with his sharp eyes, had already noticed that Prince Has's hands holding the trident were trembling slightly involuntarily. In addition to the disappearance of the bubbles, it seems that the opponent is still at a disadvantage in the hand-to-hand combat with his blood and bone puppet. A faint smile couldn't help but appear on Richard's face under the silver mask. Human, your strength has earned my respect, and I will go all out to defeat you. Prince Has's deep voice sounded. He had just fully felt the power of that terrifying skeletal creature. Even with his strong body, he still couldn't withstand the shocks that came from the fierce fight just now. At this moment, his strong arms were so sore that he could hardly hold the trident. The next second, Prince Has suddenly reached out from his pocket and took out a small white conch and blew it vigorously. Woo-woo. A low conch sound suddenly sounded. The sound of the conch SH.L is extremely penetrating and can be clearly heard within a radius of several miles. Suddenly, waves surged on the originally calm sea, and a small whirlpool suddenly appeared. Crack! A sound. A huge cone-shaped black carapace suddenly emerged from the nearby sea water. The surface of the black SH.L is covered with barnacles and seaweed of varying sizes, and looks extremely thick. Richard took a closer look and saw a conch with a height of more than 4 meters and a giant SH.L emerging from the water. It may not be accurate to say that the conch is because its head, which is the mouth area, is actually like an octopus, with dozens of tentacles growing out of it, and it looks like the roots of a tree. Relying on these dozens of bowl-sized tentacles, the strange conch moves from the water to the beach at a very slow speed. You must know that once extraordinary creatures in the ocean land on land, their combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened. Obviously, the strange conch in front of me does not fall into this category. Richard could feel that the strength of this strange conch on land did not seem to be weakened much after it landed on the shore. First of all, it is probably because this is a beach, which can also be regarded as a seaside, and the weird conch is very adaptable to this environment. Secondly, its dozens of tentacles make it more like an amphibian extraordinary creature, rather than a simple marine extraordinary creature. But the appearance of the strange conch immediately made humans very dissatisfied. Slippery Blade Naga. You are too shameless. You summoned a battle pet when you couldn't defeat him. Yes. This is so unfair. We didn't summon any pets in the first or second games just now. We have to start all 3 games again. But the sliding blade Naga wizard immediately retorted. When we, Prince Has, started, we never said it was forbidden to use battle pets. Why can't you summon battle pets? You can also summon them. That's right. The opponent's undead summons can also be regarded as a kind of battle pet. Immediately, the two sides began to argue. Richard turned a deaf ear to this, but carefully looked at the strange conch in front of him. This was the first time that Richard encountered this extraordinary marine creature. Its black carapace has a 6-layer structure, spiraling upward in circles. Judging from the mouth, the thickness of the carapace is up to several centimeters. Obviously, this is a battle pet with extremely outstanding defense power. Moreover, judging from the breath, This is also a marine or amphibian extraordinary creature whose strength has reached a high level. There should also be some kind of innate witchcraft. Prince Has, who had finished blowing the conch horn, heard everyone's doubts at this time. His face turned slightly red, but he quickly returned to normal. He just heard him say, "Human, you can also summon a battle pet. When I made the agreement with your human representatives, I did not say that summoning battle pets was not allowed." Princess showed a sly smile at this moment and said, "What I said at that time was that in order to avoid provoking a war between you humans and our Sea clan, I can give you 3 chances. As long as someone can defeat me one-on-one, then this ruins will be yours. Is that so?" Richard turned to look at Daenerys. Daenerys' face turned red, and she nodded slightly in embarrassment. At this time, she discovered how rough the verbal agreement she had reached with Prince Has of the Sliding Blade Naga was. "In that case, I have no objection. Let's continue," Richard replied calmly. Richard certainly has a battle pet. But his battle pet, the soul-eating demon spider, has been in a state of evolution and is in a deep sleep, so it cannot be awakened rashly. Moreover, in the current battle, summoning the soul-eating demonic spider or crystal has little effect. If it is really summoned, it will interrupt the evolutionary state and cause unpredictable damage to the soul-eating demon spider. But, for a professional necromancer, the issue of summoning creatures is the one that he least needs to worry about. The blood-bone puppet suddenly rushed towards Prince Hats. But the strange conch immediately stepped forward and blocked Prince Hats. Wow! A thick stream of water spurted out from the face of the conch towards the blood-bone puppet. When the water spurts out, it forms a fan shape. Within a short distance, it is completely impossible to dodge. The blood and bone puppet can only catch the jet of water with crossed hands, causing the blood and bone puppet to be swept away several meters. With its feet on the beach, 2 deep ravines were left. But after the blood-bone puppet stood still, it immediately rushed towards the weird conch again. Ding 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 ding. The tentacles of the strange conch retracted, and the hard carapace area of the body was pushed towards the blood and bone puppet. In an instant, sparks exploded and fragments flew everywhere. However, the sharp bone blade attack of the blood-bone puppet was of no harm to the several centimeters thick SHL of the strange conch. Although it can cause some damage, it is not very effective. Richard silently issued a command in his heart, asking the blood and bone puppet to avoid the strange conch and attack Prince Has directly. Water impact. A fan-shaped water fountain once again sprayed out violently from the mouth of the conch face in all directions. The blood-bone puppet was once again knocked away by the high-speed water flow. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the face of the strange conch suddenly faced the air at a 45-degree angle and started to fire things like a mortar. Puff puff. Dozens of conch-shaped creatures the size of wash basins were shot into the air and scattered around. I saw that the entire battlefield was covered with strange conch SHLs. When Richard took a look, he knew that it would be difficult to defeat this combination of Prince Has and the weird conch with the blood and bone puppet alone. As the green reverse pentagram array under his feet flashed again, a giant abomination that was no smaller than a weird conch suddenly appeared in front of everyone. As soon as the vengeful abomination was summoned, it squinted its little eyes and gave Richard a silly grin, then quickly turned its head and looked around. After looking around, he seemed to find his target on the opposite side, and then dong 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 began to take long strides towards Prince Has. The human wizards watching the battle were immediately overjoyed. "This is disgusting. It seems that this young man should be a wizard from the Ring of North." A white-bearded wizard who was watching said firmly. "The Ring of North. The Ring of North. One of the 3 major necromancers' academies?" said a person next to him. "Yes, that's the Ring of North. No wonder they are so strong. Although these wizards who specialize in the undead have a bad reputation, they are all very good at fighting." "That's right. Even though Hydraxia Academy is much more famous than the Ring of North." Looking at the members' battles, it seems that the Ring of North is even better. A wizard who was watching glanced at Hatham. And Daenerys whispered, "It's better not to say this," the wizard admonished. Daenerys' best friend Elise was also looking at the scene in front of her in stunned silence. "Daenerys, it turns out that your man is a necromancer. No wonder you keep it a secret. In the continent of Bias, the reputation of the necromancers is pretty good. But in the continent of Vitriol, although the necromancers and shadow wizards are not street rats, they are by no means mainstream. In many ways, they are influenced by other elemental wizards. Exclude, although Richard's first summoned creature just now was a skeletal creature. Elise thought it was summoned through some kind of advanced witchcraft. But now, when I look at it, the classic hatred appears, indicating that the other party must be an undead wizard. Iris, he is not my man. He is just, Daenerys defended with a blushing face. Just what? Elise said, staring at Daenerys teasingly. Just a friend. Daenerys didn't know how to position Richard for a while, and could only define Richard as a friend. Giggle. What kind of friend is that? Elise couldn't help laughing and teased further. Wow! The sound of chains swinging sounded one after another. I saw one thick iron hook after another. 3 in a row were thrown out from the little arms on the back of the abomination and wrapped around the L of the strange conch. The next second, the 3 chains were stretched tight at the same time, and the iron hook scratched sparks on the rough L of the strange conch. The 2 giants immediately began to wrestle, but at this moment, the dozens of small conches that had just been thrown out had all landed on the ground. At the same time as they landed on the ground, dozens of tentacle-like things emerged from the faces of these small conchs the size of washbasins, carrying small conches, and swarmed towards Richard. When Richard saw it, his face froze slightly, and he immediately dared not underestimate it. This small conch must have some special means to attack the enemy. In the past, he might not have had any particularly good means to deal with swarms of small conchs. But now, he still has many ways to solve it easily. Richard originally wanted the Wraith Abomination to spit venom, but at this moment, the Wraith Abomination was fighting with the strange conch, and the giant axe and chain ball were smashing heavily on its hard L. The tentacles of the strange conch also left traces of blood on the body of the resentful spirit. Prince Has was standing aside at this time, staring eagerly at Richard's next move. Richard gave a command to the blood and bone puppet in his heart, and saw the blood and bone puppet begin to circle the field, and cast the bone blade storm again. But as soon as the bone blade collided with the small conch, a violent explosion occurred unexpectedly. Boom, boom, boom. As the violent explosion sounded, many blackened parts appeared on the body of the blood bone puppet. Fortunately, the new blood bone puppet's bones were very hard, and it did not suffer too much substantial damage after the explosion. Unexpectedly, these small conches turned out to be self-exploding conchs. Richard immediately felt a chill in his heart, and did not dare to make any further excuses. Gather the strange conch on fire. He silently recited the command in his mind. The blood bone puppet immediately gave up on killing the small conch, and instead rushed directly towards the strange conch. And a pair of black bone armor on Richard's body began to spread all over his body. Several light black mists lingered around his body, spinning rapidly around Richard. It was the newly learned defensive magic of Death Surround. Under the dual protection of magic armor and death energy, Richard pointed at the strange conch and raised his finger. Death Ray. Suddenly, at the tip of Richard's right index finger, a large number of dark element energy particles gathered together to form a black compressed ball the size of a fist. The next second, a black beam of light the size of a thumb suddenly shot out from the ball, and went straight towards the body of the weird conch. Prince Hats, who was just about to rush towards Richard, immediately felt alarm bells ringing in his heart. At this critical moment, he immediately reminded the strange conch to adjust its position and try his best to avoid it. At the same time, he quickly rushed towards the blood and bone puppet, trying to help the weird conch resist the blood and bone puppet's attack. But the black beam attack arrived in an instant, and the strange conch only had time to slightly turn sideways before the black beam hit its thick L. The carapace was really like a bubble in front of the black beam, and it burst with just one blow. After piercing the carapace, the black beam further penetrated into the body of the strange conch. Suddenly, a miserable fluctuation of mental power resounded throughout the audience. The hateful little eyes of the resentful spirit showed a cunning look at this moment, and the iron giant axe in his hand aimed at the place where Richard shot out the hole, and struck a whirlwind slash hard. Snapped. The carapace, which had been severely damaged in the first place, suddenly shattered into large pieces after suffering a ferocious blow from the hatred of the resentful spirit. Milky white blood immediately seeped out from the broken carapace. Fortunately, Prince has resisted the blood and bone puppet. Otherwise, the blood and bone puppet's high-speed cutting bone blade would hit the fractured area a few times, and the weird conch would have been killed on the spot. But at this moment, a black shadow rushed towards the strange conch. It's Richard. At this time, the small conches in his path carried out suicide bombings. Boom! But he still couldn't stop Richard from striking like black lightning. The next second, Richard had already rushed in front of the strange conch, and the camouflage metal on his wrists had already transformed into 2 swords in his hands. Psychic shock. Crosscut. 2 cross sword lights flashed by. Chapter 256 ready to set sail. Crack. The Trident Prince has his hand fell directly to the beach. Covering his head with his hand, he knelt on one knee in pain. Obviously, the death of the strange conch caused a certain amount of mental backlash. Richard did not continue to attack Prince Has. After all, it was not a life and death battle. The wizards of the Sliding Blade clan on the side immediately shouted loudly, "Humans, we surrender." "No! I can still fight." At this time, Prince Has stared at Richard with bloodshot eyes and roared. The death of the strange conch not only caused a mental backlash to Prince Has, but also made him feel even more uncomfortable. The failure in the battle with humans made him lose face. And at the same time, he lost the ownership of the ruins, which was a real loss of interests. In addition, the strange conch is an extraordinary creature that he has tamed for many years, and has accompanied him in battles for many years. But he did not expect to die on this unknown island. Prince Has, if you continue, your probability of winning is not high. A Sliding Blade Naga said. Yes, Your Highness. Please think twice. Several other Sliding Blade Naga wizards agreed. Several people quickly stepped forward to support Prince Has. After Prince Has looked at Richard deeply, he got on the giant seahorse without looking back. A group of Slippery Blade Naga wizards followed closely behind him, and disappeared from everyone's sight. After the wizards of the Sliding Blade Naga clan left, Richard, wearing a silver mask, suddenly became the focus of the human wizards present. You know, if Richard hadn't stepped in to turn the tide just now, the battle between humans and the Sea Clan would have definitely been won by the Sea Clan. Now with Richard, it is the human side that has obtained the right to explore the ruins of the ancient Tide Academy. The human wizards around him came forward one by one, and said to Richard with a smile, "This lord from the Ring of North, your strength is truly amazing." "Yes, sir. Your strength can be said to be unparalleled among first-level wizards." "Sir, do you have any plans for the subsequent exploration of the ruins?" Many compliments poured into Richard's ears like a tide, and the wizard's erudition was deeply reflected in their flattery. The compliments spoken by the former person were absolutely different from the flattery of the latter person. This made Richard feel helpless. He rubbed his eyebrows with his fingers and sighed. They are a bunch of smart people. They are not very strong, but they are all good at speaking. Some also tried to use words to judge the origin of Richard, a powerful wizard, and Richard's thoughts on the next exploration of the ruins. After all, anyone can see that Richard is a wizard who specializes in the undead, and there is no conflict between him and wizards like them who specialize in water. But in the secret realm left over from ancient times, there might be some rare herbs that Richard needs. If Richard took advantage of the power he had just defeated Prince Has, and took away an extra piece of cake, they could only stare in disbelief. That's why they are so anxious. At this time, Daenerys and Elise also came forward with smiles on their faces. When Richard saw Daenerys coming, he couldn't help but look happy and said, "Everyone, Her Highness Daenerys is the official representative of the negotiations with the Sea Tribe regarding the subsequent exploration and arrangement of the secret realm. I entrust Her Highness Daenerys to be my plenipotentiary representative." What she means is what I mean. The many wizards around looked at each other, and then focused their attention on Daenerys again. It was thought that this powerful and mysterious wizard would lead the subsequent exploration of the ruins. But unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, the initiative returned to Daenerys. This made Daenerys feel quite surprised, and a little embarrassed at the same time. She thought to herself, Richard is still the same as before. Very slick. But who makes her the official representative of the Kingdom of Haluan? Daenerys could only give up the idea of chatting with Richard. Calm down, and discuss with everyone the candidates to crack the witch formation, as well as the arrangements for subsequent exploration, etc. Everyone, let's first arrange for wizards who are proficient in witch formations to break the outer defensive witch formations. An old man with a white beard spoke. Yes, as for how to allocate the resources in the secret realm, after the witch formation is cracked, everyone can discuss their opinions. After a long time, Daenerys was able to escape, and she left the remaining trivial issues to Elise. When Daenerys came to Richard, she didn't know how to start for a moment. The man next to her was both familiar and unfamiliar to her, and whenever I faced him, I couldn't calm down in my heart, especially when Richard stared at her unblinkingly. She immediately lowered her head shyly. Daenerys found that she had too many questions to ask Richard, but she didn't know where to start. But soon, Daenerys adjusted her mentality, and said with a slight blush on her face. Richard, why are you here? Richard smiled slightly and said softly, do you still remember our agreement? We agreed half a year ago that if I become an official wizard, I can come to Pantos to find you. It turns out I succeeded. By the way, should you keep your promise? Richard looked at Daenerys' pretty face seriously and asked. He just secretly changed a concept. In fact, Daenerys did not promise Richard anything during the half-year appointment. It was just an agreement. It was agreed that if Richard could become an official wizard within half a year, he could try to come to Pentos to find her. What? What promise? Daenerys asked shyly and confusedly, fluttering her big eyes. After Richard got a little closer, he whispered something in Daenerys' ear. Immediately, Daenerys blushed. I never promised that. Hey! Then why did you ask me to meet you in Pentos? Richard teased with a smile. Me. Just when Daenerys was confused and didn't know how to answer. Suddenly, there was a noise from the direction of the ruins. The defensive witch formation has been cracked. I didn't expect it to be cracked so quickly. Unexpectedly, the defensive wizard formation that was supposed to take at least half a day to be broken was broken so quickly. It was really beyond everyone's expectations. This also made it impossible for the conversation between the two to continue. Because next, we will start busy exploring related matters. Daenerys smoothed her hair and said, Richard, let's go over and take a look first. By the way, if we explore the secret realm later, can you come with me? Of course. Richard nodded and agreed immediately. The two then walked towards the crowd. It turned out that many of the defensive witchcraft formations had been damaged over the course of time. Therefore, after part of them was cracked, a chain of damage was caused. This allowed the entire witch formation cracking work to be solved at an unexpected speed. After a wizard who had practiced the art of clones conducted a preliminary exploration of the secret realm and confirmed that the space inside was stable, many wizards present could not help but become excited. But after the good news, there is bad news. This secret place used to plant and cultivate rare herbs has been left unattended for a long time, and a large number of high-value rare herbs have withered due to various reasons. The only remaining herbs are waterroot, heather, and taro. This can't help but disappoint many wizards, including Daenerys. But this does make the distribution of loot easier. After all, if the value is not great, it is easier to reach a consensus through discussion. In the end, Richard also received a large number of taro flowers and heather. But since these are commonly used herbs for water-based combat potions, Richard gave them to Daenerys. Flutter. A blood falcon flew in front of Richard. This is the blood falcon from Stephanie. Master, the latest news is that senior sister Melo learned in advance that the route from White Harbor City to Loras Peninsula has been suspended. So she has already taken a detour from Seaweed City to Loras Peninsula. Over at White Harbor City, every once in a while, there will be a special ship heading to the Loras Peninsula on the Vitrol continent. This kind of ship is a special ocean-going ship, which is completely different from ordinary offshore ships. The next batch of ships heading to the Loras Peninsula will set sail in the next 2 days. This news immediately made Richard frown. Unexpectedly, he and his party arrived at White Harbor City ahead of schedule, but still missed Meiluo. However, this also proves that Meiluo's father or family situation is probably in danger. Otherwise Meiluo would not be in such a hurry to return. Daenerys on the side saw Richard's slightly frowning brow and said, What's wrong? Did something happen? Richard nodded and said, I may need to go to the Loras Peninsula on the Vitrol continent as soon as possible. Hey! You also want to go to the Vitrol continent. The Loras Peninsula is not far from here. Starting from White Harbor City, you can reach the Loras Peninsula by sailing for about half a month. By the way, Richard, can you tell me why you went to Loras Peninsula? Daenerys asked with a little curiosity. Well, it involves clues to my subsequent meditation method. Richard paused and continued. Regarding Daenerys, Richard felt that he could still speak freely. But, of course, he avoided matters involving Melua's family. If the follow-up goes well, I will go to Basilius Island in the Summer Sea, and Ivos Forest in the continent of Vitrol. First, I seem to have heard of Basilius Island. The Ivors Forest on the continent of Vitrol is tens of thousands of miles away from the Loras Peninsula. It seems that it is unlikely that you will come back in a short time. Daenerys judged after a little thought. Hiss. Is it so far? Richard couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. On the map, only the characteristic landforms are marked, and the distance can only be estimated. Richard didn't expect it to be so far away. I need to go back to Pantos. And then I will go to Hydraxia College. Richard. If you are going to the Ivos Forest in Vitral Continent, you can make a detour and visit Hydraxia College. Then, I will accompany you to the Forest of Ivors. Daenerys thought for a moment, and then spoke. This actually made Richard slightly stunned. Richard didn't expect that Daenerys would be willing to accompany him to the Forest of Iverson. The other party's statement made Richard feel happy. That's great. It's settled then. Well, you go to White Harbor City first. And we'll see you then. This is my communication mark. I saw Daenerys waving her slender fingers, condensing a strange symbol in midair. Richard quickly wrote it down and left his communication mark to Daenerys. The communication mark can only communicate at close range. When Richard arrives at Hydraxia College next time, he will be able to easily contact Daenerys. Thank you this time. This is what I should do. Half an hour later, Richard rode on the hippogriff and headed to White Harbor City. Although I didn't have much close contact with Daenerys this time, but the other party already showed signs of accepting him, which made Richard feel very good. In less than half a day, Richard arrived at White Harbor City. When he landed in the City Hall Square, he saw a familiar figure waiting for him. It was Stephana. Master, I understand that the fastest ship to the Loras Peninsula will depart tomorrow. This time, due to the suspension of navigation, a lot of goods have been squeezed out of the port. So 3 ocean-going ships will leave for the Loras Peninsula at the same time tomorrow. What Count Andreas Lynch, the governor of White Harbor City, means is that you can pay a little attention to the safety of the fleet. For this, the City Hall will give you the compensation you deserve. Richard thought about it and nodded in agreement. Of course, there is no problem with this. If we travel with the ship, if an unexpected situation occurs, and the ship is destroyed and everyone is killed, we will be in a thankless situation on the vast sea. By the way, didn't the City Hall arrange an accompanying wizard on the boat? Richard asked doubtfully. Yes, Master, but the strength is not very strong. Under normal circumstances, there is only one official wizard on each ship, and the strength is probably at the beginning or middle level of the first level. Master, Count Andreas and I will respond to your request, Stephana explained. Richard nodded. Early the next morning, when Richard and Stephana, accompanied by the consul Count Andreas, the sheriff and others, arrived at the dock of White Harbor City, the brackish sea breeze blew in their faces, and the white waves slapped against the ship wall. The chirping of seagulls is endless. This made Richard feel like he was about to go on a seafaring adventure. He couldn't help but feel slightly excited. Soon, everyone came to 3 5-masted ships. Only 6 captains and wizards were seen waiting for Richard and his party by the ship. Lord Richard, this is Captain Stanchi Dora of the Mobies. Count Andreas, the consul, enthusiastically introduced to Richard and Stephana. It's an honor to meet Lord Richard. Who is this? Richard glanced casually among the 3 wizards accompanying the team. The leader was a middle-aged man. His strength had reached the middle level of the first level. His body was surrounded by fire energy ions. He seemed to be a wizard who majored in the fire system. The first time the other party saw Richard, he came forward to say hello very enthusiastically. Sir, your battle against Prince Hes on the island was really exciting to watch. Chapter 257 Naval Battle. My dear, Tino Fritz is the ship's wizard of the Ring of Fire. During the voyage at sea, if you have any questions, please feel free to contact me at any time. Tino positioned himself relatively low, so the atmosphere during the entire communication process was quite harmonious. Although the other 2 wizards on board the ship found it strange that Lord Tino was so humble towards this strange Lord Richard, who was only a first-level junior. But both of them were thoughtful people, smiling very cautiously and echoing the conversation between Tino and Richard. After all, the beauty wearing a veil next to Master Richard is a first-level wizard. Obviously, this master has an unknown trump card. After some greetings, Richard and Stephana boarded the largest ship in the middle, the lighthouse. Tino was the wizard on board the ship. The other 2 wizards are responsible for guarding the other 2 ships. An hour later, the passengers had all boarded the ship one after another, and the cargo had already been loaded. As the 5-masted sail was raised, the huge seagoing ship slowly left the port under the influence of the wind. The 3 seagoing ships slowly formed a line and headed towards the boundless sea. Count Andreas, the consul of White Harbor City, the sheriff and his entourage waved to Richard and Stephana on the fleet from afar at the port. Taking a boat from White Harbor City on Crab Claw Peninsula to Loras Peninsula on Vitral Continent is a process from shallow sea to deep sea, and then from deep sea to shallow sea. Obviously, The danger level in the deep sea is much higher than that in the shallow sea. Various huge sea monsters appear freely in the deep sea. And there are legends about ships being sunk or swallowed by sea monsters almost every year. Therefore, this is why, on the long coastline of the Heron Kingdom, White Harbor City is one of the few ports with routes to the continent of Vitrol. The slightly moist and warm sea breeze blew gently on his face. Richard stood quietly on the bow of the ship, looking at the endless sea and the white seabirds flying freely around the sails. He felt both happy and a little uneasy. The reason for his uneasiness was that although his own strength had improved significantly, and he was still the strongest in the entire fleet, he always felt insignificant when facing the endless majesty of the vast ocean. "I hope the journey will be smooth sailing," Richard murmured secretly in his heart. "Master, this is the nautical chart that Tino just brought over. Do you want to take a look?" A familiar fragrant breeze blew over, and Stefana handed over a huge cowhide roll. Richard glanced sideways, and saw a huge nautical chart drawn on the huge cowhide roll that Stefana opened. This immediately interested Richard, so he looked at it carefully. There are dense lines of longitude and latitude on the chart. The farthest east and west are the Crab Claw Peninsula and the Loras Peninsula respectively. The shallow sea areas in these two directions are dotted with many dotted islands. And the center of the chart is full of wavy lines. Obviously, the wavy area represents the deep sea, and there are no small islands for anchoring. As for those islands, if you look carefully, you can see that most of them are annotated with small characters, such as the name of the island, the sea tribe it belongs to, or the human force, etc. In addition, some areas where dangerous sea beasts are often found are marked with dotted lines on the map. Obviously, this is a nautical chart depicting the conditions of the waters near the route from Crab Claw Peninsula to Loras Peninsula. In this era, having such a precious nautical chart is really hard one. It was probably gradually perfected after spending many lives and even the blood of extraordinary beings. "Master Richard, I see that you are very interested in nautical charts. Do you want me to briefly explain them to you?" At this time, Tino, who had short blonde hair, walked from the side with a smile on his face. "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Tino," Richard said with a smile. "Looking at the charts myself, it is obvious that the explanations given by others are not as thorough as those given by others. Especially during the previous greetings. After Richard learned that Tino often participated in this kind of ship escort mission, he realized that although Tino was not as strong as him, he had rich experience at sea and should not be underestimated. "You're welcome, sir." Seeing that Richard agreed, Tino took 2 quick steps forward, came to Richard's side, and began to introduce. "Master Richard, although we are located in a shallow sea, we are about to leave the human sea and enter the first sea area controlled by the Sea Clan. This area is the territory of the Sliding Blade Naga clan." Tino used his right index finger to draw an ellipse in an area on the nautical chart close to the Crab Claw Peninsula. "Sliding Blade Naga. Sir, you should be very familiar with it. If it weren't for you, it is estimated that the route will continue to be suspended for a while before it can be opened." Tino duly praised Richard for his achievements in the last battle. "If we continue forward, we will slowly enter the deep sea area. This area belongs to the territory of the Whip Naga. Among all the Nagas, the Whip Naga has the most violent temper. But fortunately, we humans and the evil Whip Naga have reached an agreement. So the danger is also not great. But the problem is that in this area, giant foreign sea monsters often appear. Even the evil Whip Naga can't do much to deal with the cruel and low-intelligence sea monsters. It is impossible for the evil Whip Naga to take the initiative to help humans drive away sea monsters. Therefore, the deep sea area is the most dangerous area on our route. This is the territory of the sirens. This is the territory of the giant clawed lobster man. Large whirlpools often appear in this area, so avoid them. There are many reefs here, so avoid them." As Tino explained in simple and in-depth terms, Richard and Stepina on the side kept nodding. Richard felt a little bit sad. In just about half a month, there were so many things to pay attention to during the voyage. One can imagine how dangerous the oceans in more distant areas are for humans. But there was a strong motivation in Richard's heart. What he wanted to do was to continuously improve his strength to explore unknown sea areas, so that he could see the scenery that no one had ever seen before. Just when Richard turned his head and planned to return to the cabin to rest, he saw many people standing on the deck looking at the ocean scenery. At the same time, many people were glancing at them from time to time. These people are all passengers on the ship, including nobles, wealthy businessmen in gorgeous clothes, and a few wizard apprentices. Obviously, This is because they are the highest-ranking people on the ship. When the passengers just boarded the ship, Richard discovered that there were almost no civilians on this ocean-going ship. Also, civilians simply cannot afford expensive cross-continental ferry tickets. 5 days later, Richard and Stephana spent rare leisure time on the ship. Since ocean-going ships are much larger and stronger than coastal ships, normal waves will not affect the stability and comfort of ocean-going ships. Today, the morning light was bright, and after breakfast, Richard and Stephana boarded the deck again. As soon as they got on the deck, the two heard a little boy of about 10 years old shouting excitedly next to the side of the ship. "Flying fish! Look, Mom! It's a flying fish! A fish that can fly! It turns out there really are flying fish in the world." The mother, who was dressed as a noble lady next to her, had a beautiful appearance. However, it was obviously the first time she had seen such a situation on the sea. She didn't know how to answer the child for a while, and she looked a little at a loss. Richard looked in the direction pointed by the little boy's finger. Not far in front of the side of the ship, I saw a large group of fish with thin wings on their backs. They were jumping out of the water one after another, with the transparent wings on their backs as thin as cicada wings. They were gliding in midair for more than 10 meters, or even several meters. 10 meters. The body length of flying fish is about half a meter to 1 meter. And its wings are even shorter, less than 30 centimeters. So it can only glide, not fly. The flying fish were very fast. So in a short while, the entire school of flying fish was about to pass by the lighthouse. Snapped. Ah! Suddenly, a flying fish with silver scales all over its body that shone in the sun unexpectedly jumped onto the side of the ship and fell to the deck. It kept twisting its body on the deck and kept its lips closed. This immediately caused many passengers to scream. But when Richard took a closer look, he realized that this kind of flying fish, which has no sharp teeth and no size advantage, would probably be a prey most of the time in the ocean. A sharp steel harpoon nailed the flying fish to the deck in one fell swoop, causing light red blood to splash out. The one who took action was a strong sailor. He laughed loudly and said, "Not bad. It's rare that I can eat delicious flying fish today." "Uncle, is this flying fish really delicious?" the little boy asked timidly. "Of course. Do you want to try it?" The strong man grinned and said with a smile to the little boy, "Langelo, remember to wipe the deck clean for me." A stout man holding a pipe suddenly walked by and said in a deep voice, "Right away. Right away. Captain Casper." The sturdy man nodded and bowed with a smile. "Pa! Pa!" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 flying fish jumped onto the deck. Pa 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 pa. What followed was that more flying fish leaped onto the deck. Soon, there were more than 10 silver flying fish struggling and twisting on the deck. At this time, the sailors who had been watching on the sidelines couldn't help it. They were familiar with the delicacy of flying fish. They picked up harpoons and started to kill the flying fish on the deck. Captain Casp, who was holding a pipe in his mouth, looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but shook his head and muttered to himself, "A bunch of brats." Richard was watching the scene happening during the voyage with a smile on his face. But then, he frowned and looked up into the distance. Just now, he seemed to feel a subtle energy fluctuation in that direction. But maybe it's not clear because it's too far away. Moreover, that direction was at an angle of approximately 30 degrees to the direction of the ship's travel. Normally, ships don't go in that direction. So even if something happens, it won't be a big problem. But, as time passed, the energy fluctuations that Richard sensed became more and more obvious. "Master, did you feel it too?" Stephanie turned her head and looked in that direction. "Stephana, go notify Tino. We may be in trouble." Richard was still staring into the distance. "Okay, Master." Stephana immediately went to find Tino. Soon, Tino hurried over with a serious look on his face. "Lord Richard, which direction?" "There are strong energy fluctuations in that direction, and they are gradually approaching us." Richard pointed to the road ahead on the right. Tino felt it for a moment and knew that Richard was right. But the distance was too far, and he couldn't see clearly what was going on. 2 more minutes passed. In the distance, Richard and the others could see white water splashes erupting from time to time on the sea in the distance. Some large and some small. And there were also some creatures that flipped up and down again. "It seems like there is some kind of sea beast fighting?" Richard, who has keen eyesight, was the first to notice that there seemed to be some kind of sea beast fighting in that direction. "This is a naga fighting a sea monster." No wonder the flying fish flew out of the water in fright. After Tino saw the situation in the distance clearly, he said slightly nervously, "Captain Casp, let all the passengers get into the cabin immediately. At the same time, use flag signals to notify the sailing ship in front and ask them to slow down and move behind us." Tino quickly called out to the captain, "No, they are not fighting. It seems they are driving them away," Richard said with concentration. "Hey, it's really driving them away," Stefana also echoed in surprise. At this time, at the highest point on the mast, a sailor holding a telescope waved a flag with one hand and said loudly, "Captain, the sea monster is coming in our direction." "No, the other party is the evil whip Naga. These guys saw us and are now driving away sea monsters in our direction." "Damn it!" After Tino observed the opposite side intently for a while, his expression changed drastically. He saw several Nagas holding long whips and riding on giant sea snakes. They were standing on the sea and pointing at the fleet, while the huge sea monster under the water was being driven towards him. Obviously, the evil whip Naga does not intend to help the human fleet eliminate the threat of sea monsters. Instead, it diverts trouble to the east and watches the good show. This made several wizards on the ship, including Richard, extremely unhappy. Captain Casper turned the helm immediately to avoid it. Tino turned his head and said anxiously to Captain Casper, "The pipe-smoking man?" Captain Casp shook his head solemnly and said, "Lord Tino, the sea monster is much faster than us, and I'm afraid it will be too late. However, I will try my best. First mate, turn the rudder 30 degrees to the left. Quick!" Captain Casp yelled. "You bastards. Get moving. It's okay. Just go paddling in the bilge." With Captain Casp roaring, there was a sudden commotion on the ship. The young and strong sailors, who had nothing to do and were catching flying fish, quickly returned to their posts, and a small half of them quickly ran to the bottom of the cabin. After a while, a round hole the size of a human head suddenly opened on the outer wall of the ship, and long wooden paddles poked out of the ship's bulkhead through the hole. Crash! Crash! Like a dragon boat race, the long wooden oars began to paddle vigorously, and suddenly the speed of the giant ship gradually increased. But Richard shook his head slightly. Although the sailors were rowing with all their might, and all 5-masted sails were hoisted, the sea monster was still moving much faster in the water than the giant ship. The white spray and traces caused by the sea monster on the sea surface formed a long white line, getting closer and closer to the lighthouse. Standing on the deck, Richard could gradually see the general appearance of the underwater sea monster. Chapter 258. This is a huge sea monster that looks similar to the king squid in the previous life. Judging from the size, the body length of this sea monster is at least 15 meters long, and its tentacles are about 30 meters long. Each of the suction cups on the giant tentacles is as bigger than a wash basin, and those huge eyes are much bigger than the millstones in the mill. At this moment, these giant eyes are several meters underwater, staring at the lighthouse through the blue water. Richard could easily feel the cruelty, coldness, and bloodthirstiness in the other person's eyes. "It's a giant squid." Tino, who was on the side, gradually saw clearly the appearance of the sea monster hidden under the water, and immediately shouted, "Captain Casper, prepare the giant ballistae." Tino was worthy of being an experienced wizard on board the ship. He actually immediately identified the type of sea monster and notified the captain immediately so that he could prepare for a targeted battle. Looking at Tino's anxious expression, Richard couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sir Tino, is this giant squid difficult to deal with?" "It's difficult to deal with, Sir Richard. Although the giant tentacled squid has low intelligence, it is extremely ferocious. Its dozens of tentacles are slippery and tough, and it is hard to be harmed by swords. It is extremely difficult to deal with. You just saw that even the evil whip Naga is not willing to take the risk of killing it, but just drives it away. And the giant squid is extremely vindictive. Once it escapes during an encirclement and suppression, it will definitely find an opportunity to take revenge after its injuries heal," Tino explained quickly. While the two were talking, grrrr, the sound of wooden wheels rolling across the deck was heard. Richard looked sideways and saw 4 3-meter-long objects covered with black cloth being slowly pushed out of the cabin. When the sailors peeled off the black cloth, the full view of the giant ballista was revealed. It immediately appeared in front of everyone. The sharp Mitsubishi cone arrowheads, the size of an adult's head, flashed with a cold light. It was obvious at a glance that these ballistas had been well maintained on a daily basis. It must be wiped with animal fat frequently and wrapped in oilcloth every day. Otherwise, it would have rusted long ago in the humid sea air. Each crossbow was surrounded by 4 strong men. They were loading huge 3-meter-long crossbow arrows. This kind of crossbow arrows was different from those that Richard had seen before. In addition to the sharp arrows, the crossbow arrows also had steel arrows. There are many fine iron-curved hooks similar to fishing hooks on both sides of the pole. In addition, there is a long rope at the end of the crossbow. Obviously, the rows of hooks on both sides of the crossbow are intended to increase lethality and dragging force. Once it hits the body of an organism, it can be like a fish hook, hooking the opponent tightly. At this time, Captain Cast stood on the side of the ship holding a machete and shouted, "The target is currently 200 meters away. Crossbow gunners, prepare." The effective range of the giant ballista is 100 meters. The captain's first order was more of a reminder. The giant ballista was pushed to the side of the ship. The ballista, who was responsible for aiming and shooting, was squatting on the side of the crossbow, staring at the water through the crossbow. The target is currently 150 meters away. As the giant squid approached quickly, the atmosphere on the deck became even more tense. The target is currently 100 meters away. Launch. Captain Cast slashed forward with the scimitar in his hand and shouted at the same time. The words just fell. Swish, swish. The tails of the 4 crossbow arrows dragged long ropes and struck the huge black shadow under the water like lightning. Puff! 2 huge crossbow arrows worked at the same time, directly hitting the giant squid's body, while the other 2 crossbow arrows missed slightly and did not hit the giant squid under the water. Wow! Huge splashes of water hit its face. Obviously, the damage from the crossbow arrow just received made the giant squid both painful and angry. How dare these foods resist? Just as the sailors quickly loaded the second crossbow, they were preparing to attack again. Suddenly, large amounts of black liquid emerged from the originally blue sea water. The black liquid was like thick fog, covering a large area in an instant. And the giant squid was no longer easy to find. The target of the ballista is 40 meters away. Fire! Captain Casper shouted at the top of his lungs. Although at this moment, the captain standing on the side of the ship could no longer see the specific location of the giant squid. But with years of experience, Captain Casp immediately reported a distance he estimated and directed the sailors to shoot. In this case, this is the best decision, regardless of whether the shot is successful or not. The sailors will forget their fear while executing the order. Puff! Multiple extremely sharp crossbow arrows were shot into the sea. Bang! The entire ship of the lighthouse suddenly shook violently. The sailing speed suddenly dropped drastically, and a sound similar to that of a drum was heard from the bottom of the ship. Not good. I'm afraid the giant squid has been absorbed to the bottom of our boat. The sound of the suction cup should have just happened. Tino reacted immediately. After hearing Tino's words, Captain Casper's expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Everyone in position. Harpoon ready. Notify the bilge to close all the air holes. Adjust the position of the ballista to face the deck." A series of orders came from Captain Casper's mouth. Wow! Ah! A huge tentacle, as thick as a person's arms, suddenly appeared on the side of the ship. It swept across the deck violently, and immediately knocked away the 2 sailors holding harpoons on the deck. One of them was unfortunate enough to be caught directly in midair by a huge greasy tentacle, and the sucker the size of a wash basin immediately started sucking. Sizzle! Sizzle! The originally strong and muscular man suddenly became as skinny as a skeleton. Before he even had time to scream, all the bodily fluids, brains, blood, etc. all over his body were sucked clean by the sucker on the giant touch like juice. This horrifying scene immediately filled many sailors with fear. But this scene was just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen greasy gray tentacles began to fly all over the sides of the ship, constantly scanning the many sailors on the deck. The sailors began to wield long swords, battle axes and other weapons to fight back. But unfortunately, without the strength of a formal knight, a sword strike would not be able to cause much damage to the rubber-like tough tentacles. An ordinary sailor would only cause a white scratch on the gray and slippery surface of the tentacles, leaving no damage to the skin. This is the terrifying power of giant ocean extraordinary creatures. The huge size naturally creates super strong defense power. And more tentacles from the giant tentacled squid began to penetrate into the cabin through the holes on both sides of the ship that had not yet been closed. Soon, the screams and screams of women and children began to come from the cabin one after another. Clang! Several sailors controlled giant ballistae and nailed a huge gray tentacle to the deck. The first mate, who had the strength of a knight, led many sailors to roar and chop up. With the combined efforts of everyone, A giant tentacle was cut off directly. The light blue blood immediately wetted a large area of the deck, and the severed tentacles continued to twist on the deck, like a giant python, which showed its tyrannical vitality. But the short-lived victory seemed to further anger the giant tentacled squid. In an instant, 4 or 5 huge tentacles attacked here at the same time. Boom! A fireball the size of a human head struck one of the tentacles, blowing it almost to the waist, and a strong smell of burning instantly filled the deck. It was Tino who took action. The other tentacles were instantly entangled by several thick iron chains. Just now, a behemoth suddenly appeared on the deck, and it actually began to wrestle head-on with these giant tentacles with astonishing power. This kind of thing that is beyond human power was naturally done by Richard's evil spirit. Snapped. The resentful spirit hated the giant iron axe in its hand, and cut off a giant axe that was fixed by an iron chain on the spot, but was knocked down by another giant axe that suddenly attacked. The vengeful abomination that kept swinging its giant iron axe and chain hammer attracted the attention of at least 4 or 5 giant tentacles alone. This immediately greatly reduced the pressure on the human sailors defending on the deck. The situation that was about to collapse immediately became quite stable after Richard joined. But the current battle was not the key to winning. The giant tentacled squid has dozens of giant tentacles. If you want to cut them off one by one, it currently takes less than half an hour to do it. But in another half an hour, all the passengers on the ship would probably have been killed by the giant squid. Moreover, after killing multiple giant squids, there is a high probability that this giant squid will abandon the ship and escape. These giant tentacles of it have the ability to regenerate. Once they grow out again, they will definitely come back to seek revenge. Not to mention, the heroic sacrifice of the sailors of the lighthouse will become meaningless. Therefore, Richard thought for a while and asked Tino beside him. This can't go on like this. Tino, is there any way to attack the giant squid's body? This made Tino, who was using the fireball technique, stunned. The giant tentacled octopus located at the bottom of the boat was currently difficult to attack directly. Could it be that he wanted to jump into the sea and fight with the giant tentacled octopus? The people on the boat were all humans, and not sea people. Tino obviously had no good solution for this. Sir, several of the crossbow bolts just hit the giant squid's body. As long as someone turns the pulley, it can be dragged out of the sea. But at the moment, the boys can't gather together. Captain Casper saw Tino's frowning expression and immediately took the initiative to speak. This made both Richard and Tino raise their eyebrows. What a great idea. As expected of a captain, he has rich sailing experience. Very good, Captain Casper. Let the sailors come over to pull the rope. Richard agreed decisively. Leave the giant tentacles on the deck to me. As the huge green inverse pentagram which formation flashed, a 3-meter-tall skeletal monster appeared again. The blood and bone puppet, covered with sharp bone blades, stepped forward with its legs after receiving Richard's instructions. Like a whirlwind, it went directly towards the giant tentacles raging on the deck. These smooth and extremely tough giant tentacles are difficult to break through with ordinary swords. But for a blood-bone puppet with top-level strength, a sharp bone blade can cut down the giant tentacles in an instant. There is almost only a layer of skin hanging on the touch. The entire giant tentacle was almost cut in half. Moreover, compared to the slow-moving wraith abomination, the blood-bone puppet moves much faster. So, in just a dozen seconds, it cut off 4 or 5 giant tentacles in succession. This immediately greatly stimulated the giant tentacle octopus. The giant tentacles that were still raging in the cabin were all mobilized by it, and began to besiege the blood and bone puppet. But unfortunately, when faced with the extremely fast-moving blood and bone puppet, these giant tentacles often break through and escape from the blood and bone puppet as soon as they build an encirclement circle. Taking advantage of this opportunity, dozens of strong sailors began to pull several ropes like a tug-of-war. Pull the rope. Captain Casper waved his arms rhythmically. Hey yo! Hey yo! The sailors worked together and started to drag the giant thing in the sea up through the rope step by step. The combined force of human beings and the labor-saving effect of the pulley block began to manifest at this moment. The giant squid under the water also felt the direct damage to its body from the crossbow arrow, with barbs that penetrated deep into its body. The extreme pain forced the giant squid to release its suction cup that was firmly attached to the bottom of the boat. Immediately, the giant squid's body was dragged by the rope and began to slowly emerge from the water. This immediately made Tino very happy and said, Sir Richard, the middle position of the giant squid's eyes is its fatal weakness. As long as it is penetrated, it can be killed directly. I hope you can take action in time. Of course, Richard nodded. Boys, work harder and drag the sea monster up for me. Captain Casp continued to shout. Victory is at hand. However, the giant squid seemed to be aware of something bad at this moment. There was a hint of fear in its huge eyes, and it began to dive underwater with all its strength. This made the sailors on the ship almost unable to grasp the ropes in their hands. How can something like tug-of-war be done without the hatred of the resentful spirit? Richard immediately gave the order to the hatred of the resentful spirit. Immediately, the resentful spirit narrowed its hateful little eyes, quickly came to the side of the ship, and threw all 3 thick iron chains on its body at the giant squid. Crash! Crash! The iron hook, flashing with a cold light, pierced deeply into the body of the giant squid. Suddenly, the giant squid let out a miserable scream. A thick black ink sprayed directly from the tail of the giant squid, pouring on the slightly proud face and body of the wraith abomination. This scene immediately made Stefana smile. Good opportunity, Richard said secretly. He just caught the moment when the giant squid was pulled out of the water. Psychic shock. Death ray. After a transparent energy wave hit the giant squid, a black beam of light followed directly through the center of the giant squid's eyebrows. In an instant, the giant squid's entire body froze and stopped moving on the spot. The 2 huge eyes suddenly dimmed. Oh! I won! We won! We defeated the sea monster! On the deck, the sailors of the lighthouse suddenly cheered. Chapter 259 Giant Touch Whip. Gained 89503 energy points. As the system prompt came, Richard confirmed that the giant tentacle octopus was dead. Hey! Extraordinary creatures in the ocean can actually provide me with energy points. It's interesting. Richard was quite surprised. At this moment, the sailors on the deck were shouting enthusiastically. Those young and happy faces immediately dispersed the panic, fear and sorrow on the huge ship. Although many sailors were killed and injured in this unexpected battle with the sea monster, and a considerable number of passengers also lost their loved ones. This is the normal state of life in this dangerous world. For ordinary people, facing such a huge sea monster is like facing a god or demon. 99% of them cannot survive. But today, with the intervention of extraordinary powers such as Richard and Tino, we won a glorious victory. Master Richard, if it weren't for your extraordinary strength, I wouldn't be able to protect the safety of the lighthouse on my own. Tino bowed deeply to Richard very humbly. Rode, with the same smile on his face. Captain Casper took off the hat on his head and made a gentleman's salute to Richard. Tino and Stefania, thank you to the 3 adults for saving the lighthouse in the crisis. The lives of 123 crew members and nearly 300 passengers were lost. Richard waved his hand and said with a smile, This is what I should do. I am also a member of the ship. By the way, what are you going to do with this giant tentacled octopus? Lord Richard, according to the rules, as the biggest contributor in this battle, you should get the distribution. Tino said respectfully. Sir Tino, I will leave it to you to handle the body of the sea monster. I think your rich experience should make full use of it. By the way, remember to allocate 20% of my share to everyone on the ship. Sir Richard, your generosity will make people cheer for you, Tino said with a smile. Captain Casp, please arrange some people immediately. At this time, the 2 huge ships behind the lighthouse also sent flag signals. And soon, 2 small boats were lowered from the 2 huge ships behind. There were many doctors and pharmacists in white clothes on the small boat. They were rushing to the lighthouse to participate in medical rescue. The evil Whipnagas were still standing far away, seemingly surprised that humans could survive. On deck, according to Captain Casp's arrangement, the sailors began to clean up the deck and check the damage of the ship. At present, there is no serious damage to the hull of the lighthouse. But in the naval battle just now, a total of 21 sailors died and 13 were seriously injured, while 43 passengers died and 15 were seriously injured. The heavy casualties were the biggest problem of this battle. Facing the huge and tough tentacles of the giant tentacled squid, ordinary people can be said to be dead if they touch it, and they will be seriously injured if they are rubbed. And if they are caught, it will be a really miserable death. However, although the battle was fierce, the rewards were also extremely rich. For this huge and extraordinary marine creature, its entire body is a treasure. At this moment, under Tino's authorization, a large number of sailors were helping to cut the giant tentacles, led by Captain Casper, the first mate, and several other lighthouse executives with night-level strength. After the thick, greasy, gray skin was cut open, the flesh exposed inside turned out to be snow white. After peeling it off, It still exuded a refreshing fragrance. Sir, after eating this kind of meat slices, it has a very strong beneficial effect on ordinary people. It can eliminate common diseases and enhance physical fitness. Even for a knight-level strong body, this is also a very good nourishing item, which can speed up the breakthrough time, precipitate more potential. Of course, for us wizards, the effect is not that obvious, but it also has a small tonic effect on the body. Tino looked at this scene and explained to Richard and Stepanna with a smile. Soon, Captain Cass brought a large plate of snow-white giant squid meat that had been cut into small slices, with several small dip plates and silver forks on the side. My lords, this is the freshly processed giant squid meat. This is honey sauce, blueberry sauce and mustard sauce. Please taste it as you like. Richard picked up a piece of sea monster meat with a fork and put it directly into his mouth without any sauce. After chewing for a while, his eyes lit up in a second. The smooth and tender meat was effortless to chew, and the entire mouth was filled with a delicious taste. It was dozens of times more delicious than the salmon and tuna he had eaten in his previous life. It's really delicious. Stepanna was also quite surprised by the texture of the meat. After Richard swallowed it, he could feel warmth in his stomach, and a subtle flow of heat spread to his limbs. Sure enough, what Tino said was right. This sea monster meat is not only delicious, but also has a subtle improvement effect on formal wizards. Captain Casp, there is a giant tentacle here that even the first mate cannot cut. Please take a look. At this time, a young sailor ran over and said panting, Hey! Is there such a thing? I'll go take a look. Sirs, please use it slowly, Cass said respectfully to Richard and the others. Richard smiled and nodded. Captain Casper, go and do your business, Tino said. After a while, Captain Casper actually came back with a troubled expression, and took the initiative to say, Master Tino, I might need you to take a look at it together. There is a giant tentacle that I can't cut. It seems that this tentacle is different from other tentacles. The tentacles are completely different. And what can I say? There seems to be a faint sheen like jade on the surface. Hey! Is it as faint as jade? Tino's eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing Tino's expression, Richard and Stephanie looked at each other, both of them showing great interest. So, Richard said, Sir Tino, why don't we go and take a look together? Of course. Sir Richard, please. The three of them followed Captain Casp to a gathering of sailors. I saw a giant tentacle that was not much different in appearance from other giant tentacles. It was lying on the ground at the moment, and the first mate was using all his strength to slash it with the knight's sword in his hand. Bang bang. The sound was as dull as chopping thick cowhide soaked in water. It stands to reason that with the strength of the first mate of a formal knight, the knight's sword in his hand is not ordinary at first glance. It is at least a weapon above the sophisticated level. It should be easy to cut through the tough skin of the giant touch. What's more, after the death of the giant contact, its defense strength plummeted. Many ordinary sailors can cut open the skin of the contact with the combined efforts of several people. Richard was slightly stunned. The wizard's sensitivity allowed him to feel that the giant tentacles in front of him were emitting some strange energy fluctuations. The external manifestation of this energy fluctuation, just as Captain Casper said, seems to be emitting some kind of weak fluorescence. This fluorescence is very subtle and difficult for ordinary people to detect. Only formal knights, who also have extraordinary power levels, can barely detect it. But this fluorescence is too obvious for official wizards. TSK, Lord Richard, I think I know what this is, Tino said to Richard with a smile on his face. Oh, Mr. Tino is familiar with the extraordinary creatures of the ocean. Can you introduce them to us? Stepanna on the side asked with a smile. Of course, it's no problem, beautiful lady. But Tino raised his chin to indicate to Casper. Captain Cast slapped his head and immediately called the sailors around him to do other things. And he himself followed the three Richards with a shy face, obviously wanting to listen. In response, Richard smiled and remained non-committal. Tino seemed to have thought of Captain Casper's extraordinary bravery in the battle just now, and his tacit cooperation with him. Seeing that Richard had no objection, he naturally would not be the bad guy and drive Casper away. Master Richard, Miss Stepanna, this should be the so-called extraordinary organization. Only after the death of an extraordinary creature will there be a certain probability of something being generated in the body of the extraordinary creature. After death of a giant ocean extraordinary creature like the giant squid, there is a certain probability that some extraordinary tissue will be generated in the body. It may be a certain body organ or a certain body part. Of course, it may also be condensed into a certain kind of extraordinary tissue. an energy core. But no matter which one, these things are very useful to the intelligent races living in the ocean. Generally speaking, the sea tribes use them to make witchcraft. After hearing this, Richard basically understood. This is equivalent to the raw material of a magical weapon, or the raw material of some rare potion. The giant touch squid has a certain probability of generating an extraordinary organization like the giant touch whip. Well, if I remember correctly, that's what it's called. Tino paused and thought for a moment before saying, "Your Excellency Tino, your knowledge is astounding." Captain Casper couldn't help but admire. He had just been listening intoxicated. For this kind of high-end extraordinary information, he had never had the opportunity to touch it before. On the sea several nautical miles away from the lighthouse, 3 evil whip Nagas, whose appearance was almost the same as the sliding blade Nagas, were riding on sea snakes. They were shocked to see that the giant squid had been wiped out by human merchant ships, and the 3 of them looked at each other for a while. There's something weird about this merchant ship. The extraordinary strength of a normal ship escort is absolutely incapable of killing a giant squid alone. A Naga holding a thick whip said with a solemn expression. The other 2 people nodded and agreed. That's right. Originally, the 3 of them wanted to watch a joke. At the same time, if everything went as expected, they could also get some goods from human merchant ships and make a small fortune. Although the Evil Whip clan has an agreement with humans and cannot take the initiative to attack merchant ships traveling to and from humans, this time they did not directly attack. They just drove out a wandering giant squid that invaded their territory. If humans come to negotiate, they have already thought about how to respond. The giant squid attacked a nearby human merchant ship. Obviously, they didn't want this to happen, but the merchant ship was unlucky. In addition, they have another idea, which is to use the combat power of human merchant ships to injure the giant squid. The injured giant squid will definitely attack the merchant ship with all its strength after being enraged. And the desperate blow before the merchant ship sinks will definitely make the giant squid feel uncomfortable, in case the giant squid is seriously injured. Taking this opportunity, the 3 of them may be able to successfully take down the giant squid. Nathaniel, since humans have already killed the giant tentacle squid, do you think we should go forward and take a look? If the giant tentacle whip made of extraordinary muscle tissue really does appear, it can be made into a weapon of rare item level, said another male Naga holding a harpoon. Nathaniel should be the male whip Naga in the center, the one holding the giant whip. I think we can try to negotiate. After all, for human beings, even if they obtain the giant touch whip, it doesn't mean much to them. They may not even know how to tell the difference. Nathaniel, do you think humans will treat the giant touch whip as trash and throw it directly off the ship? A beautiful female whip Naga holding a SH.L said with a smile. The evil whip Naga named Nathaniel pondered for a moment, and then said, "It's hard to say. But just now we deliberately allowed the giant squid to attack them. It may not be appropriate to negotiate now. Leave it to me. Just say that we are not strong enough, and thank the strong humans for their help." The beautiful female Naga said confidently. Suddenly, Richard's expression changed, and he looked up to the side of the deck. I saw the 3 evil whip Nagas controlling the huge sea snakes and swimming towards the lighthouse quickly. This immediately made Tino look solemn and said, "It's the evil whip Naga. These guys just let the sea monster come over on purpose. What are they doing here now? I'm afraid they are coming with bad intentions." Casper shouted, "It's nothing more than fighting. Boys, get ready for battle." Richard quite admired Casper's decisive character, who dared to attack powerful enemies. In a situation where you know that the enemy is very powerful, but fighting might result in death, and failure to resist will inevitably lead to death, it is wise to choose to fight. While the sailors on the ship were waiting, the evil whip Naga stopped on the sea several hundred meters away from the lighthouse. They seemed to let a small dolphin swim over quickly with a colorful conch in its mouth. Soon, the dolphin swam to the side of the lighthouse. The dolphin had a very keen sense and immediately realized that among all the people on the boat, Richard had the strongest aura. It immediately swung the conch towards Richard. Stephanie on the side quickly took the colorful conch in midair and looked it up and down. "Master, this seems to be a witchcraft?" Stefana looked at it for a long time without understanding its use, and asked doubtfully, "Hid language, cough. The strongest among humans." A charming female voice sounded. Suddenly, conch spoke, which suddenly shocked Stefana. It turns out that the colorful conch is a communication device. Strong among humans. I wonder if the sea monster just caused trouble to you. This sea monster is called the giant squid. It was also because of our lack of strength that we could not defeat the opponent in the initial battle. We only can drive it away. The charming female voice continued. Richard was speechless for a while. And Stephina rolled her eyes. The guy who tells lies with open eyes. Chapter 260 20,000 nautical miles. However, Richard also wanted to see what kind of medicine the evil whip Naga was selling in the gourd. Judging from the other party's current attitude, it doesn't seem like they are here to fight them. Richard thought for a while, and said through the colorful conch, "Everyone from the evil whip clan. What is your purpose of coming here this time?" There was silence on the other side. It turns out that the 3 wizards who whipped Naga just now have sensed it. And there are actually 3 rare human wizards stationed on the lighthouse instead of 1. One of them in particular has unfathomable strength. No wonder the ship in front of us can kill sea monsters, like the giant squid. This immediately made them change their attitude. Originally, they were planning to threaten the human wizard with words. But now it seems that they should give up. It was still the charming voice of the female Naga, which came from the conch. "Dear human beings, we came here this time to buy the body of the sea monster just now. For you humans, the body of the sea monster is of no use." When Richard heard that the evil whip Naga was here to steal the sea monster's corpse, he refused without even waiting for the other party to make an offer. "Sorry, we don't sell it. This is my first time eating sea monster meat. It tastes quite good," Richard said calmly. Although Richard was telling the truth, and he had no intention of selling. This was not the case when the words fell into the ears of the 3 evil whip Naga trio. "Nathaniel, I just used my secret technique, and sensed the breath of fresh extraordinary organizations on the human ship. I didn't expect that this time I actually used the giant touch whip." The male evil whip Naga holding a harpoon was very excited. Said with certainty, "Damn humans. Their purpose of not selling is definitely to take the opportunity to blackmail us." Obviously, they misunderstood what Richard meant, and thought he wanted to take the opportunity to blackmail them. Nathaniel, the leader of the 3, thought for a while, and said, "Now the initiative is in the hands of humans. I think we should offer a sincere price. If they don't agree, there is nothing we can do." The other 2 thought for a while, nodded, and agreed to Nathaniel's suggestion. The current situation is stronger than humans, and it is impossible for them to force the human wizards on the opposite ship to sell the giant touch whip to them. Human powerhouses. What we actually want to buy is the giant touch whip. The extraordinary tissue generated in the giant touch squid. We are buying it with great sincerity this time. For this reason, we are willing to bid 10 high-level magic stones to purchase the giant touch whip. At this time, a deep male Naga voice came from the conch in Richard's hand. This price is considered high in any sea area. 10 high-level magic stones? This suddenly made Richard swallow the words of rejection that he was about to blurt out. The bid was unexpectedly high. Tino on the side was also excited, and his face was slightly red. Although he knew that the extraordinary organization of the giant touch whip would be more popular among the sea tribe, he did not expect to sell it for such a high price. It took Tino a while to realize that the ownership of the giant whip was mostly in Richard's hands. Tino turned to look at Richard, winked at him, and whispered, "Sir, this price is indeed very sincere. If you don't have other arrangements, you might as well sell it to them directly. By the way, we can also ask them to escort us out of the deep sea area. If we have the evil whip Naga escorting us along the way, our trip will be much safer." As soon as Richard saw Tino's expression, he knew that he was moved. From this point of view, evil whip Naga's bid was still very sincere. In addition, Tino's final proposal was also very reasonable. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through his mind. After thinking for a moment, Richard said to the colorful conch, "Although this price is a bit low, I have 2 small requirements. If you can agree to it, the deal will be completed." "Dear human being, what are your requirements? You might as well tell me." "First, you have to escort us out of the deep sea area." "That's no problem. What about another request?" The evil whip Naga named Nathaniel looked at the 2 people on the left and right, and saw that both companions nodded. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although this request from humans was a bit of a waste of time, it was easy for them to do. Arrive. It's nothing more than driving away some sea monsters passing by. The second small request is that I hope you can give me a copy of the sea map of your evil whip clan," Richard said slowly. Richard's words silenced the other party for a while. For the sea people, sea charts are like maps on the human continent. Would a human wizard provide a map to a sea wizard? Doesn't this mean betrayal of the entire human race? Human powerhouse, please change the conditions. This will never work. Richard smiled slightly. He had expected this answer. Just listen to Richard continue to say to the colorful conch. "Then I would like to ask the specific location of an island This is the head office. This. The other party hesitated for a moment, and then said, Human Powerhouse. Please tell me the name of the island first. I can't guarantee that you will know it. Basilius Island in the Summer Sea. When Richard said this, his eyes sparkled. This was the result of the flash of inspiration in Richard's mind just now. He suddenly thought that for humans, there were too many restricted areas for humans in the boundless sea. But for the sea people, there are much fewer restrictions. If the three evil whipped Nagas in front of him really know Basilius Island, Richard will make a lot of money. As soon as Richard finished speaking, the three evil whipped Naga groups on the sea started to discuss. The leading Naga named Nathaniel asked with a puzzled look on his face, Have you two heard of this island? Not really. The Naga holding the harpoon shook his head after thinking hard. Well, I seem to have heard of this island, but it is very far away from here. I remember it was located in the territory of the Siren. Nathaniel's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, Then can you still draw a simple sea chart? That side of the Thorns Pine Siren is really far away. It's close to the edge of the Summer Sea. The beautiful female Naga thought for a while and nodded. If it's just a simple sea chart, it won't be a big problem. That's it. Nathaniel couldn't help but be overjoyed. Human Powerhouse. We can provide you with a brief chart of Basilius Island from here to the Summer Sea. I wonder if you can accept it. Because Basilius Island is too far away from here. Some of the dangers we can't remember clearly. Richard couldn't help but be overjoyed. He didn't expect that the evil whipped Naga actually knew the specific location of Basilius Island in the Summer Sea. He just wanted to give it a try. What an unexpected surprise. Although according to them, it is just a simple chart. It is enough. At least I can know the general direction. It seems that after helping Meluo solve the family's troubles, he can go directly to Basilius Island. Soon, Richard reached a deal with the evil whipped Naga. Richard didn't care about the 10 high-level magic stones. He only accepted 5. And gave the rest to Tino to distribute. Richard had promised before that he would give 20% of the loot to everyone on the ship. Richard took the newly acquired navigation chart and read it carefully. Master, is this Basilius Island? It's really far away. Stepina on the side couldn't help but click her tongue after looking at the map clearly. Yes. Very far away. Richard nodded in agreement. This sea map is very simple. The evil whipped Naga did not draw any key information such as the various sea races involved along the way, but only roughly drew the locations. But this was enough for Richard to make a preliminary estimate of the distance. If you start from the port of Loras Peninsula, it is almost 20,000 nautical miles. The sea voyage is estimated to take more than 2 months. What a long distance. From this point of view, it is very important to find a reliable ocean-going ship with an experienced captain and a series of crew members. After all, even he might fall into the mouth of a sea monster if he stays in the deep sea area for a long time without land on all sides. The ocean is not humanity's home ground. During the remaining 5 days of the voyage, with the fleet escorted by the evil whipped Naga, the human fleet headed by the lighthouse had a safe and smooth journey. Soon, the fleet left the deep sea area and arrived at the shallow sea area near the Lolas Peninsula. Sir Richard, we are now more than halfway through the journey. Next we will enter the shallow sea area, which is the territory of the giant lobster people. Tino saw Richard looking into the distance at the bow of the ship, so he came over and introduced. Richard nodded. So, we have passed the most dangerous part of the voyage safely? Yes, sir. The giant claw lobster has an agreement with us humans, and will not take the initiative to attack us. How long will it take until we arrive at the port on the Loras Peninsula? Well, we are currently bypassing the Siren Kraken's territory. Normally, we should arrive at the Abidjan port on the Loras Peninsula in 5 days. As soon as Tino finished speaking, Richard pointed to the side and said, There seem to be 3 ships flying the skull and crossbones flag there, and they are heading towards us quickly. Although I'm not sure that the other party is definitely hostile. I think with the skull as a symbol, apart from us undead wizards, there should be only pirates on the ocean. Right? Richard said with a smile. This immediately made Tino's face turn as red as pig liver. He had just told Lord Richard that he had passed the most dangerous area. But unexpectedly, pirates showed up here. I don't know which group of blind pirates these are, but I must wipe them all out. Tino looked at what Richard pointed out and frowned slightly. It's the flag of the Black Sail Pirates. Logically speaking, this area should not be the area they frequent. If I remember correctly, they mainly attack small merchant ships near the port of Abidjan. I don't know what happened, but they actually appeared here this time and dared to attack a large sea ship like ours. Tino was a little confused for a moment. At this time, The observers on the mast obviously discovered the enemy's situation, and couldn't help but start to sound the alarm. After a while, Richard heard Captain Casp's loud voice. "Passengers, please return to your cabin immediately. Pirates are attacking. All sailors, get to your stations. Prepare the ballistae." After a series of orders were laid out, Captain Casper came to Richard and Tino with a curse and said, "Sir, it's the Black Sail Pirates. These blind people actually came to cause trouble for the lighthouse. We must teach them a lesson this time." Obviously, Captain Casper is very confident in the current combat effectiveness of the lighthouse, especially after defeating the sea monster giant touch squid. He is even more confident and almost proud. No wonder. Who can have 3 official wizards on board to protect him? Now for these Black Sail Pirates, who came to seek death. Captain Casper wished in his heart that there would be more of them. Under the attack of the 3 wizards, the Black Sail Pirates would probably die as many as they came. The sailors had already put on armor and helmets at this time, and were holding weapons such as shields, short spears or scimitars. Unlike fighting against sea monsters, fighting against pirates is mainly based on side-to-side combat. That is, hand-to-hand combat. In previous battles with sea monsters, sailors never dared to wear too heavy armor, because in the face of the sea monster's extremely powerful attack, there is almost no difference between wearing it and not wearing it. A single blow is likely to kill them. On the contrary, the heavy armor makes it difficult for the sailors to move and cannot flexibly avoid the sea monster's attacks. At this time, on the pirate ship Leviathan, a one-eyed man wearing an old pirate hat and a thick black beard on his face was respectfully saying to a mysterious man in black robes in front of him, "Well, sir, we really want to attack the ocean ship. You know, they all have shipguarding wizards on board. 3 ships means there are 3 shipguarding wizards. Don't worry. You are responsible for the attack, One Eye, and I will deal with the 3 shipguarding wizards, who are just the first-level guys." The man in black robes spoke common language with a very strange accent. It sounded uncomfortable, as if the lingua franca was not his native language. "Okay. Then follow the orders of Lord Blackrobe. I'll make preparations for the boarding battle now. Go!" Although the pirate captain named One-Eyed has a ferocious appearance and strong momentum, he has a natural fear when facing the mysterious man in black robe. After wiping the beads of sweat on his forehead, he immediately exited the room, as if he didn't want to stay any longer. After the one-eyed captain left, the mysterious man in black robe took off his hood, revealing a shiny bald head. Okot Norris is really interesting. He actually paid such a high price to ask me to capture his niece alive. My name is Mellow Norris. A little guy who is just a 3rd-level wizard apprentice actually wants me to take action personally, and he specifically told me to do it halfway. On the deck of the pirate ship Leviathan, a bearded man whispered to Captain One-Eye, "Captain, why should we listen to this man in black robe? Can't we just kill him? If you directly attack an ocean-going ship with strong defenses, even if you can win, your brothers will suffer heavy casualties." Obviously, the bearded man is not willing to chew on such hard bones as ocean-going ships. This time, they came to the sea area from the offshore inexplicably. It was said that they were helping a mysterious man perform a mission. He and his brothers did not understand this very much. Chapter 261 The New Pirate King. After all, his brothers were all living on the edge of a knife at sea. They might not be able to survive tomorrow if they had money today. If they had money, they would basically spend it on women or in bars as soon as they got off the boat. There is no reason to work for others in vain. Therefore, this is also the reason why he came to question his captain. He could no longer suppress the anger of his brothers. "Shoo! Let's go to the bow." The one-eyed captain pulled his first mate to the bow. Under the cover of the clattering sound of the waves, the one-eyed captain dared to speak softly to the first mate. "Now that we are about to launch the attack, I will not hide it from you. I didn't tell you before because it was that person's request. He was probably afraid that the news would leak out." "Boss, who is that?" The first mate saw his captain's mysterious and slightly fearful expression and became even more curious. So he asked again. The one-eyed captain glanced in the direction of the captain's cabin and whispered, "That's the giant clamp demon." "What? Is he the giant clamp demon? The new pirate king, the giant clamp demon?" The first mate said in shock. "Shh! Keep your voice down." Hiss. No wonder his own captain entertained the other party so carefully. The shadow of a famous tree. As a new pirate king, he needs to fight his way out from dozens of pirate gangs in this sea area and be recognized by more than half of the pirate gangs. Which pirate king didn't achieve great fame by lying on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? In particular, the legendary experience of the fastest rising pirate king, the giant pincer, is quite legendary. A few years ago, his original name was Vannies Griffith, and he was just the leader of an ordinary pirate team with only one ship. But one day, it is said that he was suddenly favored by the goddess of the sea, and his hands turned into indestructible giants. Pliers, immense strength, and the ability to breathe underwater. Immediately afterwards, he killed several pirate leaders at the Grand Knight level and navy captains from the Business Alliance. I heard that now all the merchant associations engaged in shipping in and around the Loras Peninsula must pay him a large amount of gold coins every year to ensure the smooth flow of sea routes. Similarly, if he wants to destroy the job of any pirate's team, it will only take a matter of minutes. As long as an order to kill the Pirate King is issued, dozens of large and small pirate groups and countless pirates will come to hunt down their one-eyed pirate gang. No wonder his captain didn't dare to offend the other party at all. But another doubt formed in the first mate's mind. And he said, then if it's that gentleman, why didn't he use his own ship instead of taking our ship? The one-eyed captain also showed a thoughtful expression and said, I have also thought about this problem. I guess it is to hide the traces, or to do something secretive. But I don't want others to know that he did it. Okay, first mate, let's not talk about this anymore. Now I have solved the doubts in your mind. Now, it is up to you to lead the brothers and get ready for the boarding battle. The one-eyed captain patted his own hands. The general's shoulder said. The muscular first mate banged his thick chest and said, Don't worry, boss. I'll go now. On board the lighthouse, 3 pirate ships are gradually approaching, and the battle is about to break out. However, although the sailors of the lighthouse were nervous, their morale was high. They did not look like they were being robbed at all. Instead, it seemed as if the lighthouse was the pirate gang that was sharpening its knives to rob other ships. Hey! Hey! A group of sailors pushed out several giant ballistae again, parked them on the side of the deck, and began to aim at the pirate ship not far away. Although it is a boarding battle, there must be a battle between ballistae and bows at the beginning. At the bow, Captain Casp was respectfully accompanying a few people in observing the movements of the pirate ship opposite. The 3 people accompanying him were Richard, Tino and Stephanie. Master Richard, don't take action yet. Leave these pirates to me, Tino said angrily. In the previous battle with the sea monster, Richard basically contributed more than 80% of the combat power. Therefore, for the wizard on board, Tino was holding his breath. At this moment, he was getting paid for nothing, but he didn't feel like he was doing anything. Of course, he also knew that in the battle with the giant squid, it was not that he did not try his best, but that he was not strong enough. But facing a group of pirates led by at most a great knight, it would be too embarrassing if he asked Richard to help solve the problem. Hearing what Tino said, Richard and Stephanie couldn't help but look at each other and smile, and said, Okay, Sir Tino, then we will help you hold the battle. Thank you. But don't worry, Lord Richard. We can still capture the pirates easily, Tino said confidently. A few minutes later, swish swish, after a fierce bombardment of crossbows and arrows, many of the brutal Black Sail pirates and the young sailors on the lighthouse were killed or wounded. Board! Jump gang! The first mate of Black Sail brandished his scimitar and shouted angrily. Ever since he knew that he had the Pirate King Giant Clamp Demon on his side, his confidence had doubled. Although the resistance on the opposite ship was very fierce, he believed that as long as the Pirate King took action, his side would be able to win the final victory. Therefore, if the heavy losses incurred in the early stage can be exchanged for facing 3 fully loaded ocean-going merchant ships, the losses will be completely bearable. Brothers, charge me. The first mate of Black Sail waved the mace in his hand, commanding the Black Sail pirates to continuously throw ropes, hooks and other tools, and soon joined the ship side by side with the lighthouse. Boom! A fierce pirate who had just boarded the lighthouse was directly ignited into a burning fireman by a fireball the size of a wash basin, and fell into the sea with a scream. It was Tino who took action. Ha ha ha! Black Sail pirates? If you want to seek death, just go ahead. Captain Casp couldn't help laughing loudly. Tino's attack just now immediately dampened the morale of many pirates. Many pirates were still very afraid of the unknown and mysterious wizard, and they were a little afraid for a while. At this time, the one-eyed captain personally waved his scimitar and shouted, Brothers, charge! Victory belongs to Black Sail. Chief Officer Heffen responded positively and rushed forward at the lead. The high-ranking pirates fought bravely to take the lead. and the ordinary pirates suddenly felt like they were on fire. They all started waving their weapons, followed their leaders, and started boarding the ship again. Although the lighthouse was a giant ocean-going ship with a much higher hull height than that of a pirate ship, it could not withstand the opponent's fearless charge. And soon the two sides engaged in close combat. Boom! Boom! Tino's continuous fireballs did not extinguish the pirates' courage to attack. This made Richard, who was watching the battle in the captain's room, look puzzled. Are all the pirates on the Vitrol continent so brave? Seeing the Black Sail pirates at a disadvantage, the pirate king Giant Pincer couldn't sit still and curse secretly. Black Sail pirates? Such useless things. But it's really time for me to take action. The one who cast the fireball must be the wizard who is on the ship. As long as we kill him. Hee. The giant clamp demon touched his bald head, while his eyes were fixed on the bow of the lighthouse, where the figure was constantly casting fireballs like a mobile fort. Boom! Suddenly, a man in a black robe jumped onto the deck of the lighthouse, making a dull sound. I saw him moving towards the bow of the ship without stopping, and his hands hidden under the black robe have now turned into a pair of huge pliers. As long as the sailor blocks him, he will directly hit the sailor, and the fragile human body will immediately fall into pieces, which shows his great strength. Even the bosun, who had reached the level of a formal knight, was directly clamped into two pieces under his clamp, and his internal organs and dirty blood flowed all over the floor. This situation immediately attracted the attention of Tino at the bow. Boom! A blazing fireball the size of a washbasin struck the mysterious giant claw man like lightning. I saw the mysterious giant claw man suddenly swinging a giant claw and smashing it into the incoming fireball. Snapped! The powerful fireball was unexpectedly broken from the middle, and seeing the mysterious giant claw man looking relaxed, Tino was immediately shocked. The opponent only had a black spot on the giant pincers, and there was nothing strange about his body. The alarm bells in Tino's heart were ringing, and he was ready to use his trump card. Immediately he began to recite the incantation. Fire Dragon Breath. A fire dragon head several meters high, condensed from the fire element, suddenly appeared in front of Tino. The dragon's head is lifelike, like a real dragon, and even the scales can be seen clearly. The part of the dragon's torso below the dragon's head is not shown. But that's enough. This is the most famous fire witchcraft of the Ring of Fire. Fire Dragon Breath, which imitates the scene of fire dragons breathing out flames in ancient times. It is extremely powerful. Roar! After a loud roar from the fire dragon's mouth, large fan-shaped flames were sprayed out covering a range of tens of meters. In response, a blue light flashed across the body of the giant pincer man, and a pair of giant pincers formed a cross-like shape on the chest. But he thrust himself towards the area covered by the fire dragon breath. Boom! Tino looked at it and secretly rejoiced. No matter who you are, you dare to be so arrogant and take my fire dragon breath. You will be disabled even if you don't die. For this move, Tino was under great pressure to perform it. After using it, his face looked slightly pale. He immediately picked up a small bottle of mental recovery potion and drank it in large gulps. According to Tino's judgment, the opponent should be seriously injured. But judging from the defense just now, he will definitely not die. Therefore, Tino replenished a bottle of mental recovery potion and prepared for the final battle. But when the flames dissipated, Tino's eyes almost fell out. The giant claw man stood firmly on the deck with his arms crossed, surrounded by smoke and steam. His black robe had long been burned to ashes by the raging flames, but his body was intact at this moment. The surface of the body also exhibits a light blue fluorescence. Tino could feel that this was an application of water energy particles. Who are you? Tino asked solemnly. Are you done with the attack? As for the dead, I don't think you need to know this issue. Jia. The giant claw man looked at Tino as if he were a dead person, and Tino immediately felt hairy all over his body. Are you the giant clamp? The new pirate king the clamp? Captain Casper, who was guarding Tino, pointed at the mysterious clamp with his index finger tremblingly. He said in shock. As soon as Casp finished speaking, the faces of the sailors of the lighthouse suddenly changed, and their morale suddenly dropped. Tino was even more horrified, and said, So you are the new pirate king Giant Claw? Giant Claw? Richard, who took everything in his eyes, chewed on the name in his mind, frowned, and looked at each other with Stefana. They both saw a trace of confusion in each other's eyes, indicating that they had never heard of this person. Master, this giant claw demon seems to be very powerful. It's really good. This guy's body seems to have some kind of mutation. He has strong physical strength, and can mobilize water energy particles to achieve the effect of innate witchcraft. He is like a great knight, who can use witchcraft. If converted, his strength is no less than that of a high-level wizard, based on the combat effectiveness the opponent had just shown. Richard roughly estimated the strength of the nicknamed Giant Clamp Demon. Master, if you don't take action, Lord Tino may take the initiative to call you. Stefana couldn't help but smile after looking at Tino's frequent glances here. It's time to show up. But it's not me. It's the blood and bone puppet. Richard waved his hand. Boom! A tall white shadow was seen, intercepting the giant claw demon rushing toward Tino at high speed. Clang! After a burst of sparks, the giant clamp demon was defeated for the first time. At this time, the newly promoted Pirate King also looked at the white skeleton monster that suddenly appeared with a confused look on his face. He was stunned for a long time before he reacted and said, Insidious humans, there are necromancers on your ship? The shadow of the famous Tree of Man. Whether it is the continent of Bias or the continent of Vitriol, the undead wizards are not easy to mess with. They have strong combat power, and their methods are secretive. As soon as Richard saw that the other party had noticed him, he knew that he could no longer hide it. So he and Stefana slowly walked out of the captain's cabin. 3 wizards? No wonder. The Pirate King looked at Tino, then at Richard and Stefana, and couldn't help but look ugly. In his heart, he cursed Okote Norris for what kind of bullshit information he gave him, which made him think that he had it at his fingertips at first. Live. Horse riding. What a huge difference between 1 wizard and 3 wizards on board. And one of them seems to be completely inferior in strength to himself. The Pirate King no longer had the idea of fighting head-on. But the task still had to be completed, and the other party was not willing to fight with him head-on. So, the Pirate King thought for a moment and said, This strange and powerful necromancer is very sorry for the offense just now. However, I was also entrusted to take away an insignificant person. As long as you are willing to hand over a wizard apprentice named Mello Norris, I am willing to compensate for all losses and retreat immediately. Originally, there was a faint smile on Richard's face, but when the other party said Meluo's name, the smile immediately disappeared. Richard stared at the giant claw demon and asked, How do you know that Mello Norris is on this ship? The Pirate King was suddenly startled. What is going on? He also felt that Richard's attitude changed instantly, and he didn't know why for a while. Chapter 262 News about the Norris family. This has nothing to do with you. Although the Pirate King found that Richard's attitude seemed a bit wrong, he was not willing to give in public. So he flatly refused to answer Richard's question. Oh, if you don't want to, then you can die. Richard just finished speaking. The bloodbone puppet immediately rushed forward, moving as fast as a galloping horse. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Pirate King, swinging the bone blade and slashing at him rapidly. The Pirate King cursed secretly in his heart. You are a dog when you are riding a horse, so you will fall out at any time. Can't some things just be solved by sitting down and talking it out? Grass. That was also because the Pirate King the Giant Pincer had misjudged the importance of Mello Norris in Richard's heart. If he had not mentioned Mello Norris just now, he might still be able to talk about it. But what he just said directly hit Richard's G-spot. It's no wonder that Richard quickly became ruthless against him. Psychic shock. After a transparent wave suddenly appeared in front of Richard. It was like a transparent lightning and immediately struck the Pirate King. So, just as the Pirate King was waving the giant claws in his hands, trying to block the bone blade that was cutting down at high speed by the blood-bone puppet, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain. This pause left him unable to block for a moment, and he was immediately slashed 7 or 8 times by the bone blades all over the body of the blood and bone puppet. At the same time, the whole person was struck into the air by the huge impact. At the same time, there were 7 or 8 wounds all over his body, and blood spattered out all of a sudden. However, Richard's attack is not over yet. Death Ray. At the tip of Richard's right index finger, a large amount of dark element energy particles began to gather together, forming a black sphere the size of a fist. The next second, a black beam of light the size of a thumb suddenly shot out from the ball and went straight to the Pirate King in midair. At this time, the alarm bells in the Pirate King's heart rang loudly, although he tried his best to avoid it. It was too late. A black beam of light pierced the Pirate King's abdomen. Snapped. The Pirate King giant claw fell heavily onto the deck. Immediately, the sailors and pirates on the deck stopped their fierce fighting and stared at this scene in shock. Many pirates even rubbed their eyes with expressions of disbelief on their faces. as if they were roaring in their hearts. This is the Pirate King who spans a vast sea and commands dozens of pirate teams. In the end, you just lay down like this? The one-eyed captain's eyes almost fell off the deck. Originally, in his mind, the tall, mysterious, majestic and unmatched Pirate King the Giant Pincer was actually beaten to death in just a few seconds, usually lying on the ground. He feels that the world is changing too fast. He's having a hard time keeping up. Captain Casp looked at this scene with excitement and thought to himself, Master Richard's strength is really unbelievable. Such a pirate king who roamed the waters near the Loras Peninsula was so quickly defeated. It was knocked down. Although the pirate king was severely injured, he was still able to fight back. At this moment, he was in a state of confusion. He had just been beaten completely by Richard's combination punch of 3 consecutive punches, blood and bone puppet, mental shock and death ray, melee combat, field control and sorcery. Caught off guard. Damn it! Necromancer. Do you think you won? You totally pissed me off. Bang! The Pirate King's body suddenly changed drastically. Originally, he only had a pair of hands transformed into giant claws. But at this moment, his skin was red, like a roasted lobster. The whole person curled up. And soon, something like a crab carapace appeared on his back and abdomen, and his whole body began to exude a strong smell of sea. There are also many kinds of marine life such as barnacles, mussels, seaweed, and kelp on the lower limbs. It gives people the feeling as if his body has been soaked in the sea for many years. Hey, Necromancer. You're dead. Do you know why I don't transform into this form? Because I am so ugly in this state. It will remind me of some bad memories. Richard was quite leisurely watching the Pirate King, transforming like a clown, and said calmly, Is this your strongest form? If not, there is still time. So you should hurry up and transform again. If it's gone, then you could be on your way. Hateful. The Pirate King was completely enraged by Richard's calm expression, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. You know, for him, the enemy's contempt for his strength is the greatest ridicule to him. He deeply remembered how much a painful price he had to pay to reach his current level. After the transformation, the Pirate King's abdominal wound shrank rapidly, and the crab SHL that grew on the surface covered his abdomen, making him seem as if he was completely uninjured. But the Pirate King himself knew clearly that he only suppressed the injury through transformation, but it did not really heal. Therefore, he must seize the time to defeat the undead wizard on the opposite side. If it really doesn't work, it doesn't matter. The Pirate King glanced at the rough sea outside the ship's side. Wherever there is the ocean, it is your home court. If nothing else works, just run away on your own. It should be said that the Pirate King's decision is very clear. Fight first. It would be best if you can win. If you lose, just jump into the sea. We have both advance and retreat plans, so it's a sure thing. Ding 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 ding. As a tall white figure suddenly rushed in front of the Pirate King, the two fought fiercely. After a burst of sparks flew, the blood and bone puppet was knocked back several steps. In other words, it is slightly inferior to the transformed Pirate King in terms of power. This surprised Richard on the side. He didn't expect the Pirate King to be able to repel the blood-bone puppet, whose strength was comparable to the top level. But, as a light green inverse pentagram which formation flashed across the soles of Richard's feet, a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of everyone. In a contest of strength, one must show hatred. With a height of more than 4 meters and a weight of more than 2 tons. He is exactly what the resentful spirits hate. After the resentful spirit abomination appeared, he first showed his yellow teeth, narrowed his eyes, and smiled at Richard and Stefana, and then sniffed his nose, as if he smelled something he liked. Then, it locked its eyes on the strange-looking Pirate King, and in the next second, a few drops of saliva flowed from its wide-open mouth. Hiss! The fishy smell of the sea seemed to remind it of the grilled tentacles I had eaten before. The resentful spirit has already regarded the crab-shaped monster in front of it with a strong smell of sea as a delicacy that is about to be eaten. This made Stefana at the side couldn't help but smile. As the master's strength increases, the intelligence of the master summoned seems to be getting stronger and stronger. The Pirate King, whose expression was as if he was looking at meat on a chopping board when he was hated by the resentful spirit, was in a complicated mood at the moment. Mater, the necromancers are really a bunch of bitches. It's extremely shameless to summon another one if you can't defeat them. Boom boom boom. Without any urging from Richard, Wraith Abomination strode toward the Pirate King with a giant iron axe in one hand and a chain hammer in the other. When he was about to arrive, the chain hammer in his left hand struck hard at the Pirate King. Boom! The Pirate King's pair of pliers is not a vegetarian, and he withstood the hateful blow of the Wraith. But the deck of the lighthouse obviously could not withstand such a violent impact. The Pirate King's feet immediately penetrated the deck. Originally, if the Pirate King had not transformed, at this time, he would have penetrated through the deck and reached the lower deck. But don't forget that after his transformation, he was carrying a huge crab carapace on his upper body. The horizontal width of his upper body was much wider than that of his lower body, so his entire upper body was stuck on the deck. At this time, the Blood and Bone puppets also attacked again. Bone Blade Storm, Cleave, Psychic Shock, Death Ray. Taking this opportunity, Blood and Bone puppet, Wraith Abomination and Richard launched a Trinity attack. In an instant, the crab carapace after the Pirate King's transformation was beaten into crab bone sauce. If he hadn't planned to save the other party's life. At this moment, the newly promoted Pirate King, His Excellency the Giant Claw Demon, would have completely burped. Wow! The resentful spirit used an iron chain to roll up the Pirate King and dragged it into his hands. He suppressed his appetite and brought the dying opponent to Richard. I surrender. It was the Giant Claw Demon who forced us to do this. The one-eyed captain was horrified when he saw this scene. The newly promoted Pirate King the Giant Pincer was beaten to death by this undead wizard. If he didn't surrender, he would probably be dead on the spot in the next second. As the one-eyed captain surrendered, soon the other pirates on the lighthouse also laid down their weapons. Just now, they also saw the battle between Richard and the Pirate King, knowing that if you continue to resist stubbornly, it will be a dead end. Just with the combat power that Richard had just displayed, he could kill all the pirates like them. Pirates are actually a group that worships the strong more than the average person. Surrendering in the face of a strong man is not a shameful act in their eyes. Soon, the pirates were tied up with rice dumplings one by the sailors. Captain Cass planned to save the lives of these pirates first, and then go to the Abidjan port on the Loras Peninsula to collect the bonus. He has seen several familiar faces, all with wanted notices posted on the city hall squares of several seaport cities on the Loras Peninsula. Although the reward for a single wanted notice is far less than that of the one-eyed captain. However, the sum of 3 or 5 is definitely not a small sum. Of course, these are not the point. The focus is on the 3 ships of the pirates. This is valuable stuff. After selling the pirate's ship, the profit would be at least 10 times the reward. At this moment, Captain Casp was sending people to contact the personnel on the other 2 ships to jointly take over the 3 pirate ships. At this time, Richard was in the captain's room with Stepina, and began to interrogate the Pirate King, who was beaten like a dead dog. Tell me about it. If you don't want life to be worse than death, I think you must be a smart person. Have you heard of some of the methods of the necromancer? Richard stared at the Pirate King expressionlessly, and said slowly, I will die if I say it. But if I don't say it, I will die. What's the point of saying it? The Pirate King seemed to have broken the jar, and choked while holding his neck. At least you can die more comfortably. Or I can accept you as my subordinate. Tell me, who asked you to capture Mellow Norris? Can this really be your subordinate? The Pirate King couldn't help but his eyes lit up. If he could survive, of course he would be willing to live. No one wants to die in such a miserable way. He has only been the new Pirate King for a short time, and he hasn't enjoyed enough of the beauty of this world. As long as I can survive. What if I have to be a cow or a horse in a short period of time? It was Okot Norris of the Norris family on the Loras Peninsula who asked me to do this. This guy is about to become the patriarch of the Norris family. He has cooperated with me a long time ago. So this time, he specifically asked me to capture Mellow Norris alive. I thought about it for a while, and I agreed to such a small thing. Oh, by the way, from his tone, it seems that this Mellow Norris is his niece? After thinking about it, the Pirate King added another sentence. It seems that what Richard just told him, that he would consider accepting him as his subordinate if he was honest, gave him a strong desire to survive. After the Pirate King finished speaking, Richard and Stefana looked at each other. It seemed that the internal fighting in the Norris family was very fierce. And now it has reached the point of hiring foreign aid to capture their own people alive. This man is Meluo's biological uncle by blood. Secondly, since the other party has vowed that Okot Norris will soon become the new patriarch of the Norris family, it means that the internal fighting has come to an end. Moreover, It is not difficult to infer that Meiluo's father must be at a disadvantage. Otherwise, he would not be able to protect his daughter's safety. After thinking for a moment, Richard asked, "If you capture Meiluo Norris alive, where is the place where you agreed to trade?" "It's at the headquarters of the Norris family. Norris City. The agreed time is within 1 month," the Pirate King said with certainty. Richard nodded. It seemed that it was still too late. After asking what he wanted to know, Richard suddenly thought of another question. "By the way, do you know Basilius Island in the Summer Sea?" The Pirate King frowned and thought hard for a long time before shaking his head and saying, "Sir, I have never heard of this." Richard nodded. When the Pirate King was about to ask Richard if he could loosen the chains and treat his injuries a little, a silver light flashed around his neck. Then came the head of the Pirate King. Goyulu rolled up on the ground, with an expression of disbelief still on his head. Large streams of blood flowed from the severed neck. "Didn't you say you wanted to take me on as your subordinate?" His super vitality actually made him open and close his mouth and utter these words. "There is no sound. Just the mouth shape." Richard sneered and said, "Yes. But the subordinates of the necromancer are all undead. I didn't lie to you about taking you as my subordinate. Your spirit will soon become a subordinate of mine." At this time, the resentful spirit on the side squinted his eyes and smiled, and patted his extremely fat belly with understanding. Chapter 263 Arriving at Norris City. Soon, the spirit body of the Pirate King Giant Clamp Demon was stuffed into the body of the Wraith Abomination. A vicious spirit with the strength of a first-level high-level wizard allowed the spirit body, one of Wraith Abomination's trump cards, to explode with lethality. Straight up. Now look at the Abomination of Wraith. It is simply a mobile arsenal. It can release spiritual attacks, venom spitting, and various physical attacks. It is a summon that is suitable for group battles and single combat, and has no shortcomings. If other necromancers saw the resentful spirit Richard hated, they would probably drool with envy. It is no exaggeration to say that the fighting power of Wraith Abomination is already stronger than that of ordinary first-level and high-level wizards. Since the Black Sail's pirate attack, the next 4 or 5 days of the voyage were relatively uneventful. In the past few days, Richard and Stephina have enjoyed the highest standard of reception on the lighthouse. Early in the morning of the 5th day, the dawn was just breaking, when Richard came to the bow of the lighthouse again. Under the morning sunlight, wherever he could see, a thin gray line was revealed, which was the coastline of the mainland. "This must be the coastline of the Loras Peninsula, Sir Richard. We still have 2 hours to arrive at the Abidjan port on the Loras Peninsula. By then, if you go from the Abidjan port to Norris City, it will only take you half a day to ride a flying mount." The one speaking respectfully on the side was none other than Tino. Since the last battle with the Pirate King, Tino, a shipguarding wizard from the Ring of Fire, has shown extraordinary respect for Richard. Tino had been trying to overestimate Richard's strength, but he found that he still underestimated Richard's strength. Originally, he thought that even if Richard took action, he would not be able to take down the Pirate King. Or at most, the best result would be for the Pirate King to retreat in spite of the difficulties. But unexpectedly, even after the transformation, the Pirate King, who exerted 120% of his combat power, was almost beaten into a puddle of mud by Richard. So scary. I've never heard of an undead wizard fighting so powerfully. Well, Sir Tino, it seems we will be saying goodbye soon. Richard turned to Tino and smiled. "Please, Sir Tino, please bring my hippogriff out of the cabin." Richard's hippogriff has been kept in captivity in the cabin below. Although he had dominoes, it was impossible to communicate across the continent. So Richard took the hippogriff directly on the ship. "Huh?" Tino was surprised. "Could it be that, sir, you are not going to stay at the port of Abidjan for a while? Instead, you are going directly to Norris City now?" Richard nodded and said, "Yes, since the coastline is right in front of us. Stephina and I will go directly there first." Because Meiluo knew in advance that the route from White Harbor City to Loreth Peninsula was suspended, she took a detour from Seaweed City in the Kingdom of Heron. Richard had learned from Captain Casper that if they departed from Seaweed City, the destination for arriving at the Loras Peninsula would not be the port of Abidjan, but another port called Antwerp. Considering that the news of Mello's return to the Loras Peninsula has been leaked, Okot Norris, Mello's uncle and a hostile member of the Norris family, has already begun to take action. In order to ensure Meiluo's safety, Richard planned to go directly to the port of Antwerp with Stephina. Go and meet Meiluo. What should I do if Meiluo arrives early and leaves a step early? That's easy. Just fly directly from the port of Antwerp to Norris City. 10 minutes later, Richard and Stephina ride on the majestic hippogriff. The hippogriff had been trapped in a small space for so many days. After being released this time, it kept fluttering its wings as if flying high. Obviously, it is already eager to try the blue sapphire-like sky. Your Excellency Tino, Captain Casp, let's say goodbye now. I hope we can meet again next time. Richard smiled and waved to the two of them. Sir Richard, Miss Stephina, I wish you both a safe journey. Captain Casper took off his captain's hat and respectfully performed a gentleman's salute to the two of them. Master Richard, I will stay at the port of Abidjan for about a month. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. Tino also said respectfully. Goodbye. You too? Stephina smiled slightly and waved. Suddenly, the hippogriff's huge wings were fully unfolded. After flapping twice, it was like a blue-green arrow that shot straight into the sky. A few minutes later, he completely disappeared from the sight of Tino and Captain Casp. Half a day later, Richard and Stephina rode hippogriffs very close to the top of the Antwerp port. I saw that the port of Antwerp is located exactly on a strait. The water in the inland sea is light blue, while the water in the open ocean and the summer sea are dark blue. The buildings in the port are completely different from the architectural styles that Richard saw in the Heron Kingdom before. Many tall and majestic buildings have a common feature. That is, spires and round vaults, which are somewhat similar to the Gothic architectural style that Richard knew in his previous life. Master, the buildings in Antwerp port are so beautiful. Stephanie couldn't help but admire after looking down at the city from a high altitude. Well, the architecture of the Kingdom of Heron is more classical, with columns, and is more magnificent. The two are completely different, so you will feel it is novel and beautiful. Richard thought for a moment and explained. Huh? Richard was surprised, because he saw from a distance that there was a flying guard patrolling above the port of Antwerp. It seems that he is riding some kind of huge bird that looks like an albatross. He didn't know whether it was a natural product or a bird whose bloodline was improved by some kind of witchcraft. But after a moment's thought, Richard decided to land first. Although if I flew there directly, the other party would definitely treat me with courtesy. But I came to the port of Antwerp this time to find Meluo. Going forward with such a big fanfare is likely to fall into the eyes of interested people, and it will be a fool's errand. As a result, Richard controlled the hippogriff to land on the ground far away before the flying guards at the Antwerp port noticed it. After leaving the hippogriff to find food on its own, Richard and Stephina walked slowly towards the city of Antwerp not far away. I saw continuous wheat growing on both sides of the surrounding roads, and many winding rivers slowly flowing to the sea. Along these rivers, you can see windmills scattered one after another. It seems that the port of Antwerp has begun to use water power for grinding on a large scale. From this point of view, it seems to be a little more advanced than the Kingdom of Heron. Richard glanced at the passing stream. The water in the creek is crystal clear, and there are many fish swimming freely. The outline of the city in the distance gradually became clearer. It gave Richard a feeling of peace and tranquility. Master, it feels so beautiful here. Stephina couldn't help but said intoxicatedly. Indeed, the style is a bit different from the Heron Kingdom. Richard nodded. In fact, there is one thing he has not said. That is, it can be seen from the port of Antwerp that the social development of the business alliance is much more advanced than that of the Kingdom of Heron and the Kingdom of Green. As we get closer and closer to the port of Antwerp, there are gradually more carriages along the way, and the styles are more unique. There are more various curved decorations, which look very gorgeous. Richard even saw several formal wizards in white robes, riding wildebeest-like mounts, speeding past the road. Basically, the other party would look curiously at Richard and Stephina, who were wearing black robes, and then did not come up to chat with them. They seemed to think that Richard and Stephina were a couple. It seems that they are a little curious about the wizards wearing black robes. It seems that there should be a much larger proportion of white wizards here. In addition, Richard took the fluctuation-suppressing medicine, and what he showed was only the first-level mental power fluctuation. After all, a high-level wizard attracts more attention wherever he goes. After a while, Richard and Stephina arrived near the city gate. I saw 3 different city gates with a large one in the middle and a small one on the other side, all wide open. The widest city gate in the middle was filled with luxury carriages, and pedestrians and caravans were on both sides. However, when Richard and Stephina approached, 2 wizard apprentices in gray robes stepped forward and said respectfully, "2 distinguished wizards, do you have any needs at the port of Antwerp? Maybe we can provide them some help." Richard and Stephana looked at each other, and they both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Although neither of them deliberately concealed their aura, they did not expect that there would be a wizard apprentice on duty at the gate of Antwerp port. Richard looked at the two of them. One was a second-level wizard apprentice, and the other was a third-level wizard apprentice. It is a luxurious arrangement. There are wizard apprentices guarding every city gate. It seems that, as he predicted, the strength of the Business Alliance wizard organization should be higher than that of the wizard organization in Bisos continent. Perhaps we will stay in the Antwerp port for one night. By the way, I would like to ask, has the ocean-going ship bound for the Antwerp port from the seaweed city of Bios continent arrived at the port? Now that he met someone from the official organization, Richard thought about it and asked directly. After all, after he entered the city, he also went to the port to ask for relevant information, which was no different from asking here. My lord, the ocean-going ship from Seaweed City to the port of Antwerp arrived early yesterday morning, the third-level wizard apprentice said respectfully. This immediately stunned Richard. Unexpectedly, Seaweed City's ship arrived at the Loras Peninsula 1 day earlier than them. 2. On the day they fought against the Black Sail pirates, the entire voyage was delayed a lot. Generally speaking, it was normal to be a day or two behind. In this case, Richard turned to Stephana beside him and said, in this case, we don't need to go into the city. Let's go. Stephanie nodded. She had just seen the scenery of Antwerp port. There was not much difference whether she could enter or not. Moreover, she would be able to see similar scenery in other cities in Vitrol in the future. So there was no rush at this moment. It is definitely more important to find Meluo first. Soon, Richard and Stephana rode on the horned hippogriff again and flew to the direction of Nora's city on the map. It takes about half a day to fly from the port of Antwerp to Nora's city. So, as dusk approached, Richard and Stephana arrived near Nora's city. Following the afterglow of the setting sun, the entire Nora's city appeared in front of their eyes. What Richard didn't expect was that the scale of Nora's city was not much different from that of Antwerp port, which surprised Richard. At the same time, it also gave him a clear understanding of the strength of the Meluo family. This is a strength that is almost stronger than Stephania's hereditary Marquis family. As usual, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, Richard and Stephana landed a few kilometers away from Nora's city and walked to the city instead. Not long after he entered the city gate, Richard frowned because he had already sensed the aura of his phantom amulet in the largest mansion in the center of the city. Apparently, Meluo had already reached her family first. Richard's mind turned, and he immediately understood why Meluo was so fast. He remembered the flying guards at the port of Antwerp. Apparently, with the power of the Norris family, it would be easy to arrange a flying mount for Meluo to ride. Master, shall we come directly to the door now? Stephana asked from the side. Richard thought for a while, and decided to come directly to the door. Now that they are all here, with his current strength, as long as the opponent is not a second-level wizard, no one should be his opponent. Therefore, there is no need to be too secretive. Just come directly to the door. If you still waste time on inquiring about information, you will regret it if you miss the opportunity. A bedroom in the residence of Marquis Norris. Father! How could you be so seriously injured? Meluo was crying beside the hospital bed, lying on a majestic man with gray hair. The majestic man looked pale. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked tired. He patted Meluo's back with his wrinkled hands and said, Ahem. Meluo, don't be sad. Some things are destined. But, you shouldn't come back. Alas. Father, how could I not come back? Even if you give up the position of family patriarch now, will my uncle still not let you go? Why would he do this? Meluo said sobbingly. Originally, there were factions within the Norris family, which was normal. It was also a normal internal struggle, and it was also a way for many people to maintain the vitality of the family. But a few years ago, Meluo's uncle, Okot Norris, seemed to have changed completely. He began to have no bottom line, and gradually won over a lot of great forces, including pirate organizations, killer organizations, thieves groups, and even wandering wizards. After that, they continued to erode and suppress the family power that supported Meluo's father. At first, Meluo's father didn't react. When Okot Norris became more and more powerful, he realized something was wrong. But when he realized it, the strength of Okot Norris's subordinates was no longer inferior to him. Now, he is even more powerful than her. At present, there are only a few fighters under his command who can continue to fight against Okot Norris. If Okot Norris hadn't wanted to completely take over the power of the entire Norris family, he probably wouldn't have been able to wait for Melo to come back. At this time, the door to the room was suddenly knocked open. Just listen to a sad voice. My dear brother, I heard that my beautiful niece has returned from the continent of Bias. Why don't you say hello to me for such an important matter? It's really rude of me as an uncle. Chapter 264 Group Battle Weapon. Although Okote Norris said so, if it weren't for his brother's cronies, who secretly conveyed the news to him, he would not have known that Meluo had quietly returned to Norris City. After all, he entrusted the Pirate King Giant Claw Demon with the task of capturing Meluo alive. Could it be that the Giant Jaw Demon failed? It shouldn't be. The Giant Clamp Demon is so powerful that it is impossible for him to miss. The most likely possibility is that Meluo suddenly changed her route. But this is no longer important. Now the other party has thrown himself into the trap. How stupid he is. In order to avoid any accidents, Okote Norris had spent a lot of money to ask the Pirate King Giant Jaw to capture Meluo alive. Because he knew that his brother, who had a bad temper and was stubborn, loved his youngest daughter the most. Only by threatening the other party with Meluo would his brother be likely to submit. In this way, I can fully accept the power of the Norris family. And the one thing of the Norris family that only the patriarch has been qualified to keep. Thinking of this, Okote Norris' heart was burning with excitement. If I can get that item, my status in the Poseidon Association will be further improved. And after passing the sacrifice ceremony, my strength may reach the level of a second-level Great Wizard. Okote, how did you know that Meluo was back? Meluo's father, Okote Norris, who was lying on the bed, stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes and an expression of disbelief. Soon, Okote saw a figure shrinking and trying to hide among the entourage behind Okote. It was Bimbello, the chief servant of his mansion. This traitor. Okote clenched his fists, and his nails almost penetrated into the flesh of his palms. Meluo, who was on the side, looked at her uncle in horror. She remembered that when she was a child, her uncle was gentle and treated her very well, and would often bring her all kinds of delicious candies. But as she grew older, she saw her uncle less and less. Every time they met, she found that this uncle was becoming more and more powerful, and his aura was becoming more and more strange and profound, becoming more and more difficult to understand. It was not until 2 years ago, after she was sent to the Ignis school by her father, that this was the first time she met her uncle, Okote Norris. But she could hardly recognize that the middle-aged man in front of her, with a strange aura and a sinister face, was her uncle, because it couldn't be the same as the person she remembered before. Uncle, how could you become like this? Meluo, my good niece, your aura has become stronger again. Yes, you are truly worthy of being the little genius of our Norris family. He has actually reached the level of a third-level wizard apprentice. Not bad. Not bad. It seems that you have gained a lot from the Ignis school. This time, Uncle wants to ask you to do a favor. How about you persuade your father to give up the position of the patriarch of the Norris family to Uncle? Okote Norris spoke with a smile, while holding a bloody the heads were thrown out. At first, Meluo was stunned as she looked at her uncle who could say such shameless words. But the next second, she was stunned. Ah! This is Uncle Oak. Meluo covered her mouth with her hands and screamed in fear. This is the chief of the guard of the Norris family, and a confidant of her father. After she arrived at the port of Antwerp, Uncle Oak picked her up and took her all the way back to Norris City on a flying mount. The honest and loyal Uncle Oak has doted on her very much since she was a child. And she also likes and trusts the captain of the guard, who is not a relative, but is better than a relative. Unexpectedly, after only half an hour, she and Uncle Oak said goodbye forever. Puff! When Meluo's father Okote saw his cronies Oak being killed, his pale face flushed, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Father! Ahem. Okote, if I give up the position of clan leader to you, will you really let my leg go? Okote said while breathing heavily. His injury was caused by the man in black robes, who was next to Okote now. With his hands in his pockets, the other party seemed to be using an extremely vicious witchcraft that would slowly lead people to death. He didn't think that the other party would let him go after he handed over his position as clan leader. But no matter what, he had to fight for a way out for Meluo. Of course, Meluo is my dear niece. How could I hurt her? A kind of confidence that he had a chance of winning appeared on Okote's face at this time. At this moment, he felt extremely happy. Finally, he will take the position of patriarch of the Norris family, as a hereditary marquis family of the Principality of Loras in the Business Alliance. The patriarch of the Norris family needs to be certified by the Grand Duke of Loras. So the best way is to pass a peaceful handover between the previous patriarch and the next patriarch. Otherwise, if the principality gets involved, the whole thing will become very troublesome. Well, let Meiluo leave here first, Audit said. Father! No! I will not leave you. If you want to leave, let's go together. Meiluo hugged Odette and sobbed. Audite looked at her daughter holding her daughter with joy, and felt extremely moved. But this strengthened his idea that Meiluo must leave the Loras Peninsula safely. Only after leaving Loras Peninsula, his biological brother and the minions of the Poseidon Society would not harm Meiluo. Dear brother, I can agree to this condition now. Meiluo, my dear niece, please. After Okot said, he opened the door, and the people behind him immediately gave way to a passage. However, Okot gave a slight glance to the man in black robe beside him. The man in black robe immediately nodded slightly. Soon, 2 of Okot's 7 or 8 followers quietly retreated. Mello, leave Lorith Peninsula as soon as possible. It is best to return to the Ignis school and never come back, Audit said, while secretly putting a golden key into the palm of Mello's hand, and said in an inaudible voice, this is the key to the family secret vault. The spell is God's grace lasts forever. Norris, Okot wants this. Hide it well. Father. Meiluo couldn't help but hugged Audit and burst into tears. TSK. TSK. It's such a touching scene. But my dear brother and niece, it's almost time. Okot looked at the scene in front of him with a smile. By the way, dear niece, there is no problem if you want to leave. However, in order to prevent you from taking away things you shouldn't take away, you still need to be searched before you can be released. Brother, you won't blame me for this, will you? As soon as Okot finished speaking, the bodies of Meiluo and Odette were shocked. Oops. Audit felt a sense of despair. It seems that this time I and Meiluo are doomed. After the other party gets the key to the secret vault, there is no chance that they will be spared their lives. Father, if this is really destiny, then let's face it calmly. Meiluo also understood at this time that there is probably no hope for her and her father this time. Many images flashed through her mind in an instant, one of which was Richard's voice and smile. Richard, it's a pity that you asked me to do something for you. I will no longer be able to help you. I don't know if you will think of me in the future. Bang bang. 2 corpses fell directly from the door into the room. Judging from the corpses' clothing, it is clearly one of Okot's men. This result immediately made everyone in the room, including Meiluo, her father, Okot and others, look at this scene in great surprise. Especially Meiluo's father. Audit racked his brains and couldn't think of anyone who would come to save him when his situation was over. Even his most trusted friend, Oak, was dead. Boom! Just when everyone's attention was attracted by the corpse, a big hole was suddenly punched through the wall near Meiluo. Crash! 2 extremely thick iron chains suddenly stretched out from the big hole and wrapped around Meiluo and her father. The next second, the 2 were dragged out of the big hole by iron chains. When Okot and the man in black robe reacted, Meiluo and his daughter had already disappeared. Ah! No matter who it is, I want you to die. Go! This feeling of being suddenly picked from a peach just when he was about to enjoy the fruits of victory was so uncomfortable that it almost drove Okot crazy. But soon, he realized that it was very difficult for the other party to escape from here, and almost all of them were his men outside. Therefore, he immediately ordered his men to chase him out of the big hole. But after they got out of the big hole, they were surprised to see that the person who saved Meiluo and Audit actually stayed outside and did not leave. Are you waiting for them where you are? What attracted their attention the most was a huge abomination that was more than 4 meters tall. It was looking at them with a big yellow fang and a smile on its face. The iron chains that had just rescued Meiluo and her father also came from the multiple arms on the monster's back. Just hearing Meiluo scream, she threw herself into Richard's arms, with an unbelievable expression on her face and said, Richard, how did you come here? How did you know I was here? Richard, leave quickly. There are too many of them. Meiluo was excited and happy at first, then nervous and worried, and her speech was a little incoherent for a while. Richard looked at Meiluo's big red eyes, touched her hair, and said, I'm sorry. I'm late. You and Marquis Norris take a rest first. Leave the things here to me. Seeing Richard's determined expression, Meiluo suddenly felt inexplicably confident, because she believed that the man in front of her would handle everything. Have you increased your strength again? Richard nodded slightly. Don't worry, Senior Meiluo. Leave this to the master and me, Stephanie said with a smile. Stephana? I'm sorry. I just... Only then did Mei Luo realize that Richard was not alone this time. She suddenly blushed, let go of Richard, and adjusted her robe. Enough. Okot, who was standing aside, could no longer stand the conversation between his niece Mei Luo and this handsome young man. Dog men and women. He just sensed the fluctuation of the young man's mental power. He was just a first-level wizard. It was just that the strength of this summon seemed to be very strong, reaching the level of a high-level first level. But he is confident that he will definitely win under the siege of everyone. Young man, you should be a member of the Ignis school. But this is Norris City, and you are interfering in the internal affairs of the Norris family. If you turn around and leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Okot stared at Richard intently. Now he is not willing to cause trouble. It would be fine if the young man in front of him listens to his advice. But if the other party rejects his kindness, he will immediately launch a thunderous strike. Venom spit. Richard just said 4 words coldly. Just now. As soon as he and Stephana entered the Marquis Norris's mansion, they felt something was wrong. Although there were still guards at the door, there was a faint figure of someone shouting for death inside. As a result, Richard and Stephana immediately entered the mansion, hiding themselves, quickly figured out the situation, and rescued Mei Luo and her father in time. Next, Richard didn't think he had anything to say to Okot. As soon as Richard finished speaking, a bulge on the neck of the evil spirit contracted, and the next second, it opened its mouth wide and spewed a highly toxic and corrosive light blue liquid towards Okot and his group. Puff! Ah! My eyes! My hand! Suddenly, Okot's men screamed one after another. The wraith is just a move. A large number of Okot's men were almost wiped out. The only survivors were Okot, the black-robed man, and 3 powerful gray-robed servants. But this is just the beginning. Behind Okot and others, a white figure suddenly emerged from a room. It was the blood and bone puppet. Without saying a word, the blood and bone puppet opened up directly. A white whirlwind swept over. Bone Blade Storm. This made both Okot and the man in black robes have red eyes. These are monsters that appear out of nowhere. At the same time, a new round of attacks began from the evil spirits ahead. Spirit attack. I saw a strange evil spirit wielding large pliers leading a group of resentful spirits, rushing towards Okot. Suddenly, Okot was frightened out of his wits. The appearance of this spirit body is so familiar. Isn't this horse riding the Pirate King the giant pincer? No! This is not true. The giant clawed demon would actually die at the hands of this young man. But he couldn't let him think about it. The 2 attacks were about to meet in front of him. Now it was time to fight. I saw Okot and the man in black robe beside him roaring at the same time. The next second, the 2 were holding hands, and their mental power fluctuations were strangely adjusted to the same channel. At the same time, the fluctuation intensity also increased rapidly. Chapter 265: The Secret of the Sea God Society. It is no exaggeration to say that Okot is also a heroic figure. Except for the top brass of the Poseidon Society, all the subordinates around Okot, including his relatives and even enemies, did not know about the man in black robes who had been following him. It's actually his clone. A magical sea creature, the split-cheeked sea snake, was given by the so-called Poseidon as an extremely rare reward in recognition of Okot's great contributions to the Poseidon Club in the past few years. At the same time, he was given an extremely rare witchcraft sea snake clone technique to use together. This is why Mei Luo's father Audit was poisoned by some kind of strange poison. He could not be cured for a long time, and could only slowly wait for death. That is the special venom effect from the fangs of Okot, the split-cheeked sea snake. The effect of this venom is to destroy a person's immune cells, and continually eat away at white blood cells. This can make a great knight or wizard who is immune to all diseases slowly become extremely weak, and finally die without dignity from various daily diseases. In addition, this venom is very concealed, because at the beginning, the effect is almost negligible. By the time the other party begins to realize that something is wrong and then seeks treatment, they are often severely poisoned. The difficulty of treatment at this time becomes extremely difficult. This is also the reason why after Audit mobilized the connections of the Norris family and found many reputable therapists, it was still difficult to completely cure him. As the black robe and hood of the man in black robes fell apart, a terrifying creature that looked like an upright, four-legged snake began to appear in front of everyone. Its biggest feature is that there are 2 long and narrow holes on its face, giving the impression that the snake's cheek is split into 4 parts. The next second, Its body overlapped behind Okot and slowly merged into it. A strong momentum began to erupt from Okot. "You hateful guy. Let me fall short." A hoarse, gloomy voice came from Okot's throat. Every sentence was spoken by a human being. But it also made people feel that the words did not seem to come from a human mouth. In fact, ever since he obtained this split-cheeked sea serpent clone and the art of clone, Okot has spent almost all of his time and energy, as well as a large amount of financial resources, on improving the art of clone, because he learned a piece of news from the top brass of the Poseidon Society. That is, when he upgrades both his own body and the cleft-cheeked sea serpent clone to a high level, he can sacrifice and fuse the cleft-cheeked sea serpent to gain a precious opportunity for advancement. There is a certain probability that he may be promoted directly to a second-level Great Wizard. He has also planned that if he can win the position of Patriarch of the Norris family by then, relying on the reward from Poseidon, he will definitely be able to enter the level of the second-level Great Wizard. But unexpectedly, the success fell short. Problems occurred one after another at the link where they were least likely to occur. Meiluo and her father couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw the strange combination skills of Okot and the man in black robe. At this time, Audit knew that if his younger brother had not always wanted to seek the position of the Patriarch of the Norris family, he would have been killed by his younger brother. Meiluo, on the other hand, stared at Richard with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to know if Richard could deal with the monster in front of her. Her biological uncle. After all, he was the one who got Richard involved in this matter. Richard traveled thousands of miles and came to Norris City, which already moved her deeply. She didn't want to put Richard in danger because of her own affairs or her family's affairs. After seeing the other party's transformation, Richard's originally indifferent expression finally changed slightly. And he thought to himself, "It's a bit difficult to get to the top level of the first level. It seems we are going to do it together." Sure enough, the average level of wizards in Baea's continent seems to be slightly lower than that in Vitral continent. As soon as I arrived in Vitral continent, I met two wizards who had reached the top level after the outbreak. This is actually because Richard overestimated the continent of Vitral. In terms of the average level of wizards, the two continents are actually about the same. It's just that the area of Vitral continent is several times that of Baea's continent, and the population is nearly 10 times that of Baea's continent. Therefore, the high base number leads to a relatively large number of masters among wizards. At this time, the Bone Blade Storm and the Fierce Spirit attacks almost simultaneously hit Okot. Okot's reaction was also very quick. He twisted his body into a strange posture like a sea snake and escaped from the side of the Bone Blade Storm. After standing still again, he waved his hands, and the two streams of water transformed into two roaring sea snakes, heading straight towards the direction of the evil spirit led by the spirit body of the Pirate King Giant Claw Demon. The only thing that can fight against the spirit body is witchcraft, not any physical attacks. Okot's response was very appropriate. This reflects Okot's rich practical experience. Audit, the Patriarch of the Norris family, also looked at this scene in shock. He didn't expect that his younger brother's strength had reached such a level that he could be said to be ranked first among all the strong men in the Norris family. But it's such a pity that his younger brother went astray and joined the Poseidon cult. In addition, it is difficult to say whether his strange strength comes from the various evil methods of the Poseidon religion. This kind of power does not come from one's own efforts in practice. It comes and goes quickly. In fact, what shocked Audit even more was Meiluo's junior student. That's right. That's how Meiluo introduced the young man in front of her with unfathomable strength. Junior Richard. Even with Audit's many years of rich experience, he still didn't understand what kind of junior student could have such exaggerated strength. Shouldn't a wizard with such strength be a senior teacher of the Ignis school? It's so confusing. In fact, it's not Meiluo's fault for deceiving her father. It was because when Meiluo left the Ignis school, Richard did not return to the school. Therefore, Meiluo didn't know that her junior Richard was already a teacher of the Ignis school. But even if she now knows that Richard is a teacher, in Meiluo's heart, she probably still treats Richard as a junior student. Sea Serpent's Fang. Suddenly, Okot yelled. All the water elemental energy ions around him were driven away, forming a huge elemental vortex, and condensed into a huge sea snake phantom with two sharp fangs. The entire phantom is 4 to 5 meters high, taking the shape of a huge sea snake as thick as a bucket. It is actually composed of substantial water element energy ions and contains majestic energy. This move has extremely high requirements on the ability to use mental strength to mobilize the surrounding energy particles. Only wizards whose mental power has been atomized to about 90%. That is, wizards whose strength is close to or reaching the top level can do it. In other words, the witchcraft that Richard was facing could only be unleashed by a top-level wizard. Even if it were Richard, currently speaking, he was still a little weak and could not perform similar witchcraft. Richard's pupil shrank. He knew that this must be Okote's trick to win over the enemy. In an instant, Richard's body was covered with a layer of spiked bone armor. At the same time, there was a layer of black death aura lingering around him. And the resentful spirit of hatred took a side step to block Richard. If before it was a Trinity attack, now it is a Trinity defense. Hiss! The phantom of the giant sea snake spit out messages. Lifelike, and made a sound like a snake spitting out messages. The next second, it rushed towards Richard like lightning. Its two poisonous fangs were the most terrifying. If it was hit directly, it would be poison attack mixed with water elemental energy attack, which would directly make the opponent lose its combat effectiveness. Because Okote also saw very clearly that only by killing Richard could he get rid of the current situation of being besieged. Therefore, he very resolutely chose to let the sea snake shadow bypass the resentful spirit and attack Richard directly instead of attacking the opponent's undead summons first. The phantom of the sea snake dodged and bypassed the equally tall and powerful resentful spirit abomination, blocking Richard's front. Just as it was about to attack in front of Richard, suddenly, Richard and Stephina disappeared. No! To be precise, you can only see two gray figures over there. But from a perceptual perspective, these two people seemed to be completely out of this world. This visual and perceptual dislocation made Okote suddenly feel uncomfortable and want to vomit. That's Stephana's gift for magical shadow transformation. Richard and Stephina stepped directly from the real world to the edge of the shadow world. Wow! The attack of the sea snake phantom missed the target. The sharp fangs hit the ground directly. In an instant, the entire ground exploded, revealing two deep holes. The entire place was filled with water vapor, exuding the stench of poisonous attacks. The next second, Richard's planned counterattack began. When he just came out of the shadow world, he activated his natural witchcraft psychic shock. I saw a transparent invisible wave, sending out ripples, heading straight towards Okote at lightning speed. On the other side, the clattering sound of huge iron chains was heard. And it was the hatred of the resentful spirit that threw all three chains on its back towards Okote. The blood and bone puppet also launched a sprint towards Okote appropriately. Faced with Richard's trinity of blows, it was too late for Okote to dodge. So he could only roar, "Snake with split cheeks!" Immediately, an identical figure emerged from him, blocking all attacks. As for his body, it was like a golden cicada taking off its SHL, and he just dodged sideways and dodged away. Although he escaped the joint attack of Richard's trinity, the figure was also violently attacked and instantly dispersed, leaving what seemed to be a layer of skin, something like a snake shedding its outer skin. As for Okote himself, his cheeks were red at this time, and he was bending over, breathing heavily. Obviously, after the release of the split cheek snake move just now, it also caused huge pressure and certain damage to his body. The whole person suddenly became depressed. Richard believed that it would be difficult for Okote to use such weird witchcraft to avoid it again. It has always been Richard's habit to give someone a beating when he's down. He never wanted to allow his enemy to recover easily. At this time, a black fist-sized dark element energy ball had condensed on the tip of his right index finger. The next second, a black beam of light shot directly from the energy ball to Okote's chest. Okote, who was bending over and panting, managed to dodge, but still couldn't completely avoid Richard's death ray. The death ray, originally aimed at the heart, hit Okote's lungs. It was also a wound that penetrated the chest. But it was much better to hurt the lungs than the heart. Hearing a scream from Okote, he no longer dared to fight anymore and immediately turned around and started to escape. But after taking less than 2 steps, he was hit by a transparent wave, and his whole body suddenly stopped. Next, he was tightly bound by several iron chains, unable to move. The battle came to an end directly. At this time, Mei Luo's father Odette stepped forward, looked at Okote, who was like a dead dog, and said, "Tell me, Okote, why are you deliberately seeking to be the leader of the Norris family? Do you know that according to your wizard qualifications, even if I don't have to steal it, sooner or later, I will give you the position of clan leader?" These words made Okote's pupils shrink. He felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in his life. "You audit. You are talking nonsense. How is this possible? How is this possible?" In the beginning, he embarked on this path and joined the Poseidon Society because of the brother in front of him. He was very competitive. But unfortunately, his brother overpowered him in everything, which made him very unwilling. Therefore, by chance, Oko joined the Poseidon Society. And step by step, he was promoted from an ordinary believer to a deacon, and now to the priest. The next level is officiating. In this way, he can completely reach the top of the Poseidon Society. Does it matter whether it's true or false now? Oko, tell me, why did you join the Poseidon Society? And why did you seek to take over the position of the Norris clan leader? Where did you put the centuries-old glory of the Norris family? Odette looked at Oko deeply, and her heart was full of regret. He has been deeply poisoned, and Oko has already gone astray, and the glory of the Norris family has been dimmed. This made him feel very guilty as the patriarch. Oko, if you don't want to tell me, I can immediately send you the giant clamp demon to keep you company. Please believe in the ability of an undead wizard to play with the soul. Richard also expressed a lot of interest in the Okot in front of him. Interested, he gave a timely assist. In fact, Richard was very interested in the Poseidon Society behind him. From what Audit said just now, it seems that this Poseidon Club is a cult. He had already experienced the power of the cult organization when he was in the Dark Territory. Therefore, Richard knew that once he faced off against such a cult organization, he must first understand the relevant information and be prepared to respond. What's more, he is going to go to Basilius Island in the Summer Sea. This cult organization called Poseidon Society is related to the ocean, and it is likely to cause a lot of trouble to his trip to Basilius Island. Trouble. Chapter 266 Rescue the Captain. As Okot spoke slowly, an extremely large cult organization, the Poseidon Society, slowly appeared in front of everyone like a long picture scroll. The Poseidon worshipped by the Poseidon Society is Kraken, a deep-sea giant with unfathomable strength. It is said that this giant object is thousands of meters long and has infinite power. As long as someone believes in it devoutly, they will get its response and feedback. The Poseidon Society is a church that has slowly developed from worshipping it. Its current sphere of influence covers the entire Loras Peninsula and the surrounding sea areas. But don't think that this area is small. Think about the size of the Crab Claw Peninsula, which accounts for almost 1/3 of the Kingdom of Heron. The Loras Peninsula is only big, not small. Moreover, the Poseidon Society occupies more of various small islands, various archipelagos, and a sea area that is more than 10 times wider. The entire church has a clear hierarchical structure. From the patriarch, archbishop, bishop, priest, deacon and ordinary believers, the rights and obligations are different. The previous Okot was already a senior priest. If he can successfully sit on the throne of the Norris family patriarch this time, then becoming a bishop is basically a foregone conclusion. Okot, what is it that you have been plotting to take from the family secret vault? Audit on the side suddenly asked. The golden compass. Okot said directly, without being secretive at this time. What? It's actually the golden compass. Audit lost his voice. Mei Luo on the side suddenly became confused after hearing this. Golden compass? Is there such a thing in the family? Why am I not impressed? After Richard and Stepina looked at each other, they also saw confusion in each other's eyes. Obviously, both of them were confused about the golden compass and had never heard of it. At this time, the head of the Norris family, Audit, looked at the people around him. They were either his daughters or the saviors of his family, so he had no intention of hiding it, but introduced them slowly. This golden compass is a treasure handed down from ancient times. As long as you kneel down and worship it devoutly, it can allow designated ships to avoid danger in the ocean, and it can also show the way home to those who are lost. This is also the foundation of the Norris family as a shipping family. This secret has always been known only to the patriarch of the Norris family. Okot, how did you know this secret? Audit said with a serious face. This was given to me in a dream by Poseidon during the sacrifice, asking me to find the golden compass in the Norris family's secret vault and sacrifice it to him. Then I can get the coveted reward. Okot still had a certain sense of belonging to the Norris family in his heart. So after thinking about it, he spoke out. Audite remained silent after listening, as if the volcano that had been suppressed by the sea water would erupt violently in the next second. Okot, do you know that if you sacrifice the golden compass to the so-called Poseidon, the Norris family, without the support of sea transportation, will soon fall apart completely? Audit roared. He was so disappointed. He felt ashamed for the thought he had once had about giving up the position of patriarch to this younger brother. Fortunately, That didn't happen. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face the ancestors of the Norris family. So what? As long as I sacrifice to the great Poseidon, I will be able to step into the level of a second-level great wizard. By then, even re-establishing the Norris family will be a piece of cake. Okot also said the same to his brother growled. You are hopeless. Odette's chest rose and fell sharply. Obviously extremely angry. Ha ha ha. You are hopeless. Poseidon will protect the Norris family. Okot counterattacked tit for tat. Judging from his expression, he was already a little crazy. Seeing this scene, Richard understood clearly. This is almost always the case for cultists, who are deeply immersed in the worship of gods and unable to extricate themselves. There is no clear mind and reason. It's almost impossible to communicate properly. Psychic shock. A transparent mental power wave directly hit Okot. And immediately, the insane Okot fell to the ground without saying a word. Richard, did you kill him? I haven't had time to ask you clearly yet. Where is Captain Baloric's whereabouts? Meluo suddenly thought of a question. He's just unconscious. Captain Baloric? Is he the captain who knows the location of Basilius Island in the Summer Sea? Richard turned to Meluo and asked. Yes. That's the captain. Well, easy. After waking up Okot again, Richard used some tricks, and Meluo soon learned the whereabouts of Captain Baloric from her uncle's mouth. It turned out that the other party was imprisoned in the port of Antwerp, in the secret stronghold of the Poseidon sect. Tell me, where is the Poseidon sect stronghold in the port of Antwerp? Richard continued to ask. It's underground in the Seagull Tavern. Okot, who was on the verge of mental collapse due to Richard's continuous mental shock, directly told the location of the secret stronghold. Richard, why don't you take Stefana to rescue Captain Baloric first? Meluo thought for a moment and then said. At the same time, Meluo also told her father, Marquis Norris, in detail about Richard's trip to Basilius Island. Well, if Stefana and I leave, Meluo, how can we ensure the safety of you and Marquis Norris? Richard looked embarrassed. Yes, I heard that the Poseidon sect's stronghold changes location every once in a while. The sooner you go, the better. Mero's father, Marquis Norris, also added. As for the safety of Mero and me, don't worry. I will contact Archduke Fabrico Stark now, and he will give us shelter in a short time. Seeing Richard's confused expression, Meluo couldn't help but laugh. Grand Duke Fabrico Stark is the Grand Duke of the Principality of Loras, which is equivalent to the King of the Kingdom of Heron. Richard suddenly realized. The Grand Duke of a principality came forward to protect the safety of Meluo and her father. He really didn't need to worry about it in a short period of time. That's okay. However, Melo and Marquis Norris, I'll send you to the Grand Duke first, and then we'll go to the port of Antwerp. Richard looked around, and the extraordinary power in the Norris mansion was almost exhausted by infighting. It was hard for Richard to feel at ease with the remaining night-level guards. These people can't protect Meluo's safety. Then I'll trouble you. Richard, however, you only need to send us to the governor's residence in Norris City. Marquis Norris agreed immediately. Not only for himself, he also has to consider Meluo's safety. After sending the two of them safely to the consul's mansion in Norris City, Richard and Stepina immediately rode on the hippogriff and soared into the sky. Port of Antwerp. The basement of the Seagull Tavern has undergone special transformation. The original basement and wine cellar were completely opened up and further expanded to form a site with a height of 3 meters and an area of 3 to 400 square meters. It is divided into several areas by partition walls, and is one of the important strongholds of Poseidon cult. A knight with a sinister face was guarding the door of a cell. Inside was a hunched figure, lying on the ground in ragged clothes, with heavy iron shackles tied to his hands and feet. Judging from the appearance, it is difficult for you to associate a master with strength reaching the level of a great knight with the rickety figure in front of you. But this is Captain Baloric, a senior captain and navigator, and the one whom Richard wants to rescue during this trip. I saw a fist-sized black spider crawling out from the vent at the top of the ceiling. After looking around, it quietly crawled towards Captain Baloric, who was lying on the ground. The rustling sound made Captain Baloric, who looked grimy, open his eyes. What a big spider! Judging from the patterns on its body, it must be highly poisonous. That's fine. It's better for me to die in the hands of a spider than to die in the hands of these scum from the Poseidon Society. But the next second, Captain Baloric was stunned, because the spider actually had a small note in its mouth. When the spider saw Captain Baloric open his eyes, it was very smart and spread the note in front of him. This is exactly the little spider from the shadow world summoned by Stephanie's second talent of witchcraft. Although this little spider does not have strong attack power, it can naturally switch freely between the real world and the shadow world, making it the best detection expert. Just now, the little spider from the shadow world bypassed 4 detection witch formations and 3 defensive witch formations and found Captain Baloric in this cell. And the news of finding the target was immediately passed on to its owner, Stephana. There were only a few big words written on the note. Captain Baloric, we are sent by the Norris family to rescue you. Please hide in the corner or under the bed. This note will self-ignite in 10 seconds. Baloric was excited, trembling with excitement. If you can live, who wouldn't want to live? Great. The master didn't give up on me. He came to rescue me. But what do you mean by asking me to hide? Baloric was still confused at this time. Maybe because he was too excited and affected his judgment. Or maybe because he really didn't understand why the other party reminded him of this matter. However, as the 10 seconds passed, the note suddenly burst into flames. Baloric decided, since the other party reminded him like this, he should just follow the instructions, and there is no need to think so much. With the sound of the chains on his hands and feet, Baloric straightened up and leaned on the corner of the cell where the 2 walls intersected. At this time, the Hindu knight who was guarding the door turned his head, looked into the room, and scolded, "Be honest." Suddenly, just as he finished speaking, continuous explosions sounded within the stronghold. Boom, boom, boom. After a violent explosion, the smoke slowly dissipated, and only a few people were left standing in the entire Poseidon sect stronghold. Most of the minions and deacons whose strength was only at the level of formal knights had been wiped out by the explosion of multiple alchemical bombs. Who on earth is it? An old man dressed like a priest rushed out of the room angrily. But the next second, a black beam of light penetrated his head. 2 black-robed figures slowly emerged from the dust. They were Richard and Stephana, who had been traveling for a long time. After they arrived at the port of Antwerp, they went directly to the Seagull Tavern without any stop. This tavern is quite unique. The door number is a number of flying seagulls, which is very easy to find. Just when Richard and Stephanie wanted to go directly into the basement, they found that the entrance to the basement was not only heavily guarded, but there were also several warning, defense and reconnaissance magic arrays. This makes it almost impossible to enter quietly. It's not that Richard doesn't have the ability to force his way in, but the place is small, and there is no way he can accommodate the evil spirits and abominations. Not even a blood-bone puppet that is more than 3 meters tall. In addition, considering that the main purpose of their trip was to bring back Captain Baloric safely, rather than to slaughter the members of the Poseidon cult, Richard thought about it, and decided to let Stephanie send the Shadow World Spider first to find out whether Captain Baloric was here. If so, in what area? As soon as the little shadow spider encounters the witch formation, it sneaks into the Shadow World to dodge or jump, and quickly locks Baloric's position. Then, there was the big explosion just now, because Richard threw more than 10 alchemy combination bombs inside at once, directly blow up the stronghold to pieces. As a result, before the battle began, more than 80% of the entire Poseidon sect's stronghold protection strength was lost. The remaining few were solved by Richard's 3 strikes, and 5 divided by 2. Captain Baloric, right? Stephanie stepped forward and asked in a tender voice. Yes, I am Baloric. Baloric was still a little shocked at this time, as if he was frightened by the big explosion just now. We are here to rescue you on behalf of Marquis Norris. Now, please follow us. Okay. But can I trouble you to save the other people in the cell next to them? Baloric agreed immediately, but after thinking about it, he added another sentence. Is there any friend of yours here? Yes. A friend and my first mate Otombo. An orc, Baloric explained. Orc? Richard was stunned. Is he the kind of orc he imagined? He couldn't help but be a little curious. Okay. Then bring it with you. Baloric quickly undid the shackles on his hands and feet, and then took Richard and Stephania to the door of the cell next door. A black beam of light immediately blasted open the iron door of the cell. After a while, a tall figure with light green skin walked out of the cell. The opponent's face is quite different from that of humans. The mouth is like a pig's, and the 2 fangs on the lower jaw are very eye-catching. The rest of the body shape is not much different from that of humans. This orc obviously had an extraordinary relationship with Baloric. When he came out, the first time he saw Baloric, he strode forward and gave him a gentle hammer on the chest. Smash the damn Poseidon cult, and smash their heads off, the orc said in a muffled voice. You will have a chance. But let's leave here first. Baloric patted the other party's thick shoulder and said, "After all, this is the stronghold of the Poseidon sect, and cannot be stayed for a long time." Chapter 267 Prince Queen Sail Battleship. After Richard and his party quickly left the Poseidon sect's stronghold underground in the Seagull Tavern, they quickly arrived at the flight point at the port of Antwerp. Because Richard's hippogriff obviously couldn't carry the weight of 4 people, let alone the big orc Otombo. Richard estimated Otombo's weight, which was at least equivalent to 3 or 4 Stefana's weight, and possibly even more, because Richard had learned in the Ignis school that the bone density of different organisms was different. The bone density of ordinary orcs is more than double that of ordinary humans. According to the measurement standards of previous lives, the bone density of ordinary orcs has reached the bone density of tigers, and the Mohs hardness has reached 4. But this is just an ordinary orc. For an elite orc berserker like Otombo, it is not surprising that the bone density is greater than 6. Correspondingly, muscle density will also increase to the same extent, resulting in further weight gain. Therefore, Richard estimated that he would have to arrange a separate flying mount for Otombo later. "Master Wizard, I don't know what to call you. I have been in the Norris family for many years, but I seem to have never seen you," Captain Baloric asked with a little doubt. Just now, Richard and Stefana destroyed most of the Poseidon sect's secret stronghold in Antwerp like a savage force. This made Captain Baloric extremely shocked at the fighting ability of Richard and the other man. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not remember that there was such a powerful young wizard under the command of Marquis Norris. Moreover, both of them were dressed in black robes, which was quite different in color from the white or light blue wizard robes that were mainstream in the business alliance. This means that the other party is a wizard with negative energy, although the relevant knowledge of wizards is extremely difficult for ordinary people to have access to. Captain Baloric, as an explorer and a great knight, naturally understands it. "Richard Clavel, I am a friend of Marquis Norris's daughter Mello," Richard said with a slight smile. "That's it. I haven't seen Miss Meluo for several years. Could it be that Miss Meluo has also returned from the Bias continent this time?" Captain Baloric couldn't help but suddenly realized. Yes. No wonder. I heard that Miss Meluo went to study at a wizarding college in Bias continent. At that time, we were still surprised why Marquis Norris wanted the young lady to study in such a distant place. Now it seems that Lord Marquis Norris is still foresight. He not only allowed Miss Meluo to avoid the turmoil within the family, but also allowed Miss Meluo to study in such an outstanding wizard academy. A wizarding academy that can cultivate young talents like Lord Richard must be the top wizarding academy in Bias continent, Captain Baloric said with a smile on his face, and his words made people feel like a spring breeze. Captain Baloric is overrated. Richard couldn't help but rub his nose. Captain Baloric was obviously very sociable. This is normal. A navigator captain who aspires to explore the unknown, in addition to being familiar with the sea conditions in various different sea areas, must also understand the specific work content of each position on a ship. The most important thing is to coordinate new and old crew members and work together. And the last point is also the most important. The crew members are united, and their strength is as powerful as gold. This forces an outstanding captain to not only have excellent technical skills, but also have very good communication and coordination skills. Obviously, the Captain Baloric in front of him possesses the above-mentioned excellent abilities. After a few words, Richard and Captain Baloric soon became familiar with each other. "So, Lord Richard wants to go to Basilius Island in the summer sea." Captain Baloric's face changed when he heard the destination mentioned by Richard. "Hey, Captain Baloric, is there any difficulty here?" Richard saw the change in the other person's face, and knew there must be a reason. "Well, myself and First Mate Otombo are willing to accompany Lord Richard. But there are 2 difficulties that need to be solved." Captain Baloric thought for a while, and after considering the words, he slowly said, "Captain Baloric, please speak." Richard gestured. "First of all, there is the issue of the crew. The Basilius Island you want to go to, my lord, is not only tens of thousands of miles away from the Loras Peninsula, but also has countless dangerous sea areas to pass through. So, it is very difficult to recruit crew members. I think I can solve this problem, but it may require you to spend a lot of money. And now I am short of money." "Really?" Captain Baloric said with a guilty look on his face. After all, Richard was his savior. In principle, he should not let this benefactor pay any more. But all his original belongings had been plundered by the Poseidon cult. Stepina on the side chuckled and said proactively, "Gee, I don't think Captain Baloric needs to worry about this at all. Master Richard himself is a rare master of alchemy among wizards. Money is not a problem at all for him. Uh-huh. That's great. Captain Baloric's face lit up, and he nodded. There's a saying that goes, money can solve 99% of problems. If your savior and customer is a wealthy man, then many problems on this long voyage will not be a problem. However, he changed the topic and said again, the second question is about the ship. If you want to avoid risks at sea as much as possible, and at the same time increase your defense capabilities, my suggestion to Sir Richard is to purchase a decommissioned warship from the Principality of Loras, rather than leasing or buying an ocean-going ship. I have a suggestion on this point, but it may require Lord Richard to communicate with Marquis Norris. I know that Lord Marquis Norris and Grand Duke Fabrico of the Principality have a close relationship. Can you see if I can help you solve this problem through Lord Marquis Norris? The last time we went to Basilius Island, our ship was almost destroyed, and everyone on board died. Captain Baloric seemed to recall some bad scene in his mind, and couldn't help but say with fear, this shouldn't be a big problem. After arriving in Norris City, I will talk to Marquis Norris about this matter. Richard nodded, deeply convinced. A battleship and a merchant ship. Obviously a battleship is more suitable for his journey, because Richard is not doing business, but exploring and taking risks. Warships are the most suitable. But Richard also knows that warships from various countries are obviously the cornerstone of national power, and it is very, very difficult to purchase them. Therefore, Captain Baloric's suggestion makes perfect sense. The next day, Richard and his group of 4 returned to Norris City. After placing the Orc Autotombo in the hotel, the 3 of them went to the consul's mansion in Norris City and met Marrow and Marquis Norris again, before being imprisoned yesterday. Okote explained how to remove the venom of the cleft-cheeked sea snake. Therefore, the current Marquis Norris looks much better than what Richard saw before. Marquis Norris. Miss Mello. Captain Baloric saluted immediately after seeing Marquis Norris. Captain Baloric. It's nice to see you again. Marquis Norris nodded. As soon as Richard mentioned the battleship, Marquis Norris immediately agreed and was willing to help Richard communicate with Archduke Fabrico. Since material preparation, personnel recruitment, and warship contact all took time, Richard accompanied Meluo to stroll around and spent 2 days of rare leisure time. Stephana, on the other hand, very wisely went to the wizard's market to replenish the magic materials, leaving her master Richard with enough time to accompany Meluo. On the 3rd day, news came from Grand Duke Fabrico that he agreed to sell a retired 5-masted sailing battleship Princess to Marquis Norris. Marquis Norris could not directly ask Grand Duke Fabrico to sell it to Richard. After all, this involved military secrets, so this compromise method was adopted. Obviously, Marquis Norris also saw the unusual relationship between Meluo and this Lord Richard. Several times, he actually wanted to ask about the specific situation, but he couldn't find the right time, so he could only give up temporarily. Thus, Richard obtained the right to use the battleship Princess without spending a penny on the purchase of the battleship. Today, accompanied by Marquis Norris and everyone else, Richard came to the port of Norris City to witness the handover of the battleship. Hundreds of ships of various sizes were anchored at the port of Norris City, a scene of prosperous maritime trade. However, according to Captain Baloric, this was already a small scene. When the Norris family was at its most prosperous, there were nearly 1,000 ships docked here, far from the depressed state it is today. This immediately gave Richard a clearer understanding of the financial resources of the Meluo family. Sure enough, a skinny camel was bigger than a horse. It is surprising that despite the huge consumption caused by the family's internal strife for several years, there is still such a large merchant fleet. Soon, the group came to a 5-masted sailboat that was obviously longer, narrower and more streamlined. The overall length of the ship was about 60 or 70 meters, and its widest point was about 20 meters. It resembled the streamlined shape of a giant tuna. At a glance, it was clear that the ship was faster than the ordinary merchant ships that Richard had seen before. It has a 3-deck structure, and on each deck, there are black holes for the guns. The overall shape is quite similar to the appearance of the British Empire sailing battleship during the great voyage of Richard's previous life. This surprised Richard quite a bit. He remembered clearly that the heavy weapon used for defense on his ocean-going ship from Crab Claw Peninsula to Loras Peninsula was a giant ballista. He originally thought that naval warfare in this world consisted of long-range attacks with cold weapons, such as ballistae and arrows. Now it seems that this is not the case. In some countries in the world where the ocean is their main interest, artillery has begun to be organically combined with warships. At least, The attack power of the battleship in front of him basically reached the level of the sailing battleships of the previous life in the 18th century. I just don't know how powerful the artillery is. And is the formula ingredient used black powder? If it was black gunpowder. A smile appeared on Richard's lips. Maybe he can make some slight improvements to increase the lethality of his naval guns. There is a figurehead at the bow, which is a bust of a woman holding a scepter. The entire figurehead is made of rust-proof metal. It can be seen that it is well maintained. Even though it has been in service for many years, and has reached the age of retirement, it can still shine in the sun, and is lifelike. An officer dressed in a navy blue striped shirt, leading 5 or 6 junior officers, walked up to Marquis Norris with a smile on his face, and said, "Dear Marquis Norris, I have been ordered to hand over the 5-masted sail of the Princess Queen battleship." "You're welcome, Captain Alginus. Long time no see. When are you considering retiring? If you want to retire, you must first consider our Norris Chamber of Commerce." Marquis Norris laughed, and said to the naval officer half-jokingly, "Marquis Norris, you are so kind. If I retire, my first choice will definitely be the Norris Chamber of Commerce. Every year, a considerable number of retired petty officers from the Navy of the Principality of Loras come to your side. The treatment provided by the Norris Chamber of Commerce is well known. By the way, this time, I heard that you need skilled gunners. I have several very outstanding naval gunners who are about to retire. I recommend them to you. These are them." The middle-aged officer named Captain R. Guinness pointed to the 5 or 6 energetic young officers behind him. When Richard saw this scene, he secretly praised in his heart. The Norris family is indeed a giant in the shipping industry of the Rallis Peninsula, and they have actually attracted so many retired Navy soldiers. In this way, the most troublesome problem of warship artillery control will be solved. After all, no matter how sophisticated the weapons are, they are useless without the corresponding skilled workers. At this time, Captain Baloric looked at Richard with extremely hot eyes. If he can't see anything anymore, then his eyes will be wasted, because a large part of the transportation and trade in the business alliance is carried out through the most cost-effective sea transportation. Therefore, the warships of the various kingdoms and principalities of the commercial alliance are their lifeblood, and even retired warships will never be flown out at will. The principalities and kingdoms of the commercial alliance invest a large amount of money every year to upgrade, transform and update warships. This is why Richard did not see such advanced warships in the Heron Kingdom. It is no exaggeration to say that warships plus high-level wizards are the cornerstones of the military power of each country in the commercial alliance. Therefore, Captain Baloric felt thunderous in his heart at this moment. "I'm afraid this Richard is more than just Miss Maylua's lover. Even his own son may not be treated like this." When he was rescued by Richard, Captain Baloric thought that Richard was a master hired by Marquis Norris. After working on it for a long time, it turned out to be the son-in-law. Half an hour later, Richard boarded the bow of the sailing battleship Princess Queen and looked at the endless sea. Filled with emotions in his heart, there is quite an urge to set off immediately. The stars and the sea can always evoke a person's poetry and distance. Chapter 268, Song of the Misty Sea. But, next, there is one last thing to deal with, and that is the gunner. Obviously, just 4 or 5 elite gunners cannot operate the 70 or 80 cannons on the Prince Queen. Therefore, we still need to find ways to recruit a group of mature gunners, preferably retired naval personnel from various countries in the business alliance. For ordinary sailors, it will take a lot of time and energy just to be familiar with how to operate the artillery. Marquis Norris has already thought of a way to do this. He asked the butler to give Captain Baloric a list of people who had come to work at the Norris Chamber of Commerce after retiring from the Navy of the Principality of Loras in the past 5 years. There are some earlier lists, but those people are already older, want a stable and comfortable life, and are less willing to continue taking risks and struggles at sea. This point will be difficult to change even if Richard's commission is doubled. The best way is to recruit young people who still have ideas, adventurous spirit, and are willing to give it a try. After receiving the list, Captain Baloric immediately patted his chest and promised, "My Lord Marquis, Lord Richard, leave this matter to me. I will definitely complete this task within 3 days." Richard smiled slightly and nodded. "It's great to have a captain like this. It saves me a lot of worry." 3 days later, Richard and Stefana boarded the Prince Queen. Captain Baloric had lost weight in the past 3 days, and almost all of the trivial matters before the official departure required his intervention. The last issue about the gunner has also been solved. Captain Baloric selected more than 120 people from the list given by Marquis Norris. and recruited more than 50 people from the comrades of these people, finally gathering enough gunners. This is the biggest difference between warships and ordinary merchant ships. On ordinary merchant ships, sailors account for more than 80% of the crew, and the rest are combatants. However, on Richard's Princess, combatants, including gunners, account for 70%, and sailors only 30%. This was thanks to the high remuneration given by Richard. Otherwise, no matter how strong Captain Baloric's communication and coordination skills were, he would not have been able to complete this matter within 3 days. Sail! Set sail! As Captain Baloric's words fell, the 5 huge masts were all opened. And suddenly, the huge wind drove the equally huge princess slowly away from the dock and headed towards the blue ocean. Richard did not let Mei Luo accompany him. With the strength of a third-level wizard apprentice, it was too dangerous to accompany him to Basilius Island in the summer sea, maybe in some sudden danger. Once Richard fails to consider Mei Luo's safety, he will let her die. It would be much safer to have Melodo accompany Marquis Norris. Although the Poseidon cult may continue to cause trouble for Marquis Norris, there is a Grand Duke behind Marquis Norris now. Richard believes that in a short period of time, security issues should be safe. 5 days later, Stefana was accompanying Richard on the bow of the boat, admiring the endless blue sea in the distance. Master Richard, we are about to enter the deep sea ahead. We will soon pass through the Siren Sea monster area. But don't worry. We have walked this route many times and are very familiar with it. We will avoid all dangers. Area. Moreover, the weather has been relatively good in recent days and visibility is very high. Captain Baloric came over from the side at this time and introduced him to Richard with a smile. Richard nodded and said, I believe in Captain Baloric's professional ability. The two chatted for a while. Suddenly, the lookout on the mast waved the pennant in his hand. Hey! Strange. The lookout just said there is heavy fog ahead. Captain Baloric couldn't help but murmured. This shouldn't be the case. Captain Baloric took out a monocular telescope and began to observe the fog carefully. Captain Baloric, if this fog is strange, can we take a detour? Stephana asked curiously from the side. Since Baloric had noticed that the fog was a bit strange, she didn't know why she didn't take a detour. After all, the ocean is vast, and you can go anywhere. Miss Stephana, for a sailboat, the wind direction is the most important. If we turn around now, it will affect our sailing for a period of time today. But it is not the most important thing. Captain Baloric paused, as if he was organizing his words, and said, the fog is spreading rapidly in our direction. I just calculated that even if we turn around now, we will most likely still be shrouded in fog due to the reduced wind speed. Hey! Indeed. Stephana looked at Dawu again and said. Richard on the side also nodded. He had also noticed early on that the thick fog in the distance was spreading rapidly around. All personnel. Level 2 combat readiness. Captain Baloric thought for a moment and immediately issued a combat readiness order. This made Richard quite appreciative, because he had just felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. The wizard's mental power is far superior to that of ordinary people, so his perception of danger is sometimes very sensitive. Just now, Richard had a bad premonition, but this premonition was not strong enough to make Richard turn around and leave immediately. However, just as he was about to remind Captain Baloric, unexpectedly, the other party issued a battle preparation order in advance. After giving the order, Captain Baloric looked around and realized that the highest commander on the ship was not him, but Lord Richard. So, he immediately explained, Sir Richard, I'm very sorry. Richard waved his hand and said, Captain Baloric, you did a good job just now, and you don't need to apologize to me. In addition, if this happens in the future, you can just like this time, issue the order as soon as possible. And then when you are free, tell me why you made this decision. I always believe that professional matters should be left to professionals. Captain Baloric was deeply moved when he heard what Richard said. He felt as if he had found a confidant. Yes, Lord Richard, your mind is as broad as the boundless sea. Captain Baloric took off his hat and bowed deeply to Richard. Captain Baloric, you're welcome. In the thick fog, a huge, dilapidated ship loomed on the sea. The double knife flag crossed in an X shape on the flagpole is vaguely visible. The hull is surrounded by various barnacles, mussels, seaweed, kelp, conch and other marine life. Many gaps can be seen even on the surface of the hull. The deck is also full of potholes, and there are many broken boards. It's hard to imagine that this thing, which is more like a sunken ship on the seabed, can actually sail smoothly on the sea. The cold and deep seabed may be where it should stay. What's even more unbelievable is that there are actually many figures walking back and forth on the deck. In the captain's room, 3 figures were seen sitting in a zigzag posture. One of them, a beautiful and slightly tired human woman, was talking to a man in black robes. Sorry, Din. We, the Siren clan, have already activated the Song of the Mist Sea in accordance with the request of your Poseidon Society, so that this ship is shrouded in mist. From now on, it's up to you. His voice was pleasant to the ear and had a special sense of charm. Looking down her moving face, you can see that the upper body is only covered with SHLS, while the lower body is a huge fishtail shining with silver scales. Sure enough, as she just said, she belongs to the Siren clan. Adult sirens possess the innate witchcraft Mist Sea song. When a group of sirens activates this skill, the fog can cover hundreds of sea miles in a radius and is extremely powerful. Of course, the Siren clan has done enough. The man in black robes seemed to respect the representative of the Siren clan in front of him, bowing slightly. In that case, I'll leave first. Goodbye. Saladin. I saw this beautiful siren twisting her waist like a snake. Quickly came to the side of the ship, and jumped gently. He jumped into the sea. Soon, it disappeared into the vast sea. Lord Saladin, why do we need to rely on the power of the Siren? With the power of our ghost ship Westminster, can't we deal with each other? The hooked man on the side said in a deep voice. This guy with a sharp hook embedded in the broken part of his right hand is named Ace Kim, and he is the captain of the Westminster ghost ship. Many years ago, the Westminster was the flagship of the First Fleet of the Akala Kingdom, an important part of the commercial alliance. It unfortunately sank in a sea battle more than 100 years ago. But a few years ago, the Poseidon worshipped by the Poseidon cult used its great power to lift it from the bottom of the sea and transform it into a marine wonder. The ghost ship. The cross-sword pattern painted in the flag on the mast is the symbol of the maritime power of the Kingdom of Akala. Asakim was appointed as the captain of this ghost ship, and naturally he had his own strengths. Asakim, according to the accurate information we have collected, the guy who sabotaged our Poseidon cult's plan to control the Norris family and destroyed our stronghold in Antwerp port is on that ship. However, the opponent's ship is very unusual. It is a decommissioned warship. If we rush forward and attack rashly, we will probably fall into a fierce battle. Saladin slowly explained why he invited the Siren Sea Monster clan to help. Reason. Hey! The other party can actually get a battleship? Asakim's eyes showed surprise. You must know that although the ghost ships under his command are powerful, they are relatively speaking. If they encounter ordinary ships, they will naturally destroy as many as they come. But if the opponent is a warship, and a large warship with amazingly powerful artillery, the result will not be certain. The powerful salvos of dozens of artillery can cause heavy damage to the ghost ship. Saladin nodded and said, this should be the help given by the Norris family. Could it be said that the failure of that guy in Ocote was also due to the other party? Asakim couldn't help but ask, and the trace of carelessness in his heart quickly disappeared. He had met the guy who cultivated clones in Ocote several times. He was a deep-minded conspirator. Although in terms of personal strength, Asakim thought that they were on par with each other, and even he was a little stronger. But the other party had many conspiracies, and he did not expect that such an insidious guy would actually fall into the hands of the other party. That's right. Get ready for battle. Asakim, Saradin said in a deep voice. As you command, Lord Saladin. As the Prince Queen gradually sailed into the fog, Captain Baloric had raised the combat readiness level to level 1. Suddenly, everyone on the boat started to move. A large number of gunners and melee team members, who were still resting in the cabin, all performed their duties and were ready for battle. Especially the black muzzles on the 3 decks have been fully debugged and can be fired at any time. Baloric, is it necessary to be so nervous? The tall Henan orc walked over holding a giant double-edged battle axe and said disapprovingly, Oh Tombo, I always feel that this fog appears a bit strange and sudden. Captain Baloric explained. The fog doesn't seem to be naturally formed, but I can't think of any creature that can generate such a huge range of fog. Maybe this is some kind of anomaly. At this time, Richard frowned and said, Did you hear a faint singing voice? It sounded like a woman singing. When everyone heard Richard say this, they immediately listened attentively. Hey, Master, I heard it too. It seems to be a group of women's voices. Very nice. Stephanie on the side nodded. Not good. Siren? Richard, Step Hannah and Captain Baloric woke up at the same time. Richard and Stephina are wizards who have learned relevant occult knowledge, while Captain Baloric relies on his many years of rich sailing experience to know the abilities of various strange creatures. Therefore, almost at the same time, the three people expressed their suspicions in unison. This should be the Song of the Mist Sea. I have read relevant records in a book. The Song of the Mist is the innate ability of the siren. The general range is more than 10 nautical miles. The song has a unique charm ability, and it has a double effect on men. Times, the effect on women is half or even ineffective. However, if the opponent is a large group, the fog range of the jointly released talent ability Mist Sea Song will be superimposed, and the lethality of the song will also be doubled. Just as Richard was explaining, the female singing voice coming from the mist became clearer and clearer. Many sailors already had curious expressions on their faces and seemed to be stopping to listen. Soon, many people who were listening to the sea song had intoxicated expressions on their faces, and unconsciously started to walk towards the side of the ship with stiff steps. "Oh no! Ring the bell!" Captain Baloric shouted. As a great knight, he is relatively resistant to the siren singing. At this time, he can still conduct command without being greatly affected. Ding! 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 All the alarm bells on the ship are ringing. This caused some interference to the songs of the sirens, but it still cannot be eliminated. Plop! The first victim, who jumped into the sea by himself, appeared. When he sank several meters into the water and was close to suffocation, his human body instinct broke free from the control of the siren's song. Only then did he realize, how did he end up in the water? But when we started to save ourselves, it was already too late. Although the sailors were all very good at water, they did not take a breath in advance and suddenly sank into the cold water, and soon began to struggle to drown. Chapter 269 Ghost Ship. Crash! A huge iron chain shot out from the side of the ship and wrapped around the waist of the sailor, who fell into the sea. Then, after the chain suddenly straightened, the sailor was pushed out of the sea by a huge force, was dragged onto the deck. Bang! The sailor was thrown heavily onto the deck, with sea water and bubbles still coming out of his mouth. But at least his life was saved. Next to him stood a huge body more than 4 meters tall. The chain that saved him came from a normal-sized arm on his back. This giant thing on the deck is Richard's summoned object, the Wraith Abomination. However, the Wraith Abomination with only 3 chains cannot save all the people who fall into the water. At this time, people kept falling into the water. Captain Baloric kept arranging the crew members who were still conscious to tie up and secure those who were controlled by the singing. Just when Richard was on the Princess, most of the people were busy because of the siren's song. The ghost ship, also in the thick fog, was a quiet scene. Hundreds of pirates with fierce faces, armed with various scimitars, swords, harpoons, crossbows, etc., were ready to go on the deck. But the most frightening thing is that there is something wrong with these pirates. They are more or less physically alienated. Some people have barnacles growing on their foreheads. Some have kelp growing out of their scalps instead of hair. And some are even more distorted, with shark-like fins growing on their backs. Every appearance is chilling. These are the prices that must be paid to control the ghost ship, while gaining powerful abilities such as underwater breathing, rapid healing, etc. The body is gradually assimilated by the strange power of the ghost ship. Of course, the one with the deepest degree of alienation is Ace Kim, the captain of the ghost ship Westminster. If you look closely at the gap in the black robe that lifts up when he walks, you will find that the sharp hook embedded in the broken elbow of his right hand is the part that most resembles a pirate. The body inside the black robe was nothing but a skeleton. Its skin, muscles, and internal organs had all disappeared, replaced by thumb-sized gray hagfish entangled together. These hagfish are wriggling all the time. If someone with trypophobia sees them, they will probably faint out of fear. Lord Saladin, all battle preparations are in place. Asakim came to the bow of the ship and reported to Saladin Hui, who was staring at the fog. Saladin, who was standing on the bow of the ship, seemed to be able to see through the fog with his eyes, and could clearly see the Prince Queen where Richard was. Saladin nodded and said, "Very good. In about 10 minutes, we will be able to engage in a direct battle with the opponent. This will render their carefully prepared battleships useless." Lord Saladin, your wisdom is rare in the world. Asakim complimented in a timely manner. When the time comes, leave the undead wizard to me. It just so happens that I am also an undead. Hee. Okay. But Asakim, you still have to be careful. If the opponent can deal with Okot Norris, he must have some strength. I will hold the battle for you. Saladin said slowly. Of course. I will be careful. Aboard the Princess. There was a commotion on the deck, with many sailors and combatants running around in panic. These were the ones with stronger resistance. Those who were weak in resisting the siren song had been tied into rice dumplings one by one, thrown on the deck, and kept under guard. But at this time, the warning signs in Richard's heart became increasingly clear. This means the enemy is approaching quickly. Richard's face was serious, and several enemies flashed through his mind. The enemy coming is the siren? Or is it Poseidon cult? Or is it some strange sea monster? Stephana on the side saw Richard's frown, and couldn't help but said, Master, is the enemy very powerful? Richard shook his head slightly, and said, That's not the case. The problem now is that the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the open. We can't determine who the enemy is, let alone the specific location of the enemy. This makes our battleship's strength completely limited. There's no way to show it off. Stephana suddenly realized that her master was worried about this matter. Stephana smiled slightly and said, Master, maybe I can solve this problem. You? How to solve it? Richard glanced at Stephana doubtfully. How can Stephana solve things that she can't do anything about? Master, have you forgotten my talent? The little spider of the shadow world? Of course, I haven't forgotten this. You mean to let these little guys detect enemies nearby? But this is the sea, not land. If a wave comes, I'm afraid the little spiders will be submerged. Richard asked, still puzzled. Master, my little shadow spider can walk on water. Didn't you know? Stephana chuckled and explained. What? Richard immediately looked at Stephana in shock. Does the little spider from the shadow world still have this ability? To be honest, Richard had never noticed it. Really? Richard confirmed. Of course it's true. If you don't believe it, I can summon it to you right now. Stephana said firmly. Great. Stephana, summon the shadow spider immediately. Maybe you can save many people on this ship this time. Richard couldn't help but said with joy. Stephana was confused for a moment, but immediately followed Richard's words and summoned hundreds of shadow spiders. I saw densely packed fist-sized little spiders appearing on the deck. Stephanie, let all the little spiders go in this direction. Richard pointed in a direction. Although he couldn't determine what the source of the danger was, he still had a rough idea of the direction of the danger. Okay, Master. Stephana waved her white little hand, and suddenly hundreds of shadow spiders jumped down from the deck and rushed in that direction menacingly. Sure enough, from the side of the ship, Richard could see the little spider jumping off the deck. Relying on its own downy hair and ultralight weight, it easily floated on the water and rushed toward the source of danger as if it were walking on flat ground. Although the sea area is vast, once the direction is determined, these hundreds of little spiders can basically detect carefully a considerable distance. Richard is almost certain that these little spiders from the shadow world will definitely gain something. There should be news soon. Really? In less than 5 minutes? Stephana said with a serious face. Master, the little spider from the shadow world saw a giant ship no less big than us, heading quickly in our direction. Richard's eyes narrowed, and he said to himself, It's true. Captain Baloric's expression changed drastically and he said, Miss Stephana, can you calculate how far away we are? In this direction, the opponent's angle of collision is exactly at the waist of the Queen. If it is hit head-on, there is a high probability that the Queen will suffer damage to the ship and people. Yes, there's about 1 nautical mile left. Stephana calculated silently in her mind and quickly reported a number. Great. No matter who the opponent is, they must be enemies rather than friends. Sir Richard, the opponent will soon enter the range of our artillery. I suggest that we fire as soon as we enter the range. Captain Baloric looked at Lechachek. He asked with burning eyes. Of course, Captain Baloric. Please give it a go. Richard agreed decisively. After obtaining Richard's approval, Captain Baloric immediately issued a series of orders. Turn left. All artillery on the right. Prepare. Maximum elevation angle. Emission. Suddenly, 36 artillery pieces on one side of the Queen, like the rocket launchers Richard had seen in his previous life, fired LS one after another. Just now, Captain Baloric mobilized all the gunners who were strong-willed and could withstand the siren's song to the starboard side, and finally controlled all the artillery on one side, exerting maximum firepower. At this time, the ghost ship Westminster. The first person to notice something was wrong was Saladin. He vaguely heard a whistling sound coming from the mist. At first, he wondered what it was, but the next second, he realized that it was a cannonball. But it's too late. He saw burning red solid iron balls roaring towards him. Dozens of iron balls were reflected on his constricted pupils. And they came overwhelmingly. He has a question mark on his forehead. How did the enemy discover them? How could the enemy possibly discover them? And he controlled the distance so accurately. Hitting himself just right? Saradin shouted, "Everyone beware." The words haven't even finished yet. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the iron ball hitting the deck was heard. Some of the iron balls directly hit the rotten deck, while others bounced and injured a group of people. "Ah! My hand!" A pirate shouted in pain while holding his missing right hand. "Ah! My leg! My leg is gone!" Another pirate shouted while holding his missing left leg. "Damn it!" Acekim, the captain of the ghost ship, roared angrily, "Speed up! There are no artillery on the ghost ship. Only large crossbows. But they are not very useful after being soaked in seawater for many years. So the attack of the ghost ship relies entirely on boarding battles. In fact, what the ghost ship is most afraid of is encountering this situation. It is still far away from the enemy, but the enemy's artillery is locked on and attacked our side early. Now, either retreat or rush over with the enemy's fierce artillery fire, and then engage in a boarding battle. Obviously, if you rush forward, the loss will be huge. But if you don't rush, the loss will be equally huge. Acekim just now thought that the overall situation was decided. It was just that the mysterious necromancer might be a bit troublesome and would require a lot of effort. Other ordinary sailors or gunners would soon be torn apart by the ferocious pirates under his command. But the slap in the face came so quickly. Now he wants to fight, but cannot hit the opponent. If he wants to retreat, Lord Saladin will definitely not agree. Therefore, Acekim had no choice but to brave the enemy's fierce fire and give the order to move forward and speed up. Looking at the old men who had their hands and feet broken off one after another. Some even had their spines broken directly by the SHLs, holding their intestines and dying in pain. The scene on the entire deck was so miserable that it was simply breathtaking. Even old pirates, who licked blood from their swords, are accustomed to seeing life and death, and are extremely fierce. Can't help but feel scared when they see the scene. What's even more terrifying is that in the thick fog, no trace of the enemy can be seen. But the enemy's artillery SHLs are whistling in from the sky in an endless stream. This means that they are now the enemy's living targets. Unexpectedly, the fog used to cover their attack would now become an obstacle to them. As the ghost ship Westminster takes a step closer to the enemy, it will cause a large number of casualties, and the hull will be riddled with holes. Hurry! Hurry! Acekim suppressed the anger in his heart and waited for the moment when the boarding came. Aboard the Princess. "Master, the artillery hit rate is very high. Through the little spider in the shadow world. I heard the screams on the other side's ship. The other side seemed to have suffered a lot of casualties," Stefana said with a face of joy. "However, the opponent is very fierce and is speeding towards us at the moment. The opponent's hull is riddled with holes, but it can still sail normally. Something weird," Stefana added. "No matter whether the opponent is weird or not. If we continue the artillery attack, as long as the artillery is powerful enough, the opponent will definitely not be able to withstand it," Richard said quickly. At this moment, Richard felt extremely fortunate that he had chosen to sail on a warship. If he were on a merchant ship, he would have no choice but to wait for the enemy to attack him. Unlike now, he can still take the initiative. Master Richard is right. "Oh Tombo! Send a message and prepare for the boarding battle." After the tall orc Atombo responded angrily, he held a giant axe and began to gather a melee team. Although the number of close combat members on the Princess is only about 20, they all have extraordinary skills and strong combat capabilities. "Artillerymen, continue the attack," Richard thought for a while. And just to be on the safe side, he summoned the blood and bone puppets to cooperate with the Wraith Abomination and the melee team to deal with the possible boarding battle that would follow. 1 minute later, a gray shadow about the same size as the Queen was seen rushing out of the fog. Although its metal ram was rusty, if it hit the side of the Queen's hull, it would definitely cause serious damage to the Queen. If you are unlucky, you may be hit directly in the middle, because the opponent's sailing speed is very fast. "Turn starboard," shouted Captain Baloric. At this time, everyone on the ship discovered that the enemy's ship was very strange. The hull was in tatters and covered with kelp, seaweed, barnacles, and other marine life. It looked like it had just been fished out of the bottom of the sea. "This is the flag of the Akra Kingdom. This looks like the Westminster that sank in a naval battle more than 100 years ago," Captain Baloric exclaimed. Captain Baloric was familiar with the famous warships of maritime powers. Once he saw their outlines, he could basically tell the model of the other party. This is a ghost ship. Captain Baloric, who had always had a calm face, could not help but turn pale at this moment. If he knew that the opponent was a ghost ship, Captain Baloric would not choose to let the opponent get closer even if he was killed. Instead, he would actively distance himself and rely on artillery attacks to force the opponent back. Because there is a saying at sea, don't even think about having a boarding battle with a ghost ship. Almost never does a ship defeat a ghost ship in a boarding battle. This seems to be an iron rule. Chapter 270 Fierce Battle on the Boarding. Bang! There was a sound mixed with the sound of a wooden board breaking. The side of the ghost ship Westminster and the right side of the Queen where Richard was sitting suddenly scraped together. And the sides of the ships were connected. Kill them all! Asakim, who was already furious, roared. The 1 nautical mile he just encountered was the most difficult nautical mile he had ever encountered in his life. During this nautical mile approach, my ghost ship, the Westminster, faced the opponent's continuous artillery attacks. It was simply a living target. He still hasn't figured out how the other party discovered his ghost ship. You must know that the ghost ship itself has some hidden attributes, which will make people unconsciously ignore the existence of the ghost ship. What's more, this time, Lord Saladin also invited the Siren clan and cast the sea song of mist, turning the entire sea area of hundreds of nautical miles into a gray mist. In this case, the other party can accurately locate themselves, which is really weird. The consequence of launching an attack under dense artillery fire was the loss of more than half of his elite troops. And if it weren't for the mighty power of Poseidon, the Westminster under my feet would probably have sunk 3 times. Asakim has never fought such a frustrating battle, so he is very angry. The artillery attack was not fatal enough for someone at his level. It's not that Asakim's body can withstand the attack of artillery LS, but with his reaction speed, he has enough time to dodge the artillery LS coming from a distance, without losing his hand like his subordinates. Broken leg, or broken at the waist. At Asakim's call, the remaining half of the ghost ship pirates jumped over the side of the Queen's ship, waving their weapons and screaming strangely, ready to start killing. Kill them all! Avenge the brothers! Leave no one alive! These pirates roared with ferocious faces. But as soon as the ferocious pirates jumped onto the deck of the Queen, they encountered the behemoth wraith abomination, which was more than 4 meters tall. Immediately, the strange screams of the pirates stopped abruptly, like a group of local dogs trying to dig out an unknown creature's cave. But after entering, they found a violent mountain bear inside. At this moment, a sly smile appeared on the hateful and ugly face of the resentful spirit. The next second, the bulge on its neck shrank instantly. Venom spit. Puff puff. I saw the resentful spirit opening its mouth in hatred, and a large stream of light blue fishy liquid, like a high-pressure water gun, was sprayed down on the heads of these strange-looking pirates. In an instant, the pirates who gathered so closely together had no time to dodge, and were directly sprayed in the face, or all over. Boo-hoo! The sound of corrosion suddenly sounded, and violent white smoke erupted from the surface of the body or clothes of the pirates who were spitted, and a stench similar to burning biological tissue filled the air. Ah! The pirates on the deck screamed one after another. The ghost ship pirates, who were full of energy and planning to slaughter the princess, were stunned by this hateful move of the vengeful spirit. Actually, this is just the power of the wraith abomination releasing 1/3 of the venom stored in its body. If it were to use its full strength, the result might be that it would injure the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 of its own, because the venom in the body of the vengeful abomination poured onto the deck. The deck was corroded. Fortunately, the deck was thick enough so it was not corroded through. Therefore, although the resentful spirit has 3 poison sacs in its body, Richard does not dare to let it use them all. At this time, the melee team headed by the Orc Otombo saw that the resentful hatred was so powerful, and their morale immediately rose. Otombo waved the giant axe in his hand and roared, "Kill these disgusting, rotten-smelling guys. Get them." The Orc Otombo took the lead, leading an elite melee team of dozens of people, and began to fight with the surviving ghost ship pirates on the deck. The pirates, who were supposed to have an absolute advantage, could still maintain their combat effectiveness after the first round of continuous artillery salvos from the Queen and the second round of attacks by the resentful spirit's hateful venom. Therefore, at this moment, the ghost ship thieves who were originally fighting an ambush were defeated by the melee team of the lighthouse. This made Captain Valoric extremely excited. It seemed that the myth of the ghost ship being invincible in boarding battles was about to be broken by his princess. This is of course thanks to the resentful spirit's hated master, Mr. Richard. Naturally, Asakim saw the scene on the deck of the princess, and was so angry that he almost burst into tears. We had just endured a volley of artillery fire all the way, and now the boarding battle was also like this. The reputation of the Westminster ghost ship may be ruined. He jumped up and with a boom sound, he arrived on the deck of the princess. The next second, he tore off his black robe, and hundreds of bloodthirsty hagfish as thick as a thumb wrapped around his body rushed towards the Queen's melee team like high-speed machine guns. In an instant, the Queen's melee team headed by Otombo screamed one after another. The situation reversed so quickly. This is also the peculiarity of the wizarding world. The intervention of high-end combat power can often reverse the outcome of a battle very quickly. These thumb-thick gray hagfish look like giant earthworms. But at the front end is an extremely sharp mouthpart with rows of sharp teeth like those of a large shark. Once Asakim's bloodthirsty hagfish touches the human body, its mouthparts, like a drill, begin to drill deep into the human body. Suddenly, the skin and flesh seem to be torn apart by a high-speed cutting blade, and blood and flesh fly everywhere. Many melee team members screamed in pain and hurriedly pulled the hagfish's tail, trying to pull it out of their bodies. Because if left alone, the hagfish will soon drill holes through its sharp teeth and bite directly into human organs, resulting in death. However, these hagfish appear to be only about the size of a thumb and do not seem to have much strength. However, after actual contact, you will find that the surface of these thumb-sized hagfishes is extremely slippery, and their muscles are as tough as rubber. It is difficult for melee players, who are not strong enough to tear the hagfish off. At this time, many people use the method of slashing with swords to deal with hagfish. As a result, these hagfish have extremely tenacious vitality. Just like earthworms, even if they are severed from the middle, the front half of the hagfish will still burrow into the human body, swallowing flesh and body fluids in large mouthfuls, and heal itself at a high speed. Soon, the hagfish cut in the middle will turn into two hagfish that are half the size. Many people suffer the loss of not knowing this and think that after cutting the hagfish into two pieces, everything will be fine. Unexpectedly, after being cut into two pieces, the hagfish still did not die, but was killed by the mouthparts of the front half of the hagfish. Even the Wraith Abomination had 7 or 8 bloodthirsty hagfish crawling on its body. These hagfish used their sharp teeth to tear open the thick skin of the Abomination and began to drill holes in the fat layer. But the fat of the Wraith Abomination was too thick. These hagfish swallowed desperately, but they only swallowed a lot of yellowish grease and had a belly full of fat. But taking advantage of this period of time, the many normal human-sized arms on Wraith Abomination began to exert their power, waving and pulling up these bloodthirsty hagfishes. In particular, the main body arm of the resentful spirit pulled out a bloodthirsty hagfish, put it directly into its mouth and started biting it, as if eating spicy strips. The ferociousness made everyone else feel frightened. Of course, Richard and Stepina had seen Asakim's move a long time ago. But at this moment, Richard focused all his attention on the other person on the ghost ship, although that person was also a man in black robe. His aura was very powerful, and he seemed to be very close to the second-level Great Wizard. This is Saradin. Just listen to him suddenly say, "Asakim, our true master is here. Don't waste time on a group of fish." Yes, Lord Saradin. Asakim, who was in the form of a skeleton, immediately responded. This made Richard's face even more serious, as it was obvious that the other party's target was him. Recently, he has done nothing else but provoke the Poseidon sect. So there is a high probability that the other party is the Poseidon sect who came to plan to kill him. He foiled the Poseidon cult's plan to annex the Norris Chamber of Commerce and completely destroyed the other party's stronghold at the port of Antwerp. It was normal for the other party to hate him to the core. Asakim, who was in the form of a skeleton, suddenly rushed towards Richard, as fast as an arrow leaving the string. When Richard saw it, he knew that he couldn't let the two of them join forces. Otherwise, he would be passive. Although our side seems to be outnumbered, a closer analysis reveals that Valoric and Otombo are both great knight-level melee fighters. And in terms of strength, they are not even as good as the first-level wizards. There was no way he could compete with the two enemies in front of him. And although Stepana has a good talent for witchcraft, she is no match for any of the enemies in front of her in a head-on battle. Therefore, the situation in front of Richard can be said to be quite bad, which means that he will have to fight against two. Moreover, These two opponents seemed to be very difficult to deal with. Almost at the same time as Asakim, the black-robed man Saladin also suddenly underwent drastic changes at this time. The originally normal-sized body suddenly swelled up at this moment, and the black robe suddenly fell into pieces. A monster more than 4 meters tall, with a shark body but hands and feet, appeared in front of Richard. As expected of the Poseidon cult, all the sea monsters that appear are all forms. It seems that this is a gift from the so-called Poseidon. Turning his followers into this look. Stepanna, protect yourself and get rid of the skeleton first. Richard spoke quickly while quickly performing witchcraft. Magic armor. The lingering air of death. The two defensive witchcrafts were quickly released. Boom! Asakim, who was rushing towards Richard, was suddenly knocked several meters away by another taller skeleton, which was Richard's blood-bone puppet. Suddenly, the two started fighting. Since both of them are skeletal creatures, the battle is quite interesting. Those who didn't know better thought this was a civil war between necromancers. The shark monster transformed by Saladin was haunted by the equally huge vengeful spirit. The 3 iron chains were immediately thrown on Saladin by the resentful spirit. But what is unbelievable is that the iron chain as thick as a wrist is actually making a creaking sound of deformation. I saw the shark monster Saladin, and the muscles on his body suddenly popped out with veins, became extremely knotted, and began to swell. This strange force is so terrifying that it will almost break the iron chain immediately. Stretch. Wow! The thick iron chain that the resentful spirit hates has always been invincible, was forcibly broken by someone for the first time with brute force. Richard's face immediately darkened. It seemed that the resentful spirit's hatred would not be able to resist this shark monster for too long. The two must not be allowed to join forces and form a 2-on-1 situation. Immediately, Richard cast 2 spells in succession and attacked Asakim. Psychic Shock. Death Ray. First, there was a wave of transparent mental power that quickly struck Asakim from the air in front of Richard. Asakim was immediately beaten and stunned. He was hit by a bone blade storm from the blood and bone puppet, and was beaten to the ground. Defeat and retreat. The next second, Asakim was pierced through the shoulder blade by a black beam of light. Originally, Richard was aiming for Asakim's skull, but the opponent reacted very quickly and dodged the fatal blow. Bloodthirsty hagfish. The injured Asakim roared in pain, and suddenly, all the scattered bloodthirsty hagfishes quickly gathered towards him. The next second, a huge eel ball composed of hundreds of bloodthirsty hagfish was directly controlled by Asakim and rolled towards Richard with an extremely ferocious momentum. The attack power of the bloodthirsty eel balls is extremely terrifying. As long as it is hit, the mouth parts of hundreds of hagfishes will activate at the same time, and in an instant, a person can be sucked into bloody skin. Many wizards believed that they were able to defend against witchcraft, so they withstood Asakim's attack. As a result, in less than half a second, the defensive witchcraft was broken by hundreds of hagfishes. The next second, they were sucked into bloody skin before they even had time to hum. At this time, a white arm touched Richard's arm. In the next second, Richard disappeared from Asakim's perception, but he could see Richard's vague smile again. The shadow is right there. This sense of misjudgment made Asakim extremely uncomfortable. The bloodthirsty eel ball that rushed towards Richard was also easily dodged by Richard, who took refuge in the shadow world. Cut! Orkotombo struck hard on Asakim's skull with a slash. Bang! A clear sound of bone cracking sounded. Although Otombo's strength was only that of a great knight, he was tall and mighty, and his strength was amazing. Even Asakim felt very uncomfortable after being hit by this blow accidentally. But Asakim's reaction was also extremely fast, and his counterattack was even more swift. At super fast speed, the skeletal arm penetrated Otombo's lower abdomen, directly causing Otombo to lose his combat effectiveness. But the next second, a black beam suddenly pierced Asakim's spine. Snapped. This caused Asakim to be hit hard instantly. It was Richard who seized the opportunity and suddenly unleashed the death ray. On the other side, a familiar roar of pain sounded. I saw a huge bloody hole in the hated belly of the resentful spirit, which could almost fit a person. It turns out that the most powerful thing about the shark monster transformed by Saladin is not his strength, but his shark mouth. Just one bite was enough to severely injure the vengeful abomination. Before it could even release its evil spirit, the vengeful abomination had to undergo a cesarean section and instantly lost hundreds of pounds. But the shark monster didn't feel well either. The giant iron axe and hammer that the resentful spirit hated also gave it a hard blow on the head. leaving 2 long gashes on the opponent's head. But compared to the hatred of the vengeful spirit, this is obviously a minor injury. In an instant, the casualty ratio of this battle became 1-to-1. Chapter 271 The Most Embarrassing Way to Die. This Poseidon sect is indeed difficult to deal with. Quick! Adjust the gunner. Let the artillery aim at the shark monster. Richard turned his head and said quickly to Captain Beloric beside him. Lord Richard, the shark monster moves too fast and the gunners can't hit it at all. Captain Beloric replied with a grim expression. Don't worry. I will create opportunities for you. Gunner, push the cannon and aim at the shark monster. Captain Beloric immediately carried out Richard's order. Richard handed the seriously injured Asakim over to Stephanie to deal with. He didn't seek to kill him with one blow, but to disrupt the opponent and prevent him from recovering his combat power. He just wanted to contain him. Stephana, who has the ability to travel through shadows, may not have a killer move that determines victory or defeat, but she is the best candidate for the implementation of this containment tactic. As for Richard himself, he immediately came forward with the blood and bone puppet, withstood the shark monster's attack, and shared the pressure of the resentful spirit's hatred. Otherwise, I am afraid that the resentful spirit abomination will be seriously injured soon and return to the world of the undead. If that's the case, no one can block the shark monster's attack head-on, and the entire battle will be ruined. Therefore, to protect the hatred of resentful spirits is to protect victory. Grrrr. Soon, 7 or 8 cannons were pushed out of the cabin by more than 20 elite gunners, who began to adjust the elevation of the gun barrels and aim at the shark monster. Although Saladin's IQ seemed to have dropped a lot after he transformed into a shark monster, he was not so stupid that he still had no reaction when being targeted by artillery, when it saw a group of gunners adjusting their cannons to aim at it. But it was tightly entangled by Richard, the blood and bone puppet, and the wraith abomination. It only heard a loud roar like 2 stones rubbing against each other, and the shark monster's thick neck came everywhere. Sharknado. The next second, a rapidly rotating black tornado appeared in front of it out of thin air and quickly spread several meters away. Immediately, the resentful spirits, blood and bone puppets, and Richard were all included. The tornado's impact range was not large, but its attack power was extremely terrifying. The thick deck it affected immediately fell apart and turned into sharp wood chips, which were mixed into the high-speed flowing tornado. This kind of sharp wood chips, after being given an extremely fast speed, has extremely terrifying lethality. It hit Richard's lingering death energy and almost penetrated every root. But fortunately, after the death energy was weakened, the kinetic energy of the sharp wood chips also decreased a lot, and was blocked by Richard's last layer of defensive witchcraft magic armor. But the beating also made the bone armor on his body jingle, and Richard immediately felt pain on his body. The worst thing was the abomination, which had been severely injured before. At this moment, its body was almost covered with deck fragments, like a huge hedgehog, and even one of its left eyeballs was poked out. The blood and bone puppet is the safest one among the Sharknadoes, as long as the attack power does not exceed the upper limit of its bone strength. This kind of attack is useless. It only restrains its actions. The shark monster transformed by Saladin took this opportunity and immediately jumped out of the siege of the 3 people and came to the side of the artillery, intending to destroy these slow-moving but powerful artillery pieces first. Just when the shark monster had a ferocious look on its face and was about to kill the gunner, Richard let the blood-bone puppet hit him hard, and he was immediately knocked out of the high-speed rotating Sharknado. He hit the shark monster directly with a gift of witchcraft. Psychic shock. What Richard was waiting for was for the other party to get close to the artillery, because the closer you get to the artillery, the smaller the space for the opponent to dodge. In addition, the size of the shark monster is comparable to that of the wraith abomination, so it is naturally more difficult to dodge. The difficulty lies in how to pin down the opponent so that the gunners can aim. The answer is again, the closer, the better. Of course, the shark monster cannot be allowed to kill directly in front of the gunners. Otherwise, Richard will not be interested in testing whether the gunners have the will to face danger. Just when the shark monster was still more than 10 meters away from the gunners, a transparent mental wave suddenly hit the shark's head, causing its entire body to stagnate suddenly. Fire! Richard shouted immediately. Fire! Captain Beloric shouted at the top of his lungs. Fire! The gunner commanding more than 20 elite gunners roared. Boom, boom, boom! The gunners did not seem to be scared away by the shark monster that was getting closer and closer. Instead, they fired the SHLs steadily. In an instant, The 7 or 8 cannons opened fire at the same time. At this moment, Richard had never felt that his double salary was so cost-effective. This is the advantage of retired veterans. After many years of fighting, they have become very indifferent to blood and fire, life and death. As for the shark monster that had just reacted, its pupils shrank sharply. But at this time, its huge body wanted to evade. But it was too late anyway. The only way is to avoid the vital points slightly, and the rest is to directly withstand the artillery bombardment. Roar! The shark monster roared and reacted quickly. It immediately made a response plan with the least damage. It judged in an instant that it would be hit by at least 3 cannonballs. But it would be better than being hit by 4, 5, or even more cannonballs. Powerful. As a result, the muscles of the shark monster's body were tense, and a pair of giant hands were crisscrossed on the chest to protect the vital parts of the head and chest to avoid being directly hit by the cannonballs. Several burning red round solid iron balls were violently accelerated and rubbed in the barrel, hitting different parts of the shark monster at a speed slightly exceeding the speed of sound. 1 L hit him right in the arm, instantly fracturing the arm bone and causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. But fortunately it was blocked. Otherwise the L would have hit him directly in the chest. The second cannonball hit the lower abdomen, directly opening a washbasin-sized hole in the shark monster's waist, where the two of them were hugging each other. This time it seriously injured it, and the shark monster immediately began to howl miserably. The third cannonball, also the last one, hit the shark monster's knee, knocking the shark monster to his knees. The remaining LS either just grazed the shark monster or missed it completely. But 3 cannonballs were able to hit the shark monster, and they also produced such remarkable results, which made everyone around them overjoyed. When Richard saw it, he was overjoyed. Who says that ordinary people can't play a role in extraordinary battles? Who says ordinary people can't cause harm to wizards? I don't know about other giant monsters, but at least a brute force monster like the shark monster is still impossible to be immune to artillery damage. Richard even felt that as long as the caliber of the artillery was large enough, even second and third level wizards could not be killed. Of course, the conditions for killing the opponent are more stringent. The enemy has to stand still and allow you to bombard him with dozens of large caliber artillery. This is almost impossible to happen in reality. He also used a trick this time. He used the dizziness of his mental shock to set up a situation to put the opponent in front of the muzzle of a group of artillery guns. Well done, gunners! Captain Baloric's cheeks turned red with excitement. He was even more excited than Richard. Think about it. The other party is extraordinary. And it's not an ordinary extraordinary one. It's a monster transformed into a close to second-level great wizard. As a result, it was directly hit hard by a salvo of artillery fire. Looking at Saladin, who was beaten to the point of kneeling on one knee, Aeskim held up his broken spine with both hands, with a look of disbelief on his face. This is Lord Saladin, the strongest first-level wizard among the second-level wizards of the Poseidon sect. And he was actually beaten to the point where he knelt on the ground. Oh my god! Could it be said that only a second-level great wizard can deal with this undead wizard? But the second-level great wizard is also a high-ranking figure in the Poseidon sect. So how can he take action so easily? Taking advantage of the opponent's daze, Richard aimed at the head of Aeskim, the skeletal monster lying on the ground, and launched 2 consecutive attacks. Psychic Shock. Death Ray. A black beam of light penetrated Asikim's skull. Suddenly, Asikim's memory and expression remained permanently fixed on that scene of shock. Quick reload. Get ready to shoot again. The gunnery commander immediately gave the order. The shark monster transformed by Saladin suddenly shook all over. If he were hit by another salvo of artillery fire, he would surely die. Saladin endured the pain and hit the lower deck hard with the shark's tail, which immediately pierced the deck and caused his entire tall body to fall from the deck into the next cabin. But unfortunately, Saladin miscalculated the height between the lower deck and the upper deck. With a deck height of only 2.5 meters, Saladin fell to the next level. Most of his body was below the deck, but his chest, including his head, was exposed above the deck. The most important thing is that the whole person is stuck in it, making it very difficult to move. This immediately made everyone around him happy. A living target close at hand. There is nothing more joyful than this. You know, just now Richard spent a lot of effort, and after all kinds of elaborate designs, he finally deceived the other party into a dilemma. But I didn't expect it this time. The shark monster actually made a stupid move for himself. Fire! The gunner shouted with eyes wide open. The next second, In Saladin's shocked eyes, 4 or 5 burning red solid iron balls roared towards his eyes. Snapped. The sound of a watermelon being smashed with a sledgehammer was heard. The shark monster's huge shark head was like a ripe watermelon, which was smashed into pieces by a sledgehammer with a snap, revealing the scarlet flesh inside, as well as splash of red juice. One of the pools was bright red mixed with some white cotton-like stuff, which looked like pig brains. Richard and Stepanna were also stunned and looked at each other for a while. This might be the most miserable death of a top-level wizard. Right? In the end, he did not die in the hands of evenly matched strong men, but he died under the artillery fire of ordinary people. Of course, this was definitely thanks to the restraint provided by Richard and his undead summons. Otherwise, the opponent's Sharknado can eliminate all the gunners and artillery on the deck, and it is impossible for the artillery controlled by ordinary people to focus on the opponent. Therefore, there is no suspense about the next battle. Soon, all the enemies on the Princess were wiped out. The ghost ship Westminster quickly began to decay in an instant after the death of Captain Asakim. When everyone turned around to count the spoils, the keel of the Westminster ghost ship had already rotted and broken, and it suddenly disintegrated with a crackling sound. Soon, as everyone watched, only some old, rotten wooden boards were left of the ghost ship, floating on the sea. As for the pirates, whether they were alive or dead, they gradually shriveled up and either turned into mummies curled up on the ground, or even turned into fly ash. Only the body of the shark monster shrank rapidly and returned to a headless human corpse. But there were no items on his body, which made Richard sigh. Although he defeated this wave of attacks from the Poseidon sect, he gained nothing. No, it's not without gain. The energy points just prompted by the system were quite generous. The shark monster and the skeleton monster brought a total of 189,765 energy points to Richard. This made Richard's idea of finding Rodrigo's meditation method even stronger. If he finds a follow-up meditation method and directly consumes these energy points to increase them, I am afraid that Richard's strength will further skyrocket. Ha ha ha. We won. We actually won. We actually defeated the ghost ship. We defeated the ghost ship head-on in the boarding battle. We busted the myth. The surviving gunners, sailors, and melee teams on the deck all began to cheer loudly, and many of them even threw their sailor hats into the air. Stepanna was immediately infected by this atmosphere and waved her little hands excitedly. Long live Lord Richard. After I don't know which survivor shouted so loudly, the words "Long live Sir Richard" instantly resonated with everyone, and the loud voice echoed throughout the princess. The scene where Richard and his summons were defeated by two powerful wizards just now was watched by everyone in the Queen's Hall. Perhaps for Richard, this was just a bigger battle he had ever encountered in his life. But for most of the people on the Princess, this battle was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. Perhaps one day, when they are old or can no longer work, they will tell their children in the garden, what is the greatest thing they have experienced in this life? It was probably this battle. When I was young, I was a sailor on the Princess and defeated the ghost ship head-on. Maybe one day, when bragging with my wife, I will tell this story. Maybe that's what you brag about when you're drinking at the bar. Perhaps this battle will also be written on the epitaph. No matter what, today's battle will be deeply engraved in their minds, and will be passed down from word to mouth forever. At this moment, the lookout on the mast shouted, "The fog is gone! The fog is gone!" Only then did everyone react and look around. Sure enough, the surrounding fog gradually faded and quickly dissipated. Suddenly, the sun shone on the sea, and everyone on the boat seemed to be bathed in golden light. "Look! What is that?" A sailor pointed to the port side of the Queen and said, Chapter 272 Improvement and Alchemy of Depth Bombs. I saw hundreds of transparent spirits suddenly rising from the sea where the wreckage of the ghost ship had been, rushing towards the Queen. This immediately shocked everyone on the boat, except Richard and Stepanna, who were familiar with spirits, who remained calm. Although there are a large number of these spirit bodies, the strength of each spirit body is not strong. In other words, most of these spirit bodies were just ordinary people during their lifetime. As these spirits approached, everyone on the boat could clearly see the appearance of these spirits. There are businessmen in silk, sailors in sailor uniforms, women in skirts, and old men on crutches. But these people looked very relieved, with slight smiles on their faces. After these spirits quickly circled around the people on the Princess, they shot straight into the sky. "Master, these should be the people massacred by the ghost ship." "Right. This time we defeated the ghost ship and released the souls trapped on the ghost ship. They seem to be expressing their gratitude, Stefana said crisply. The voice sounded. Richard nodded. This world is so ruthless. The weak eat the strong. Among this huge group of spirits, he saw too many defenseless women and children. But even so, the pirates on the ghost ship did not let them go when they met them. Captain Beloric and a group of sailors on the side, after listening to Stefana's words, realized that these huge numbers of spirits came from people killed by the pirates on the ghost ship. Because the queen defeated the ghost ship, these souls, who had been imprisoned by the ghost ship for an unknown period of time, were released. This also verified the past maritime legend. It is said that the souls of those killed by the ghost ship will never rest in peace. They will always be imprisoned by the ghost ship and become puppets that enhance the power of the ghost ship. Now, before these liberated souls leave this world, they fly over one after another and fly around the queen to express their gratitude. This strange sight made the sailors marvel. It seems that they have one more thing to talk about in the future. The next day, Richard, who had some free time, finally had time to carefully inspect the artillery on the princess. These artillery pieces are the hero. If it weren't for them, the princess wouldn't have been able to defeat the ghost ship, and Richard wouldn't have been able to kill the shark monster Saladin. The artillery of the princess is divided into 3 different calibers, namely 12 pounds, 18 pounds, and 24 pounds. Obviously, the larger the caliber, the greater the firepower. Richard looked at the 1-meter-long gun barrel made of bronze. He did not practice metal-related innate witchcraft, so he could not immediately change the caliber of the gun. At the same time, he thought carefully that if the caliber of the artillery was adjusted, the corresponding ammunition specifications must also be adjusted synchronously. Such a systematic project would definitely not be completed by him alone on the Queen. Therefore, Richard could only settle for the second best and study the gunpowder technology of this world's artillery first. If the gunpowder formula is not optimal, he can rely on the panel to directly find the optimal ratio. Coincidentally, the 2 main ingredients of this world's gunpowder formula are actually sulfur and charcoal, and the other is a plant powder called ammonia. Richard asked Beloric that this ammonia grass was a plant obtained by wizards through various hybridizations. At the beginning, no one paid attention to the ammonia grass that was circulated. Pure weeds on the roadside, completely ignored. But then a blacksmith discovered its powder, and after mixing it with sulfur and sawdust, it turned out to be incredibly powerful, and it suddenly turned from a weed that no one cared about to a rare thing. Soon after, it was planted on a large scale, and now it has become a military-controlled material, with import and export strictly controlled. Currently, almost all major kingdoms and principalities in the business alliance use a uniform gunpowder formula: 6 grams of ammonia grass powder mixed with 1 gram of sulfur and 3 grams of charcoal. Richard took some raw materials and returned to his cabin. It was discovered that the host was preparing gunpowder. Does it consume energy and gain inspiration for preparing gunpowder? After thinking for a moment, Richard dragged the slider to 1000 and selected yes. It's not that he doesn't want to spend more energy. It's just that he's just looking for the optimal ratio, and he really can't use too many energy points. In an instant, Richard arrived in a dream space, as if his soul had left his body. This time the space was also a cabin. The first step was purification. Richard first lightly mashed a piece of ammonia grass with a wooden pestle, then added 100 milliliters of distilled water, diluted, filtered, drained, and removed impurities. After a while, he got turbid ammonia oil. The second step is drying. A plate is placed on a vessel similar to an alcohol lamp. Then Richard gently pours in turbid ammonia oil. Under the heat of the flame, the moisture begins to evaporate. However, Richard discovered that the ammonia plant powder dried using the method Beloric told him still contained many invalid ingredients. But this is not the focus this time. Richard plans to complete the optimal ratio work first. Since it was a dream, Richard kept trying to optimize and make mistakes, and he had the general formula of black powder in his memory. So the experiment progressed very quickly. The sound of various big and small explosions, like ping 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 pong, can be heard in the dream space. Boom! The power has become weaker. Richard shook his head. After testing hundreds of times, Richard has optimized the ratio to single digits. The current ratio of ammonia grass powder, sulfur and charcoal has been optimized by Richard to 75 hours 10 minutes and 15 seconds. It can be said that this is very close to the optimal ratio. In other words, in terms of single-digit accuracy, it is already the optimal ratio. Boom! Sure enough, Richard was very satisfied with the last explosion in the dream. This was the strongest explosion so far. According to the current ratio, the new gunpowder formula can directly increase the explosive power by 23%. Richard thought for a moment and realized that subsequent decimal level optimization was completely unnecessary because the quality of the material itself would fluctuate. Afterwards, Richard used the gunpowder with the best ratio to test fire the OK cannon on the Princess. The 5 most experienced gunners fired 10 shots in succession. The results of the test firing shocked everyone around him, including Captain Baloric and others. Unexpectedly, in just one day, the wizard Richard optimized the gunpowder formula and directly increased the lethality of the artillery by about 10% to 15%. After the power of the gunpowder explosion is increased, not only the initial velocity of the artillery projectiles is increased, but the range is also increased. Therefore, this lethality is the comprehensive result after calculating these points. Richard thought for a while, and planned to give it to Merrow's father, Earl Norris, after returning to the Loras Peninsula after the voyage, and let him sell it to maximize profits. After all, a maritime power must be willing to pay a considerable price to purchase this formula. 1 month later, there has been no news from the Poseidon sect since its last failure. It may be that the other party suddenly couldn't find a trace of the princess. Or it may be other reasons. At this time, Richard and Stephina were chatting with Baloric in the captain's cabin. Long-term ocean voyages can make people a little tired of the eternal deep blue color of the sea. Sir Richard, we are now halfway through the voyage. In about a month, we will arrive at Basilius Island. Captain Baloric thought for a while and pointed to the chart. It'll take another month? Stephanie on the side was a little discouraged. Miss Stephina, are you feeling a little bored after a long sea voyage? Captain Baloric couldn't help laughing. Yeah. Why not bring some sea monsters for us to fight? Stephina said with a smile. Just a few seconds after Stephina finished speaking, the Queen's hull suddenly shook violently and sank about 10 centimeters. Immediately, everyone on the boat became unstable. Not good. Captain Baloric changed his color instantly and said, 2 adults. We have encountered a sea monster. Apparently, the weather outside was clear, and the only problem was at the bottom of the sea. The Queen is currently in the deep sea, so it is naturally impossible to be a reef. The only thing that can cause the Queen to vibrate so violently must be a large creature in the ocean, such as a sea monster. Master, Stephanie's face suddenly turned pale. She just made a joke, but she didn't expect it to come true within a few seconds. Richard couldn't help but shook his head when he saw Stephana's expression, and said with a smile, You really are a crow's mouth. It's too effective. Remember not to talk nonsense next time. While talking, the two of them quickly came to the deck. I saw a group of sailors hurriedly looking into the sea on both sides of the ship to see what kind of monster they had encountered, but obviously found nothing. At present, we can only confirm that the attack came from the seabed, but it is completely uncertain what kind of creature it is. After Richard thought for a moment, he came up with an idea. He chanted the spell softly, and the next second, a light green inverse pentagram formation lit up on the deck in front of Richard, and 4 skeleton archers were immediately summoned by Richard. Richard pointed at the sides of the ship, and the 4 skeleton bows and arrows instantly divided into 2 groups, 2 on each side, and came to the side of the ship. Stephina on the side looked at this scene with confusion and said, Master, are you summoning archers? The monster is at the bottom of the ship, and it can't be attacked now. You'll know it just by looking at it. Richard smiled mysteriously. After that, he continued to cast a rare 0-level witchcraft. Undead sight. All of a sudden, 4 small screens opened in Richard's field of vision, as if a surveillance had been turned on. The pictures were of the sea outside the ship's sides on both sides. Plop! 4 skeleton archers, under the command of Richard, immediately jumped into the sea. Captain Baloric also looked at Richard in surprise at this time, and thought to himself, these normal-sized skeleton archers. To be honest, even he can deal with them. He didn't know that Richard sent these weak skeletons. What are the archers doing in the sea? The seriously injured Orko Tombo, and a group of melee team members, who were originally resting in the cabin below also walked onto the deck, preparing to deal with the sea monster's attack. When they saw that Richard did not summon the huge abomination, but instead summoned 4 weak skeleton archers to go into the sea, they were also confused. They couldn't understand why these skeleton archers were not enough to fill the gaps between the huge sea monster's teeth, not to mention defeating the opponent. A few seconds later, Richard saw different details from 4 angles on the monitoring screen. One of the skeleton archers had just jumped into the sea when it was caught by a tentacle and crushed immediately. This made Richard's mental state sting a little. But at least, he could see the enemy's appearance clearly. A giant squid again, or some kind of octopus. But soon, Richard discovered something was wrong. Because the overall appearance of this kind of tentacle is very weird. It is thin at the top and thick at the bottom. And the surface of the tentacle is rough. There seemed to be huge black spheres on the surface of the tentacle, which looked like human eyeballs. At this time, several other skeleton archers also passed on what they saw to Richard. This is a starfish? Richard had also learned a lot about sea monsters during this period, and he immediately figured out what kind of strange marine creature had attacked the princess. I didn't expect it to be a 100-eyed starfish. Captain Baloric, it's the 100-eyed starfish. Please leave the deck if you are not necessary to prevent the opponent's mind control skills. What? It's a 100-eyed starfish? Baloric's face changed. At the same time, he was extremely surprised that Richard could find out the identity of the monster under the ship so quickly. But he didn't doubt what Richard said and immediately started giving orders. The gunners and sailors, who are not determined enough, should get off the deck. Quick! It's a 100-eyed starfish. Captain Baloric yelled. At this time, Stefana had already realized that it was his eyes and ears that Richard sent down. The purpose of his master sending skeleton archers to jump into the sea was to find out who the enemy was so that he could make targeted arrangements. The 100-eyed starfish has 5 thick soft tentacles, with large and small black eyeballs on both the tentacles and the main body. It has the unique mental ability to control living things. In addition to the eyeballs, the main body also has large suction cups with amazing suction power. It seems that the other party has the suction cup firmly attached to the bottom of the queen's ship, and intends to drag the queen's ship into the sea. However, the displacement of the queen's hull is too large, and the 100-eyed starfish cannot drag it at once. So they are deadlocked here. The effect of the zero-level witchcraft of undead vision was immediately reflected, allowing Richard to instantly judge the reality of the enemy. Otherwise, Richard would face unknown enemies, which would greatly increase the difficulty of the battle. Now that he knew who the enemy was, Richard turned to Captain Baloric and said, "Prepare alchemy depth bombs. This is the product of Richard's random research during this month." Plop! 3 large brown red wine barrels prepared in advance were thrown into the water. These wooden barrels have their own buoyancy, but Richard placed a large amount of modified black gunpowder in them, mixed with fire dance star and silver moon dust, so that their weight slightly exceeded their buoyancy. So if thrown into the sea, it will slowly sink. In addition, Richard's mental impact acted like a delayed fuse. Boom, boom, boom. Following 3 violent explosions, the 100-eyed starfish under the boat let out a piercing scream, unable to withstand the horrific damage from the depth charges. A huge starfish with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly climbed up from the bottom of the boat. Chapter 273 Rare Trophies. Only the 5 huge tentacles of the 100-eyed starfish were seen, 3 of which had been covered with bruises by the alchemy depth bombs. Although none of them were broken, light blue blood was gurgling out from multiple bloody wounds. "Come forward with the melee team and others and by the gunner's time," Captain Baloric shouted, after the group of artillerymen experienced the last battle with the shark monster. They once again saw the huge extraordinary ocean creature like the 100-eyed starfish. They all felt that they could fight the sea monster with the salvos of multiple artillery. Therefore, under the command of Captain Baloric, when the 100-eyed starfish climbed onto the deck, the melee team members and many sailors picked up various weapons and began to attack the opponent. They did not expect to cause much damage to it, but they wanted to focus the 100-eyed starfish's attention here. However, in the face of the siege of everyone, with a wave of the giant starfish's giant touch, 4 or 5 sailors were unable to dodge and were directly knocked back 7 to 8 meters. It looked like he wouldn't survive. But the melee team members are not afraid. Under the leadership of the Orkotombo, they bravely attacked the 100-eyed starfish. It's a pity that the difference in strength is too big, and the results are very few. They just add a few more blood marks on the huge body of Baimu starfish. However, their bravery was not in vain. Buying time for the gunners at the rear, dozens of elite gunners at the rear of the deck were slowly pushing out nearly 10 of the largest caliber artillery pieces and loading them quickly. A black beam of light shot out from Richard's fingertips and instantly pierced through the body of the 100-eyed starfish. However, a strong single-target attack like the death ray would not be enough to kill the starfish if it did not hit its brain or other vital points due to its huge size. Under the siege of everyone, 100-eyed starfish became more and more violent. Just when everyone thought the overall situation was settled, suddenly, I saw hundreds of black eyes on the 100-eyed starfish suddenly flashing, And suddenly, the entire battle scene suddenly came to a standstill. All of a sudden, all the gunners, sailors, and melee team members on the deck within a few dozen meters of the 100-eyed starfish, including the orc first mate Otombo, stood stunned on the spot. The next second, a huge spiritual storm, centered on the 100-eyed starfish, raged in all directions. Roar! Accompanied by this invisible spiritual storm, the crew members approaching the 100-eyed starfish all had ferocious expressions on their faces, as if they were competing with something for dominance over their bodies. Both eyeballs turned upward, revealing the big whites of the eyes. After a few seconds, the whole person seemed to have lost its soul, and began to walk towards the huge and ferocious mouthparts of the 100-eyed starfish. Such a weird scene makes people gasp. At this time, the only ones left who could fully withstand the impact of the 100-eyed starfish's mental storm were Richard and Stefana. As a formal wizard, with mental power far beyond that of ordinary people, it is not difficult to withstand the attack of this kind of range-type mental storm. Captain Beloric seemed to be far enough away that he was not yet under control at this time. He just held his head and squatted on the ground wailing. All the elite artillerymen staggered and fell. A total of 10 24-pound guns were left unmanned. Captain Beloric's originally very confident plan to attack sea monsters with artillery was completely in vain. When Richard and Stephanie saw this scene, they knew that they had to take action with all their strength. Facing this extraordinary sea creature, no matter how well the ordinary people cooperate, and no matter how well equipped they are, if they are not careful with one move, everything will be lost. Ordinary people who want to fight sea monsters have a chance, but the error tolerance is too low. A light green light flashed, and a huge vengeful abomination strode towards the 100-eyed starfish with big thuds. On the other side, the blood-bone puppet moved even faster and attacked the 100-eyed starfish from the side. However, the mind-controlled sailors suddenly changed their direction of action and surrounded the resentful abominations and blood-bone puppets. Richard immediately gave an order to kick these sailors away, but not to launch fatal attacks. After all, these are the valuable crew members of the Princess, and they have experienced several battles, and those who survived are elites. Richard couldn't help but frown as he watched the 100-eyed starfish shamelessly using the elite crew members on the Princess as shields. If the Wraith Abomination and the Blood and Bone Puppet are not allowed to approach, it will be difficult to cause enough damage to the huge 100-eyed starfish with just his and Stefana's witchcraft attacks. However, soon, Richard had a sudden idea, and a clever trick flashed through his mind. He turned around and went to the artillery position, and directly picked up 2 24-pound cannons. For an ordinary human being, it would take 7 or 8 strong men to lift a 1-ton artillery piece. But for the Wraith Abomination, his arms as thick as buckets could immediately lift the heavy artillery barrel on top of it. On the extremely thick shoulders, the Wraith Abomination, which weighed several tons, now became the base of these 2 artillery pieces. Richard waved his hands, and the camouflage metal on his wristband suddenly flew out and landed on the shoulder of the Wraith Abomination, isolating the cannon from the Wraith Abomination's head. Prevent the roar of artillery from shocking the hateful brains of the race. At this time, several pairs of small hands on the back of Wraith Abomination began to load cannonballs. Richard gently snapped his fingers, and the fuses of the 2 artillery pieces were instantly ignited by flames. Boo! The next second, the roar of artillery sounded. The gunpowder improved by Richard has been further improved in power. In addition, the most important thing is that the artillery blasts are not ordinary solid iron bullets, but chain bullets in which 2 iron bullets are hinged together with an iron chain. Similar to a heavy boomerang, it can cause enough damage to giant creatures. Bang! Snapped. I saw 100-eyed starfish let out a roar. This roar clearly contained the kind of incompetent rage after being severely injured. It had no other effect except giving everyone a headache. However, the scene of the vengeful abomination that was more than 4 meters tall and weighed several tons, carrying 2 heavy cannons on its shoulders and bombarding the 100-eyed starfish, shocked almost everyone on the ship. Except Richard. Stefana's beautiful eyes widened, and she was stunned on the sidelines. Stefana admired Richard's unconstrained ideas from the bottom of her heart. Captain Beloric, at this time, seemed to be stunned, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. Dumbfounded, he never thought that summoned objects could be used in this way. He looked at the tall, vengeful abomination, and then at the cannon. How did Lord Richard come up with the idea of combining abomination and cannon together? In fact, Richard's idea is not completely out of the blue, but is based on some reference. If you think about it carefully, You will find that Richard is referring to the puppetry of the Grey Dwarves in the Underdark. Don't forget, Richard is the puppet master. When the Grey Dwarves make high-level puppets, such as extremely tall combat puppets like War Colossi, some War Colossi will have a magic crystal cannon installed on their backs. The shape can be said to be similar to the current Resentment Spirit. Of course, the size of the War Colossus is even more exaggerated, reaching more than 10 meters, while the Abomination is only over 4 meters, nearly twice the size. But at the same time, the opponent's magic crystal cannon is far more powerful than the cannon on the princess's ship. After the Abomination was launched, the arms on the back of its hands were responsible for cleaning and loading it. Judging from the overall smoothness, it is actually faster than 5 elite artillerymen. Therefore, under the continuous blows from the shoulder-mounted cannon of the resentful spirit, the 100-eyed starfish could no longer withstand it. More than 10 washbasin-sized holes had been frozen through its body, no matter how big it was and how much blood it had. I can't help being attacked like this. The 100-eyed starfish threw all the crew members under its control towards the Wraith Abomination, while it quickly turned around and planned to jump into the sea to escape. But how could Richard let it go as he wished, killing so many of his crew members? And now that he couldn't defeat him, he just wanted to leave. How could anything be so cheap? Just as the 100-eyed starfish was about to escape, the wrathful Abomination released the 2 heavy cannons on its shoulders and threw 3 iron chains directly at it. The iron chain with the hook tightly wrapped around the huge body of the 100-eyed starfish. In terms of strength, there was not much difference between the Wraith Abomination and the 100-eyed starfish, especially when the other party was still seriously injured. This instantly ruined 100-eyed starfish's escape plan. Whoosh! At this time, the blood-bone puppet attacked from the side at high speed. As soon as it got close to the 100-eyed starfish, it released the bone blade storm. Immediately, the body of the 100-eyed starfish was already torn to pieces, and then suffered heavy injuries, with blood splattering everywhere. One tentacle was directly minced into meat paste by the high-speed cutting bone blade. After a while, after hearing a mournful cry from the 100-eyed starfish, he lay on the ground and never moved again. The entire deck of the Queen was filled with a strong smell of sea and blood. At this time, a large number of close combat team members and sailors who had escaped from the mental control of 100-eyed starfish looked at each other in confusion. They clearly remembered that they were fighting fiercely with the 100-eyed starfish before, but they suddenly lost consciousness. When they woke up again, the 100-eyed starfish had been successfully killed. But that didn't stop them from cheering loudly again. 1. Captain Barrick came to Richard and saluted respectfully, saying, "Sir Richard, you have saved the entire ship once again. By the way, sir, regarding the 100-eyed starfish, I once heard a wizard talk about it. It seems that the brain in the 100-eyed starfish has a special effect of improving mental power if taken directly. Of course, I was just passing by and heard it from a distance. Therefore, I am not sure whether the so-called 100-eyed starfish brain needs to be modulated or eaten raw." Richard raised his eyebrows. Captain Baloric's words interested him. At the same time, he asked Captain Baloric to recount the scene of his encounter with the wizard. "Sir, that was my experience when I was young and joined the whaling team. At that time, I was working on a whaling ship. One day, a mysterious man came and asked the captain to rent the whaling ship for 3 months. The purpose of using it is to find hundreds of starfish. But unfortunately, after 3 months of searching, we still failed to find the 100-eyed starfish. At that time, the wizard seemed to be very sorry for not being able to find the 100-eyed starfish. I also heard him sigh and mutter to himself, while Captain Baloric was telling the story. The blood and bone puppet came to Richard holding a ball of white jelly-like stuff in his hand. Huh? Richard couldn't help but look sideways, because this white jelly is obviously different from other parts of the starfish. If this is really the brain of the starfish, it would be really amazing, because the white jelly is exuding a faint fragrance. Unlike ordinary starfish parts, they have a strong smell of sea. As for this special substance that might be directly edible, Richard thought about it, cut a piece of it, and fed it to the seabird circling in the sky. I saw a seagull's eyes immediately brightened up after eating. After chirping a few times, it continued to hover above Richard's head. It was self-evident that it wanted to eat again, since it proved to be non-toxic. Richard boldly cut a small slice and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, a very special feeling began to spread from Richard's mouth. Tasty, with some sweetness, an indescribable taste. A few seconds later, a strange heat began to gather from the body into the spiritual sea. Richard clearly felt a slight improvement in his mental power, but it was not enough to be displayed on the panel. So, Richard swallowed it continuously, after eating nearly half a fist-sized piece of white jelly. If Richard took it again, the strange fever and flu would be minimal. He knew that he had developed drug resistance to the brain of the starfish, and repeated use of the drug would have no effect. At this time, Richard called up the inspiration panel and took a look. Name, Richard Clavel. Attributes, Strength 12.1. Agility 13.3. Constitution 12.6. Spirit 74.5. Atomization 69%. The mental strength that has not been improved for a long time has increased by about 10 points. And the atomization level has also increased from the original 62% to 69%. The effect is not unnoticeable, and Richard can clearly feel that this kind of growth will continue for a while, although the overall growth rate is only about 1%. At Richard's current level, every 1% will take a lot of time. Richard really didn't expect that after killing the 100-eyed starfish, he would get this unexpected reward. Sure enough, the vast ocean contains countless mysteries, and is a real treasure trove. Stepanna? Try it? Okay. Master. Stepanna, who was originally very resistant to the white jelly taken out of the brain of the 100-eyed starfish, saw her master eating it happily. The conflict in my heart has improved a lot. In addition, this white jelly does not have a special smell, but has a refreshing fragrance. This is one of the reasons why Stepanna dared to try it. Richard immediately gave the remaining half of the 100-eyed starfish brain to Stepanna. After Stepanna tried a small piece, her beautiful eyes suddenly flashed, and she couldn't help but praise, Master. I didn't expect it to taste like this. The taste is almost as delicious as golden horned frog eggs, and the effect can really improve your mental strength. Chapter 274 Storm and Arrival. For Balorik, who provided such important information, Richard naturally did not treat him badly, and gave him 3 bottles of Wind Elegance Potion, and 3 bottles of Fire Dance Star to deal with some minor dangers. It's not that Richard is stingy, but that more advanced potions are either not suitable for people with non-wizard physiques, or require entry-level mental power to trigger. And there are no potions suitable for Balorik. As long as nothing unexpected happens, Richard will naturally give Balorik some more things after he returns. Although Richard had saved Balorik before, these are 2 different things. A life-saving grace is a life-saving grace. The other party followed me, and provided such important information. It is unjustifiable not to reward him, and it is not conducive to mobilizing the other party's subjective initiative and enthusiasm. But Balorik was holding the alchemy potion given by Richard, looking very happy. Although he had heard of and seen some wizards, it was difficult to buy these alchemy potions. He didn't expect that he would gain so much just by providing Richard with a piece of information. The next period of time was calm. Of course, the credit of Balorik, the experienced captain, is indispensable here. He commanded the princess and avoided several dangerous places, such as sea areas with frequent maelstroms, raging seas, etc. On this day, Balorik told Richard and Stephanie about an adventure experience. Suddenly, the sailors on the watchtower high on the mast began waving flags. Hey! There seems to be a big storm ahead. Let me go and take a look. Balorik, who was interrupted, bowed to Richard and Stepanna and said, Let's go! Let's go take a look together. Richard was also quite interested in the interest mentioned by the lookout. In the past 2 months, they have encountered many sea monsters, sea tribes, and even been pursued by the Poseidon cult. But they have never encountered a major storm. Therefore, when he heard that the princess was about to encounter a storm, he came to the deck with Stepanna. In the distant sky, a black cloud with a very wide coverage, which could be said to be covering the sky and the sun, was spreading towards the princess. Perhaps it was because the queen was heading towards the black clouds. So soon the sea became rough and rough. After a while, raindrops the size of soybeans fell from the sky, hitting people's faces painfully. Quick! Lower the sail. Retract the cable. Secured artillery and ammunition. As Captain Balorik, First Mate Otombo, gunnery commander and others roared, the entire crew started to move like ants. The storm came so quickly, and the preparations were a bit hasty. But fortunately the sailors were all elites. After a short period of confusion, everything was basically ready. And then we had to fight this natural disaster head-on. The wind and waves are getting stronger. The queen is like a leaf. After a peak, there is a valley. And then, there is another peak. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours later, many elite sailors could not withstand the roller coaster-like turbulence and began to vomit in the cabin. Suddenly, the narrow cabin was filled with the sour smell of vomit. This also caused more crew members to start vomiting. Oh right. There was another important figure. The respected Miss Wizard Stephanie, who couldn't withstand the bumps and had begun to feel a little uncomfortable. If Richard hadn't supported her, she would have been about to vomit. If this were an ordinary person, he would probably vomit all the bile. Creak, creak, creak. There was a tooth-crushing sound of wood scraping. This is the sound of deformation of the hull structure caused by high winds and strong waves. Once the hardness of the keel is not enough, there is no other possibility except that the ship is destroyed and people are killed in the natural disaster of such a superstorm. Fortunately, the Princess is a battleship. At this moment, all the crew members are thankful for this, because the construction standards of merchant ships and warships are very different. If ordinary merchant ships still have the possibility of cutting corners, it is almost impossible for warships, which are the cornerstone of a country's military force, to do this situation. Therefore, the Princess was able to survive this natural disaster. Looking at the scene in front of him, Richard couldn't help but sigh. Facing the power of nature, only wizards of level 3 or above can calmly resist it. Not even the great wizards of level 2. If it were him, if the ship crashed and everyone died, since Richard was not good at water witchcraft, his chances of survival would probably be slim. It's not a matter of wind and waves, but that after falling into the sea, there are too many unknown dangers in the sea. 1 day, 2 days. The severe storm lasted for 3 days. It wasn't until the 3rd day that the storm became a little smaller and gradually became calmer. Captain Baloric, have we deviated from our course? Richard stood at the bow, looking at the sky which was still gray and drizzling. Sir Richard, according to the compass, our direction of travel has not deviated from the planned direction. Basilius Island should be right ahead. Baloric took out a round copper ink with dense numbers from his arms. After taking a closer look at the compass, he replied. Richard nodded. That would be the best. By the way, Baloric, you mentioned Basilius Island last time. You're not familiar with it, are you? Stephana asked from the side. Yes, Sir Richard. Last time my ship was destroyed and people were transported to Basilius Island. But luckily, the next day, I encountered a Tulip Principality ship that was taking shelter from the storm. So I survived by chance. And that's when I remembered the location of Basilius Island. At first, I didn't know the name of the island, but the sailor on the ship that rescued me told me. Oh, by the way, in my impression, Basilius Island is very large, and there seems to be indigenous tribes on the island. The sailors from the Tulip Principality also told me that if it weren't for the storm, they wouldn't have docked at Basilius Island, because these natives are very barbaric. In addition, I also saw that there are several trails on the island leading to the depths of the jungle. But I didn't dare to go deep into it at that time, so I really didn't understand the situation inside. Baloric thought for a while, and summarized everything he knew, like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. He said it all? Richard nodded slightly. It seemed that it was not that difficult to find the ruins on such a vast island. I originally thought that since Basilius Island is an island, it should not be large, and would not be too difficult to find. However, I did not expect that there were multiple indigenous tribes there, and the area must be quite large. With just such a small number of people on the Princess, it would be difficult to find the ruins left by Rodrigo. Contact those indigenous tribes? Richard thought about it, and felt that only by relying on the power of the indigenous people could he successfully find the ruins. Coastal! The sailors on the observation deck waved flags and shouted. Everyone on the boat immediately walked out of the cabin and looked forward. Sure enough, a black line slowly appeared at the end of the line of sight in the distance. In the captain's room, a brief meeting was immediately held. Richard, Stephana, Baloric and First Officer Otombo quickly agreed that Captain Baloric would stay on the ship to ensure the safety of the Princess, while Otombo led an elite melee team of 20 people. Accompany Richard and Stephana ashore in advance. If we really need manpower at that time, we can come back and deploy it. And the first batch of people should not be too large. In addition, the purpose of these melee team members is to search and do some chores. In battle, they obviously cannot help Richard, because this time, the battle is not the key, but the search for the ruins is. Soon, the Queen anchored about 50 meters away from the coast. This was to avoid attacks from the indigenous tribes that suddenly appeared on the island. This distance was enough for everyone on the Queen to react. I saw 2 small boats being put down. Richard and Stephana led a group of melee teams and quickly resisted Basilius Island. As soon as he stepped onto the island, Richard discovered that the vegetation on Basilius Island was very lush, with various trees, shrubs and vines everywhere, creating a tropical jungle scene. In the drizzle, a group of people walked on the muddy path in the dense forest. This path must have been frequently traveled by local indigenous tribes. Otherwise, it would have been covered by lush vegetation in less than 10 days or half a month. First Mate Otombo was at the front of the team, wielding a huge battle axe and chopping branches to clear a path. Suddenly, Richard said, "Stop! It seems we have encountered some trouble." Richard was keenly aware that in the dense forest tens of meters ahead, there were more than 10 pairs of eyes on the trees watching their group. Everyone was stunned. Whoosh! A thin arrow hit the chest leather armor of Orc Otombo, but it was unable to penetrate and fell to the ground. Enemy attack! Otombo shouted immediately. King King! The melee team members immediately drew out their knight's swords and raised their shields to form a circular array to resist attacks from the trees not far away. This is a blow dart. It seems like it really is aboriginal. Richard glanced at the slender feathered arrow that fell to the ground. It was made entirely of sharpened wood, and there was no iron arrowhead. Whoa! Whoa! A strange scream came from the tree, followed by a dense rain of arrows. Except for an unlucky melee player who was shot in the palm. The other blow arrows were blocked by shields or thick leather armor. Whizzing! I saw more than 10 lean indigenous people with feathers on their heads and painted faces hanging from the dense vines on the trees. These people, armed with blow darts and short spears, surrounded Richard and his party. That's right. More than a dozen people surrounded more than 20 people. Richard could feel that the cries of the natives before seemed to be some kind of signal. Now, there seemed to be movement not far away. It must be reinforcements from these natives. At this time, an extraordinarily tall indigenous man came out. He had 3 red lines painted on his face. One more than the average indigenous hunter. This should mean that he had a higher status. Outsiders, this is not the place you should set foot. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Richard and Stepina looked at each other, quite surprised. Huh? It is actually a common language. It seems that Basilius Island is not as isolated from the world as imagined. But what's going on with the other party's hostile attitude? Was it invaded by outsiders? Seriously harmed? Or deceived? Master Richard? Just kill these guys! How dare you attack us? First Officer Otombo said angrily. If Lord Richard had not given the order, according to his temper, he would have gone up and hacked these natives to death. Richard shook his head slightly and said to the tall native, "We have a reason to come here. If possible, I would like to meet and chat with your clan leader." This was not a sudden thought of Richard. But Richard had this idea when he was on the boat. Because according to Baloric, Basilius Island is vast. And the best way to find ruins is to rely on the indigenous people. They are familiar with the local area, familiar with all kinds of strange places, and have sufficient manpower. Outsiders, this is the last warning. Leave here immediately. Otherwise, you will become our prisoners. The tall native did not show off to Richard at all. And without a second thought, he directly rejected Richard's suggestion to meet the other clan leader. Maybe you will change your mind after seeing this. Richard smiled and waved his hand. I saw a huge hand of dark elements appearing out of thin air, grabbing the frightened tall native, throwing him in midair, catching him again, and throwing him again to catch him. After a few times, put the other person firmly on the ground. Puff! The tall native looked pale and vomited at the side. Ha ha ha! Orc First Mate Otombo and a group of melee team members laughed. They had encountered a storm at sea before and suffered a lot of bumps and bruises. And this time, they also let the rude native in front of them feel the same way. After the other natives saw Richard's strange scene just now, they all looked surprised and did not dare to take action at all. Instead, they started whispering. What Richard just used was the 0-level witchcraft shadow grip. It was not powerful enough to fight strong enemies, but it was perfect for teasing the native in front of him. After a long time, the native with 3 stripes on his face finally stopped vomiting, stood up, said okay to Richard with a chest-stroking salute. Dear wizard, please forgive me for the offense. I don't know, you turned out to be a great wizard. And you and those hateful gold diggers are definitely not the same. Please wait here for a moment. I will report to the Apache shaman of our tribe immediately. Oh, gold diggers? Is there a gold mine here? Richard raised his eyebrows and said, Yes, we have several gold mines here. They are all rich mines. So many gold diggers come here every year. These people do all kinds of evil and kill our people, including women and children. Speaking of this, 3 stripes, he recalled with an angry look on his face. No wonder. Richard suddenly realized that the other party's previous treatment of strangers was a little too fierce. He started by blowing darts. It turned out that this was the reason. Is your shaman also a wizard? Stepanna asked curiously. Well, this should be considered. But it may be a little different from the wizards outside. I don't know the details. But the shaman has specifically ordered that when encountering wizards like you two, you must be extra cautious. Respect. At the same time, report it to him immediately. Stepanna nodded. It seemed that the Apache shaman had an unusual status in the indigenous tribe. Chapter 275 3 Strange Places. Following the group of natives, Richard and Stepanna spent about an hour walking through the dense forest and came to a slightly open space. What caught Richard's eyes was a circle of pointed wooden fences surrounding it. Get up camp. The camp covers an area of seemingly thousands of square meters and contains dozens of large and small igloos. According to the indigenous people, their tribe is called the Running Wolf Tribe. At this moment, a group of people were waiting at the gate of the camp, the most eye-catching of them being an elder and a tall warrior. This elder wore bright feathers on his head, various gold and gemstone necklaces around his neck, and held a human-sized bone staff. He looked very much like the Indian chief whom Richard had seen in his previous life. The Apache shaman mentioned before is the shaman of their Bedlang tribe. Another tall warrior, more than 2 meters tall, with 5 red bars on his face and strange runes all over his body, was looking at the Orkotombo, who was about the same height as him, with a burning gaze. It seems that he regards the orcs, who are as tall as him, as a powerful enemy. Indigenous language, Giligula. I saw the young indigenous warrior who was leading the way, stepping forward and bowing slightly to his shaman in chief. This respected wizard. Welcome to the Bedlang tribe, the old elder said after looking at Richard with deep eyes. You're welcome, Apache shaman. We are new here too, so we are rude. I brought a small gift. I hope you and the chief will like it. After speaking, Richard took out 2 golden horned frog eggs kept in gorgeous wooden boxes. There are a few golden horned frog eggs left over from before, but now there are 3 in each box. This stuff has no effect on Richard now, apart from its delicious taste. It can occasionally be eaten as candy, but it's an excellent choice for gift giving. The golden and transparent fish eggs are beautiful in shape and delicious in taste, and their effectiveness is beneficial to wizard apprentices or great knights. As for why giving gifts, if you want to take something, you must first give it to someone else. Richard still understands this principle, since he wanted the indigenous tribe to mobilize people to help find the Rodrigo ruins. He naturally had to make friends with the other party first. Otherwise, how could he ask for it? Sure enough, when Richard handed over 2 gorgeous boxes to the 2 leaders of the Bedlang tribe, the Apache shamans were mature and sophisticated, and it was hard to tell. But Chief Bedlang, a tall warrior, could not suppress the joy in his eyes, and his senses about Richard and his group immediately became much better. It may be due to the other party's customs. The wooden box that Richard handed to the 2 of them was immediately opened by the indigenous warrior on the side. I saw 3 golden horned frog eggs that were as round as golden beans inside. They looked great, and at the same time slowly released a sweet aroma. Gudong Chief Bedlang seemed to be immediately attracted by the fragrance and swallowed his saliva immediately. Then, ignoring the surprised looks of others, he carefully picked up one and put it into his mouth. Well, an expression of enjoyment appeared on Chief Runling's face. But the next second, his expression became extremely shocked. This immediately made the surrounding Bedlang tribe warriors raise their weapons nervously and aim at Richard and his party. Put down your weapons. Chief Bedlang seemed to have come to his senses and immediately shouted angrily. The tall figure suddenly bowed to Richard and continued. I'm sorry, this respected wizard. The gift you gave me is too valuable. It can actually slightly improve my mental power. I'm really surprised. Hey! The Apache shaman couldn't help it immediately. He picked up a golden horned frog egg and put it into his mouth, showing an expression of enjoyment as well. But he was not as shocked as the leader of the Bedlang clan. Also, the mental power fluctuations that the Apache shaman has just revealed are no weaker than Stepanna. As a formal shaman, the golden horned frog eggs have little practical use, but they can be used as a rare delicacy that can be tasted occasionally. Distinguished guests, please come to our tribe and rest for a while. The wrinkles on the Apache shaman's face seemed to have been smoothed a lot by taking golden horned frog eggs. Thank you, Apache shaman and Chief Bedlang. Please excuse me. Richard bowed slightly to express his gratitude. The group of people arrived at the dome wooden house in the center of the Bedlang tribe's camp. There was a blazing bonfire in the center of the wooden house, surrounded by several circles of cushions made of unknown animal skins. After everyone sat down, many young tribal women came in and began to grill a lot of processed animal meat beside the campfire. These animal meats were all covered with light yellow juice, and some of them had been skinned. Various spices are placed in the belly of the little beast. As the roasting progresses, the aroma of meat begins to spread. Mr. Wizard, is there anything that brings you to Basilius Island? After giving the gift, the Apache shaman took the initiative to speak without Richard having to speak. Richard thought for a while and said, "We came here this time to find the wizards our ancestors left on the island." Just as Richard started to tell, a young and capable indigenous man ran in, with a panicked look on his face, and said to the Apache shaman and chief running wolf at the main table, indigenous language, Gili Gulu. Suddenly, the expressions of the two tribal supreme leaders changed drastically. I saw the Apache shaman saying to Richard very apologetically, "Dear guest, I am very sorry. We have a rather difficult matter now, and need to deal with it first. A few guests can enjoy the grilled caracal and elk ribs of our Bedlang tribe first." Richard glanced at the slightly panicked indigenous warrior who ran in. After thinking for a moment, he decided to find out more about the situation. If they can help the Bedlang tribe solve their difficulties, naturally, they will do their best to help them find the Rodrigo ruins. Of course, if the problem the other party is facing is very difficult, he will not jump out to be a hero. Your Excellency Apache Shaman, can we go take a look with you? Perhaps, if the problem we encounter is not so difficult, we can help a little bit. Richard stood up and said. The Apache Shaman thought for a while and said, "Okay, distinguished guest, time is tight. Let's talk as we go." Everyone walked out of the dome house and came to the center of the square of the tribal camp. They saw an indigenous warrior being tightly tied to a thick wooden stake. There were many crisscrossing wounds on his body. The appearance of the wounds made both Richard and Stefana quite puzzled, because there were many small deep holes in the other person's body that could only be caused by blowing darts. Could it be that there were other tribes nearby and a battle broke out? However, what caught Richard's attention was that the other party's body was emitting a strange fluctuation. He was very familiar with it. It seemed to be the fluctuation of a spiritual body. Could it be that? As if considering that Richard was by his side, the Apache shaman adopted common language this time and asked several indigenous warriors on the side, "How long has Cassie been in this situation?" "About an hour and a half ago. We were hunting by the Lun River. Suddenly a strange white shadow appeared. Then the white shadow flashed and attacked Cassie at the back." Apache shaman, has Cassie been possessed by an evil spirit? The indigenous hunting team leader next to him explained the situation with a nervous expression. "Master, why do I feel that this warrior of the running wolf tribe, who is tied to a wooden stake, seems to be possessed by an evil spirit? I seem to smell the evil spirit." After looking at the unconscious warrior, Stefana pressed Richard whispered in his ear. Richard nodded slightly and said, "I feel the same way. It's just right. Let's see how the Bedlang tribe handles it." After listening to the hunting team leader's story, Apache frowned and murmured to himself, "Could it be that the scope of the forbidden area has been expanded this year?" Forbidden area? Richard caught this word keenly. But immediately, the Apache shaman put back his wandering thoughts and began to perform a witchcraft similar to soul detection. Rumamika. Suddenly, a light yellow mist floated from the top of his bone staff toward the native warrior tied to the wooden stake. Suddenly, the indigenous warrior's whole body became motionless. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the Apache shaman with an extremely vicious look. A white shadow about 2 meters tall appeared behind him. His face could not be seen clearly, but it gave the impression that the shadow was watching everyone around him. Salamaka. Suddenly, the Apache shaman cast a yellow beam of light, which struck the white shadow from in front of him. Suddenly, the white shadow wailed and rushed towards the Apache shaman with its hands spread wide. At this time, Chief Running Wolf, who had been guarding the Apache shaman, suddenly roared, and the strange runes on the surface of his skin lit up. Chief Running Wolf immediately took a step forward and blocked the white shadow's attack line. I saw him waving the mace in his hand and giving a heavy blow to the attacking white shadow. The physical mace that originally passed through the illusory white shadows suddenly flashed a yellow light in a strange way, sending the illusory white shadows flying for more than 10 meters. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the white shadow became transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, Chief Binlang's attack hurt Bai Ying. Richard looked at the light flashing from the tattoo on Chief Runlang's body with great interest, which reminded him involuntarily of the seal on Prince William's body. It seemed that the two had the same purpose. They also rely on the witchcraft array drawn on the body's surface to trigger specific energy particle fluctuations, achieving an effect that is almost like innate witchcraft. Richard thought about it, and immediately decided to help. Death Ray. I saw a black beam of light striking Bai Ying from the tip of Richard's index finger. The black beam of light instantly penetrated Bai Ying's chest, making Bai Ying dim and almost transparent. Psychic shock. The next second, a transparent mental wave hit the white shadow. In an instant, the almost transparent white shadow could no longer withstand the continuous attacks from the Apache shaman, Wolf Chief and Richard, and immediately dissipated into the air. Only a thin layer of black ash was left on the ground. The Apache shaman and Chief Running Wolf, who saw the two witchcrafts directly killing the evil spirits, looked at each other and were surprised by each other. They did not expect that the Richard wizard was stronger than they imagined. Much stronger. Thank you, distinguished guest, for your help. You have gained the friendship of the Bilang tribe. The Apache shaman bowed slightly towards Richard. You're welcome. Your Excellency Apache shaman. This is just a little effort. Richard smiled slightly. The young aboriginal hunter, who was tied to a stake after being expelled from the evil spirit, slowly regained his consciousness, but needed some time to nurse himself back to health. Now that this matter was perfectly resolved, Richard and his group returned to the domed house again. Sitting down again, the atmosphere became even more lively. Richard took the initiative to ask, Your Excellency Apache shaman, the reason why your tribe's warriors were injured just now seems to be an encounter with evil spirits. Do you think evil spirits often appear around here? Apache shook his head and seemed to have no intention of hiding it. He said directly, Dear guest, this kind of weird white shadow has never appeared around our tribal camp. Do you call it an evil spirit? It's a very vivid statement. We call them immortal ghosts. This kind of weird thing used to only appear in the forbidden area. But in the past few decades, the probability of Bai Ying appearing outside the forbidden area has become higher and higher. I don't know why. There is almost no difference in the description of the immortal vengeful spirit and the evil spirit. It is just a few more words, or fewer words. What Richard is concerned about is the forbidden area mentioned again by Apache. This forbidden area interested Richard quite a bit. This kind of place where evil spirits appear is usually the favorite of necromancers. It is very likely that the legendary wizard Rodrigo left ruins in the forbidden area. Your Excellency, Apache shaman, can you tell me what's going on in the forbidden area? The forbidden area is the Forest of Silence. Walk along the west side of the camp for about 50 miles and cross the Lund River, and you will find the Forest of Silence. It seemed that he had thought of something terrible. When the Apache shaman told about the forbidden area, he looked shocked. There are all kinds of weird creatures there, including walking skeletons, tall, ugly, deformed monsters, and knights riding bone horses, including the evil spirits that were just eliminated. They are also very common in the Forest of Silence. Huh? This made Richard's eyes light up. After Richard and Stepina looked at each other, they both saw the same answer in each other's eyes. This is most likely the location of the ruins of the legendary necromancer Rodrigo. Their destination on Basilius Island. Sir Apache, your tribe must have knowledge of the entire Basilius Island. Apart from the Forest of Silence, are there any weird or strange areas on the island? Richard thought for a while, and decided that it would be better to ask more comprehensive questions. There are two more places. One is a haunted gold mine. It is about 30 miles directly north of the camp, in an abandoned gold mine. As you go down, you will hear strange roars. The more obvious it becomes. Our tribe doesn't mind, so we don't know what's inside. This is a rumor spread by outsiders. The other place is the Eye of the Sky. The Eye of the Sky is a deep pool area. No one knows how deep it is. The warriors of our tribe have seen huge creatures swimming in it. Huh? It seems possible. This made Richard fall into deep thought. Among the three, which one is the most likely location of the Rodrigo ruins? Chapter 276, Forest of Silence. But no matter what, the three locations on Basilius Island where the legendary necromancer Rodrigo most likely left his ruins have been found. This is the benefit of relying on local indigenous people. With just a gift of 6 golden horned frog eggs, Richard saved hundreds of thousands of people from searching for days, or even dozens of days. This is not counting the attrition and other losses caused by the various monster attacks and dangers encountered during the search. It is really a good deal. Now that he had found 3 possible points, Richard immediately decided to take Stefana and the two of them there. The first destination was naturally the Forest of Silence. which had the greatest possibility. According to the Apache shaman, there are walking skeletons, tall, ugly, deformed monsters, knights riding on bone horses, and evil spirits. Richard believed that there must be secrets in the Forest of Silence. As for whether it was the site of the ruins, he didn't know. He would have to go check it out before he could find out. As for the first mate of the princess, Otombo, and the 20 melee members, Richard thought about it and decided that it would be safer to let them stay in the wolf tribe camp. If the silent forest is really filled with undead creatures, ordinary people like them would not be of much use to Richard other than increasing casualties. Apache shaman, please send an experienced hunter from the wolf tribe to take us to the Forest of Silence. I suspect that there is what I need in the Forest of Silence. Made up his mind, Richard said to Apache, Dear guest, it's getting late now. If you really want to go, why not stay one night and go again tomorrow morning? Although he was surprised that Richard was actually going to that dangerous forbidden place, Apache also knew that the wizard they are all powerful people. For ordinary people, forbidden places are not necessarily difficult places for wizards to go to. No. For us, night may be more suitable. Richard smiled mysteriously and declined the Apache shaman's kindness. Both Richard and Stefana have an affinity for the dark element. Although they are also the home of the undead in the dark night, they are not Richard's home. In that case, okay, I'll ask the tribe's most experienced hunter to come over and take you there now. Thank you, Apache shaman. And thank you to the Running Wolf tribe for their hospitality. By the way, for the 20 melee members of my team, I would like to trouble the Running Wolf tribe to provide food and accommodation, and we will pay them accordingly. Richard pointed to the orc first mate Otombo and everyone on the side and said, This is a small thing. Chief Binlang laughed, hearing that Richard did not need to follow him. The orc first mate Otombo became anxious and said, Master Richard, although my combat power is far inferior to yours, it's okay to let me clear the way. There are many beasts in the dense forest. The branches will be in your way. As Otombo spoke, he swung the double-edged axe in his hand. What a straightforward orc. Richard and Stefana looked at each other, smiled slightly and said, Otombo, your task is to lead the team, and the melee team members need you more. Also, if we don't come back within 7 days, then you can return to the princess on your own and leave Basilius Island. Seeing Richard's insistent expression, Otombo knew that he could not change the decision of the wizard in front of him. So he could only nod in a muffled voice and said, Yes, sir. I will wait here for you to come back. At this time, a capable indigenous hunter walked in. He looked like the hunter team leader who had encountered Richard and others before. His face was painted with 3 stripes of red paint. The Apache shaman said with a smile, Distinguished guest, this is one of the best hunters of our Binlang tribe. Tal. The native named Tal held his chest and saluted to Richard, and said, Master Wizard, it's a pleasure to meet again. Then let me lead you two to the Forest of Silence. Richard nodded, took Stephanie, and followed Tal out of the wolf tribe camp, with the Apache shaman, wolf chief, and Otombo seeing them off. Swiss, swiss, swish. No matter how fast Tal opened the road ahead, he could feel the wizard behind him following him calmly. The other party's unpredictable strength immediately made him feel more at ease. You must know that although he is one of the best hunters in the Binlang tribe, he does not want to go to that ghost place of the silent forest. It's dark and gloomy, and there are all kinds of weird undead creatures haunting it. Tal couldn't help but shudder when he thought of that scene. The road from Running Wolf Camp to the Forest of Silence is not smooth, so it is not suitable to ride a horse. Legs are the best means of transportation. According to Tal's speed, he would definitely be able to reach the edge of the Forest of Silence in about an hour and a half. Gradually, about an hour later, several people heard the sound of flowing water in the distance. Richard thought for a while and realized that this should be the Lun River that the Apache shaman mentioned before at the Running Wolf Camp, and where the evil spirit was found. As he gradually approached the bank of the Lun River, Tar's speed slowed down significantly, and his overall vigilance also skyrocketed. It seems that he is very wary of the evil spirits that may appear here. Also, for indigenous warriors, unless their strength is comparable to that of Chief Binlang, that is, according to their indigenous saying, they have reached the level of totem warrior. Otherwise, they will be completely unable to resist when encountering these evil spirits. Roar! I saw a huge mountain bear fighting a huge skeleton holding 2 swords on the flat river bank. This weird scene made the 3 of them stunned immediately. Master, the strength of this 2-handed greatsword skeleton should have reached the 1st level. Right? Stephanie asked with her beautiful eyes wide open in astonishment. Richard nodded, and the mental power fluctuations emitted by the great sword skeleton clearly reached the first level. What surprised Stephana was that it was extremely rare for this wild undead creature to reach the first level, and many conditions needed to be met. For example, the great sword skeleton must have been at least a great knight in his lifetime. His body was intact when he died, and the area he was in had extremely strong dark element energy particles, etc. Only when all these conditions are met will there be a certain probability that a situation like this will occur. A first-level sword skeleton. Although only a skeleton of about 2 meters was left, the sword in his hand was extremely swift, hitting the violent mountain bear with an upright height of 4 meters, and sending it retreating. However, as the overlord of this area, the mountain bear would naturally not give up its territory, so a bloody battle broke out. However, as the attack of the sword skeleton became more and more fierce, the mountain bear had more and more blood stains on its body, and it quickly retreated in embarrassment. But the sword skeleton did not continue to chase. Instead, it walked downstream along the edge of the river as if on patrol. This immediately made Richard and Stephana stunned again. This was completely inconsistent with their common sense about wild undead creatures, because according to the records in the Ignis School Library, the purpose of wild undead creatures killing creatures is to absorb the death energy. But the big sword skeleton in front of me actually let go of the mountain violent bear, and did not kill it or absorb the death energy. Angry. This is so weird. Tal, you go back first. Richard turned and said to Tal. Okay, distinguished Lord Wizard. I will go back first. You must be careful. Tal bowed slightly, obviously very surprised by the scene just now, and quickly disappeared into the dense forest on his way back. Stephana, do you think we should go directly into the silent forest? Or follow this big sword skeleton? Richard smiled, turned to Stephana and said, Master, how about we follow the great sword skeleton to take a look? Stephanie said with a smile. Both of them have a desire to explore such strange things. As for danger, the path of a wizard is inherently dangerous. If you don't even dare to face secret events, how can you talk about the subsequent path of a wizard? Of course, the main reason is that the strength of the big sword skeleton in front of him is not strong compared to Richard and Stephana, and it is not much dangerous. The two chose to follow the sword skeleton from a distance and walked along the river. But soon, the sword skeleton strangely began to make a 90-degree turn and crossed the river, heading towards the depths of the silent forest. Richard and Stephana looked at each other, then continued to follow slowly, also crossed the Lewin River, and began to walk towards the depths of the silent forest. As soon as they stepped into the forest, they discovered that the plants in this forest grew in all kinds of strange shapes. Various branches hung down, blocking the evening sky completely, making it as dark as night. Hey! Such a rich concentration of dark element particles. Richard couldn't help but blurt out. Yes, Master. The concentration of dark element particles here is at least 20% higher than the outside world. I feel that the power of my witchcraft will be greatly enhanced here. Stephana was also surprised by the darkness here. Just like Richard. Elemental particle concentration. You know, even in the depths of the silt swamp, where the Ignis School is located, the concentration of dark element energy particles is only about the same as here. Could it be that this is another training ground for dark wizards? Richard couldn't help but become more curious. What was in the forest of silence? The sword skeleton continued to walk forward slowly, but the black branches became denser and denser, and thick fog slowly rose deep in the forest. In the thick fog, all kinds of strange sounds slowly emerged. There are weird meows of cats, cries of babies, and gasping sounds like those of a dying person. The feeling of being out of breath and about to be suffocated can make a normal person go crazy. But Richard and Stephana are both necromancers, so naturally they are not afraid of such ghostly things. Just to avoid being discovered by the sword skeleton, Richard and Stephana, who followed behind, deliberately controlled the distance and hung far away. But now that the thick fog has risen, the visibility has dropped sharply, and it is almost impossible to see clearly. A range of more than 5 meters. Therefore, the two soon lost the trace of the great sword skeleton. Richard frowned slightly at this time. The wizard's perception was far beyond that of ordinary people. He could feel that the sword and skeleton suddenly disappeared about 50 meters in front of him. The next second, a deathly aura began to linger in front of him, and bone armor began to cover his body. Richard turned to Stephana and said, Pay attention. Something is wrong. Follow me. Okay, Master. Stephanie nodded. After thinking about it, A light green inverted pentagram formation flashed under Richard's feet, and a 3-meter-tall blood bone puppet appeared in front of Richard. For safety reasons, Richard asked the blood and bone puppet to clear the way ahead. Didn't take 2 steps. Clang! There was a heavy clash. The blood bone puppet immediately mentally summoned Richard. It was fighting an enemy, and the enemy was very powerful. Snapped! The blood bone puppet was knocked back several meters, and came not far from Richard. The next second, a huge abomination walked out of the fog and chased after the blood bone puppet. Disgust? Stephanie blurted out. She realized that there were more shocks in one day than in 2 months of sailing on the Princess. How could wild abominations appear? This is impossible. Stefana looked in disbelief. And so did Richard. This is a bit contrary to common sense. It stands to reason that the sword skeleton may be wild. But abominations like this usually come from the undead world or are transformed by necromancers. And there will never be wild abominations. Therefore, the two of them really couldn't figure out what other circumstances would cause hatred to appear in this world. However, Richard was still confident that he could deal with an abomination. For example, use one hatred against another. A second later, the light green reverse pentagram in front of Richard flashed past again, and a huge figure appeared in front of him. It was the resentful spirit abomination. Since the last injury, the space in the body of the resentful spirit has been repaired by Richard again, and can be used to place evil spirits and resentful spirits at any time. The resentful spirit narrowed its eyes in disgust, sniffed its nose, and seemed to find this place very comfortable, and couldn't help but look at the owner Richard gratefully. Immediately afterwards, it discovered the same kind that was slightly smaller than it. I saw 2 behemoths. After staring at each other for several seconds, they roared angrily and rushed forward to start a fight. Suddenly there was a burst of branches breaking and the ground shaking like a mountain. The weight of the 2 giant objects was calculated in tons, and the power of the fight was even more exaggerated. However, the Wraith Abomination was still superior in skills. This wild abomination was unable to defeat it, and began to slowly retreat. But how could Richard let it get what it wanted? He immediately made the resentful spirit hate and follow him closely. Fight and retreat at the same time. Richard and Stephanie continued to move deeper into the silent forest. Suddenly, the thick fog ahead lightened a lot, and a strange 2-story wooden hut suddenly appeared deep in the forest. Judging from the appearance of the hut, it seems that no one has lived in it for a long time, and it almost looks like it is about to collapse. But the point is, the appearance of a small house in the center of such a strange and silent forest is the strangest thing. Richard and Stephanie looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. This is a strange area, isolated from the dense fog. What's even more strange is that the big sword skeleton they were following had just entered the 2nd-story hut at this time, and the abomination was also running towards the 2nd-story cabin at this moment. It seems like a refuge there. It can avoid being chased and harmed by the hateful spirits. Chapter 277 Wooden House in the Forest. Although he only glanced at the 2-story wooden house from a distance, Richard had a strange feeling in his heart. There is danger, vigilance, and at the same time there seems to be a calling. There is a winding cobblestone road in front of the wooden house, which leads to Richard's current location. It is surrounded by weeds. It seems that no one has taken care of this road for a long time. This road should have been repaired by the previous owner of the cabin. However, it might not be so easy for Richard to enter the wooden house along the cobblestone road. In the area between him and the wooden house, there were more than 10 undead creatures of different types at the moment, including undead knights with white bone horses, giant axe skeletons holding double-edged giant axes, walking corpses, abominations, and wandering ones that were far larger than normal size, of evil spirits. Stephana's scalp was numb as she watched this. Although she is also an undead wizard, she has never seen so many different types of first-order undead creatures. In particular, the undead knight riding a white bone horse has a faint aura that is particularly powerful. He is probably either at the top level of the 1st level or the 2nd level. In addition, Richard could vaguely see traces of many undead creatures in the surrounding dense fog area. In other words, if they could not quickly defeat the undead creatures in front of them, they might still be afraid that the undead creatures around them would still be there, will appear continuously. This situation, Richard couldn't help but fall into deep thought. These undead creatures seem to be guarding or protecting something. A direct forceful attack? Obviously not. Counting the resentful abominations and blood-bone puppets, he can defeat at most 3 or 4 first-level undead creatures on the opposite side. But there were more than 10 undead creatures on the opposite side, as well as the 2nd-level bone knight That was probably the second level. If he tried hard, he would be beaten to pieces. Richard pulled Stefana and slowly retreated into the mist. Stefana, wrench, spring, and clockwork puppet. Richard thought for a moment, then turned to Stefana and said. Stefana was stunned for a moment, and then her beautiful eyes froze. She seemed to have thought of something. She took off the package from her body and began to search for it. She praised, Master. You want to use clockwork puppets to lure these undead creatures. Open it so we can enter the cabin? Richard nodded and said in approval, You're getting smarter. That's right. Stefana handed Richard the rabbit-sized clockwork puppet, and then stared at her master with her big eyes, watching how Richard operated it. After all, these clockwork puppets look like villains, and their appearance is just wrapped in iron sheets. If they are allowed to rush forward directly, they may not be directly chopped into pieces by those powerful undead creatures. It takes less than a second to attract attention, and it will be completely finished. In that case, it will obviously not have the effect of attracting attention. Therefore, Stefana wanted to see how her master operated. Richard carefully disassembled the outer SHL of the clockwork puppet, revealing the slightly complicated gear transmission device and spring inside. Richard used a wrench to stack the springs together into 3, and then reconnected the transmission device. Stefana's eyes lit up when she saw it. An overloaded clockwork puppet? Extremely fast clockwork puppet? She instantly understood Richard's idea, which was to allow the clockwork puppet, which was already running very fast, to further increase its speed by loading more clockwork. When it is upgraded to a whoosh, it can span a large area. In that case, the undead creatures will have nothing to do with it, and will chase after it. However, according to the internal space of the clockwork puppet, 3 springs are already the limit. Immediately afterwards, she discovered that her master, Richard, had stuffed a lot of powders of fire dance star and silver moon dust into the clockwork puppet. In other words, once the clockwork puppet is attacked, a big explosion will occur, further attracting the attention of the undead creatures. As expected of the master, he can think of such a method. Stefana admired from the sidelines. Stefana, once the attention of the undead creature is attracted later, we will rush in. If it still doesn't work, you can use your talent of witchcraft shadow change and take me to the door of the wooden house. Richard thought for a while, arranged a backup plan and warned Stefana. Okay, Master. Stephanie nodded heavily. Then let's get ready. Richard began to rotate the knob behind the clockwork puppet vigorously, because he used 3 maximum strength springs. When Richard rotated, there was a crunch sound. After twisting it hard for more than 10 times, Richard placed the clockwork puppet on the ground and whispered to Stefana, Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh. The puppet equipped with 3 springs rushed straight into the group of undead creatures like a rocket, bringing out a long black line. The majestic bone horse knight felt something running quickly under his feet. The dark green soul fire in his eyes jumped twice. He seemed to be very angry as to why there was a small thing passing under his feet. His majesty was seriously damaged. Provocative. Immediately, it threw off the reins. After a while, the bone horse sputtered and quickly chased in the direction of the clockwork puppet. This kind of thing happened to other undead creatures, and it also caused similar effects. As a result, most of the undead creatures were attracted by the clockwork puppet and chased it. Richard and Stefana had already rushed halfway along the cobblestone path. But at this time, a giant axe skeleton that had not been attracted away spotted the 2 of them, roared and rushed towards them. Richard waved his right hand, and the blood-bone puppet jumped out from behind, quickly rushed towards the giant axe skeleton, and immediately intercepted the opponent. At this point, there were no other obstacles in his journey away from the wooden house. Soon, Richard and Stephanie, who were moving forward at full speed, were about to reach the entrance of the cabin. On the other side, the 3 full springs of the clockwork puppet immediately ran out of power, and the speed gradually slowed down. Soon, the Bone Knight, who was the first to arrive, angrily waved the long sword in his hand and slashed a streak of ink. Green energy attack. Boom! The moment the clockwork puppet shattered, a huge mushroom cloud also appeared at the same time. The silver shavings mixed in it immediately spread in all directions under the high-speed airflow, instantly injuring all the surrounding undead creatures. The undead creatures roared angrily, intending to tear this little thing into pieces. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they searched, they were just incompetent and furious. The clockwork puppet was already shattered to pieces at this moment. Taking this opportunity, Richard brought Stephanie to the entrance of the cabin. "Master, I feel that the wooden house is very strange and dangerous." Stefana frowned and said with palpitations, "Yes, I feel it too. But since we are here, there is no reason to retreat now. As long as I am here, you are not afraid," Richard comforted. Although Richard felt the danger did not seem to be strong. But the feeling of calling was getting stronger and stronger. So, Richard decided that he must go in and take a look. Before entering the cabin, Richard held Stephanie's hand and told her not to worry too much. Richard let the evil spirit abomination go in front, and he and Stephanie were in the middle, and slowly entered the cabin in the forest. Gradually, a strange feeling filled Richard's heart, as if he had stepped into some kind of force field. This strange force field should be the reason why the concentration of dark element energy particles here is particularly high. When Richard reached the foot of the wooden door, he was suddenly startled and quickly looked up. He was shocked to find that the abomination, which was originally more than 4 meters tall, could now calmly enter the wooden door, which was only 2 meters and 2 centimeters high and 1 meter and 5 centimeters wide. Could it be that under the influence of this force field, even the physical properties such as height and weight of organisms within a certain range have been distorted? This is really beyond the scope of his abilities at this level. Even if a second-level wizard comes over, he may not be able to explain the situation that Richard is encountering now. However, this strange situation still did not stop Richard from wanting to enter. Soon, Richard took Stefana into the wooden house. At this time, the originally tall wraith abomination, whose height was only the same as Richard, seemed to have shrunk many times. It looked a little funny, as if he had been forced to shrink. The hateful little eyes of the resentful spirit reveal obvious confusion, as if to say, "Why am I so small? This is where." As soon as they entered the wooden house, the exhibits inside were displayed in front of Richard and the others. This seemed to be a residence. The floor was covered with dust, and the corners were covered with cobwebs. There was an old dining table, and 5 or 6 tables and chairs placed in the hall on the first floor. There was no plate on the dining table, but there was a thick layer of dust, as if no one had lived here for a long time. Stephanie pulled Richard's sleeve and said, "Master, look." After saying that, he pointed to the footprints on the ground. Richard looked down and saw that there was a lot of dust on the ground, and a messy footprint could be seen with the naked eye leading to the stairs to the second floor. These footprints are of various types, including normal-sized ones, the footprints of bones that are obviously left by skeletons, and the abominable footprints of the one that just came in. An idea flashed in Richard's mind. Could it be that all the undead creatures outside came from the second floor? Is that why such messy footprints were left behind? The more Richard thought about it, the more he felt that his guess must be the truth. "Stefana, let's go up and take a look." Richard pointed to the second floor. The two of them slowly walked up to the second floor with resentment and hatred. Crunch! Richard was shocked. He didn't expect that the evil spirit could step on the wooden stairs without any problems. But when he stepped on them, they made a sound, as if his weight was heavier than that of the evil spirit. Stefana's face was a little nervous, but she felt better after Richard's white little hand held her hand tightly. Crunch! Crunch! The wooden stairs made a sound with every step they took, which made Richard and Stepina's hearts begin to hang. "Be careful," Richard whispered. At the same time, the death aura began to linger around his body, and ferocious bone armor began to spread all over his body. The two spells, Deathly Haunting and Magic Armor, have now been cast by Richard. As they were about to climb to the second floor, Wraith Abomination was clearing the way ahead. So he stepped onto the second floor before Richard. I saw Wraith Hate looking around and didn't seem to find any enemies. This made Richard and Stephanie feel a little relieved. By the time Richard's left foot had just stepped onto the second floor, sudden, 5 spiritual bodies appeared out of thin air directly in front of him. They all had ferocious faces and strong breath fluctuations. They were all evil spirit-level spirits. As if it was rehearsed, the 5 spirits raised their heads to the sky and let out a scream. Ouch! No! This is the roar of an evil spirit. As soon as Richard reacted, he felt a stabbing pain in his brain. The successive tsunami-like sound waves almost pierced his eardrums. Fortunately, Richard had cast the Deathly Haunting and Magic Armor techniques in advance. Otherwise, he would have been in danger of being harmed by the evil roars cast by the 5 evil spirits at the same time. I'm afraid it can directly hit him hard. Fortunately, because Stefana was at the end, she did not have time to step onto the second floor. At this time, She was as if she was outside the first layer of bubbles, and could not enter the second floor. Glancing at Stefana's anxious expression, and the way she patted the film hard, Richard felt relieved. Because the roar of the evil spirit just now obviously did not affect Stefana. Which also proved that he and Stefana had been separated by some kind of strange barrier. The moment the sound waves ended, 5 evil spirits moved towards Richard at the same time. The evil spirits, who were already stunned, and had bleeding ears, and nose, began to attack with hatred. I saw 10 transparent claws stabbing hard at the resentful body of the resentful spirit. When these sharp claws grasped the thick skin of Ray's spirit, it was like soaking in butter, slowly seeping into it, and then tearing it apart. It was as if a small piece of the resentful soul was torn off. Roar! The resentful spirit was attacked instantly, and was suddenly awakened by the severe pain, letting out a roar. But it was seriously injured by the concentrated fire of 5 evil spirits. Not from the body, but from the soul. But the strange thing is that the next second, the resentful spirit hated the small red eyes that were originally filled with anger. At this moment, it became sleepy again, and its upper and lower eyelids actually touched one after another, and began to doze off. This shocked Richard. It seemed to be some kind of hypnotic-like negative effect of the evil claws. What's more important is that once the hatred spirit cannot withstand the opponent's attack, it will be directly exposed to the concentrated fire attack of the 5 evil spirits. Soul Link. Richard used a rarely used talent, Witchcraft Soul Link. Instantly linked his soul with the resentful spirit's hatred, and actively shared the damage suffered by the resentful spirit's hatred. That's right. At this moment, Richard was using this witchcraft effect in reverse, transferring part of the damage borne by the undead summons to himself. Suddenly, Richard felt a pain that went deep into his bones. Ah! He finally felt the pain of the hatred of the evil spirits, who had just endured 5 evil claws. Almost at the same time, the hateful blood-colored eyes of the resentful spirit suddenly opened. After glancing at his master Richard gratefully, the bulge in his neck began to shrink vigorously. Venom spit. Puff! As the vengeful spirit opened its mouth wide in hatred and sprayed venom all around like a high-pressure water gun. The 5 evil spirits screamed. This scene made the resentful spirit's hateful little eyes suddenly narrow. The next second, the other bulge on its neck continued to expand. Chapter 278 Oil Painting. Venom spit. The resentful spirit spat out venom again, and the light blue fishy liquid covered the whole place. After being attacked by the venom again, the 5 evil spirits were much weakened, both in terms of shape and mental fluctuations. It was obvious that he was seriously injured by the venom spitted twice in succession by the resentful spirit. But it's still not over. Do not forget, the resentful spirit hates, but there is also a poison sac near the esophagus. So, when the third venom spitting began, Richard actually saw fear in the eyes of these evil spirits, which made him smile slightly. 2 of the 5 evil spirits actually turned around and hid. When Richard saw it, he reacted immediately. How could this make them achieve their wish? As a result, Richard's subsequent mental shock and death ray instantly created 2 thin piles of evil spirit dust, a rare alchemical raw material, on the ground. At this point in the battle, it has entered garbage time. Soon, Richard obtained a total of 5 standard portions of evil spirit dust. At this time, the film that blocked Stefana and Richard suddenly disappeared. Stefana found that she could already climb to the 2nd floor. As soon as she went upstairs, Stefana hugged Richard's arm tightly and said anxiously, "Master, you were in too much danger just now. There were actually 5 evil spirits." After saying that, Stefana took a closer look at her master. If the scene just now happened to any other first-level wizard, even a top-level first-level wizard, he would probably be defeated instantly. Because just the innate witchcraft roar of evil spirits activated by 5 evil spirits at the same time can make a first-level wizard almost 90% instantaneous. There was also the strange witchcraft barrier here, which caused Stefana's original exploration and curiosity to completely disappear. Now, she wanted to leave here with Richard as soon as possible, although she knew that this was unlikely, because this might very well involve her master's chance of being promoted to a 2nd-level great wizard. Richard smiled and touched Stefana's head and said, "Don't worry. Since we are already on the 2nd floor, we have to see what's going on." Only then did Richard have time to quickly look around the environment on the 2nd floor. He and Stefana were now in a place similar to a living room. There was a square wooden table and 3 chairs in the corner, which were also covered with dust and cobwebs. It looked like no one had cleaned them for a long time. There is a closed door directly in front of the living room. according to the normal structure of this two-story wooden house. The door behind the door should lead to the bedroom. After confirming that there was nothing else here, Richard recovered a little and decided to open the bedroom. If the prediction was correct, the thing that summoned him or attracted him should be in this bedroom. Click! Richard opened the door. And the moment he opened it, he asked the vengeful spirit to step forward and enter the room in advance. 1 second. 2 seconds. Richard and Stephina looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Unexpectedly, nothing happened behind the door. However, Richard and Stephina were still very vigilant. After all, the same was true for the ambush by the 5 evil spirits they had just encountered. They suddenly appeared without warning and caught them off guard. This time, Stephina followed closely behind Richard, holding Richard's wizard robe tightly with both hands, almost clinging to him. The two entered the bedroom and found that the bedroom was very spacious, with a large bed, 2 wooden bedside tables, and a wardrobe. No, there's more. Richard was surprised to find that there was an oil painting on the wall on the left. The first time he saw the oil painting, Richard felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart, as if this oil painting was the source that summoned him to this place. Stephanie saw her master staring at the painting on the wall, and couldn't help but follow Richard's gaze. I saw that this oil painting seemed to be newly painted, and there was no trace of dust on the surface. The content of the oil painting is rare. It depicts a man in black robe holding a bone staff, commanding various undead creatures to fight with enemies. The man in black robe had his back to them, so he had no face. But Stephina took a closer look at the lifelike undead creatures, and her heart skipped a beat. By coincidence, she was very familiar with these undead creatures. Undead knights riding white bone horses, tall skeletons holding huge axes or swords, zombies that are much larger than normal, abominations, and wandering evil spirits. She had just seen these downstairs. The next second, the man in black robe in the oil painting suddenly turned around and looked at Richard and Stephina. People in oil paintings actually move? The face of the man in black robe hidden under the hood was clearly a skeleton. The dark green ghost fire seemed to have invisible power, attracting all the minds of Richard and Stephina. Suddenly, the two of them felt dizzy. When the two of them looked around clearly again, they found that they were no longer in the bedroom, but instead came to a strange place. The entire sky seemed to be shrouded in a layer of thick black smoke, and it was completely unclear whether there was a moon or stars in the sky. There seemed to be a tower of bones more than 100 meters away. The tower is about 10 meters high and is made entirely of bones. At the top is a pair of giant arm bones placed in an X shape and a huge skull. Judging from the size of the skull, this humanoid creature was probably 7 to 8 meters, or even 10 meters tall before it died. It must have been some kind of giant. At this moment, where Richard and Stephina were standing, there was a narrow cobblestone path leading to a tower of bones that flickered with light. On both sides of the path, there are sarcophagi that have been dug out one by one. Some sarcophagi have been opened and empty inside, while some sarcophagi are still tightly closed. The fluctuations of dark element energy particles here far exceed those of the outside world, reaching almost 100%. And as he approaches the bone tower, Richard can feel that the activity of these particles is further increasing. Master, look! Stephina, who held Richard's hand tightly, looked towards the direction of the bone tower and said. Richard followed Stephanie's line of sight and saw many swaying figures around the tall bone tower in the distance. He looked carefully and found that they were all various undead creatures, and the abomination that was injured by them was also there at this time. Just because of the black smoke, even though the distance was only more than 100 meters, it was still difficult to see clearly. However, judging from the opponent's movements, they were smooth and natural. It seemed that the damage that Richard had caused to the opponent before had no effect at all at this moment. Absorb dead energy and heal yourself? When Richard saw this and thought about the strange environment he was in, a term that was popular among undead wizards in ancient times jumped into his mind. Transformation field of the undead. The undead transformation field includes the dark sky, the bone tower, and the tomb. Within the range of influence, all dead creatures can be transformed into undead. The specific strength of the undead creatures after transformation is determined by the level of the bone tower. But judging from what Richard has seen so far, the bone tower here seems to be quite advanced. At least there is no problem in transforming second-order creatures. The related technology of the undead transformation field, especially the production technology of the bone tower, has been lost for a long time. I didn't expect to see it here. Master, I seem to have seen the scene here in some ancient book. but I can't remember it for a while. Stefana frowned slightly and seemed to be lost in thought, but quickly shook her head and said, "If I guess correctly, this should be the undead transformation field," Richard said in a deep voice. "What?" "That's right. The scene here fits the description of the undead transformation field." Stefana stared at her beautiful eyes at first, but the next second she realized that this was the undead transformation field built by the powerful necromancer in ancient times. The appearance of the field. "Master, could it be said that this place was built by the legendary undead wizard Rodrigo? But why did he build the undead transformation field here?" Stefana thought for a while, turned around and asked. Richard shook his head. He didn't know how to answer this question. Click! On the narrow cobblestone roadside, the sarcophagus in a tomb suddenly moved, and a white skeletal hand stretched out from the gap. Then, the sarcophagus cover was pushed aside by a strong force, and a tall man holding a sword, the skeleton, emerged from inside. Richard immediately protected Stefana behind him and prepared for battle. When it saw Richard and Stefana, the ghost fire in its empty eyes instantly lit up. Then it took long strides and attacked the two of them. Death Ray. A black beam as thick as a fist burst out from the tip of Richard's right index finger, directly shattering more than 10 ribs on the chest of the sword skeleton, and the remaining black beam continued to shoot into the distance. Unfortunately, the direction of the afterglow was exactly in the direction of the bone tower. The next second, the aftermath of Richard's death ray caused a commotion among the undead creatures. When did the power of my own death ray become so powerful? Richard also stared at his fingers in shock. In an instant, he realized that it was the ultra-high concentration of dark element energy particles here that doubled the power of all his undead witchcraft. No, Master, those undead creatures are here. Stefana's sharp eyes saw many undead creatures originally near the bone tower. She noticed the movement here and began to walk towards this side. Not only that, look at the back. Richard's face darkened. After reacting to the powerful witchcraft just now, he realized that he and Stefana had been unknowingly surrounded by many undead creatures. Clamped, although their numbers are not large. As time goes by, the more noise there is here, the more undead creatures will naturally be attracted. At this moment, in front of them were 3 sword skeletons and an abomination, and behind them were 2 evil spirits and a bone knight. However, Richard and Stefana were not panicked. Although this place was the home of these undead creatures, it was also the home of undead wizards, like them, who majored in dark energy. After the witchcraft power was greatly improved, Richard thought he could still handle these undead creatures in front of him. Slowness, weakness technique, Shadow's grasp, psychic shock, death ray. Richard and Stephanie worked together, with Stephanie in charge of casting 0-level debuff spells, using slowness, weakness and other control spells on these undead creatures one by one. At this time, Richard was like a Gatling machine gun, emitting death rays at an ultra-high frequency of puff, puff, puff. After the original thumb-thick death ray became the fist thickness, the damage to these undead creatures doubled. Basically one shot into the soul. Even the most difficult bone knight could not help but be shattered into a pile of bones under 3 death rays. In less than a minute, this batch of 8 or 9 undead creatures were all killed by Richard. Gudong. Gudong. As soon as the battle was over, Richard quickly drank a bottle of mental recovery potion. Here, Stefana, I want you to have a bottle too. Be sure to stay in top condition. Richard also handed a bottle to Stefana. Looking at Stefana's rapidly rising breasts, and the slight sweat dripping from her forehead, you can tell that even though she is an assistant, she is not as relaxed as she imagined. After all, having performed so many witchcrafts, the mental burden on a first-level and early-stage wizard is still very heavy. Obviously, if the two of them want to get close to the bone tower, there are still a large number of undead creatures that need to be dealt with in front of them, and some scattered undead creatures will appear from time to time in the rear. This is a protracted battle. Moreover, Richard had guessed at this time that the abnormality in the silent forest should be caused by the energy leakage of this undead transformation field. Although the specific reason is not yet clear, the undead transformation factory built in the secret realm of the oil painting was leaked for some reason, which caused a huge amount of dark element energy to seep out, causing the concentration of dark element energy in the silent forest to greatly exceed that in other areas. Moreover, if this leakage is not contained, the areas involved will become wider and wider. This is why the Bedlang tribe said that the previous forbidden areas were not so wide. But now, evil spirits have begun to appear sporadically on the banks of the Lun River. and are continuing to spread further outward. As for how these undead creatures that were originally supposed to be in the undead conversion field escaped, it is estimated that it is the same reason as the leakage of the conversion field. As for the reason, Richard shook his head and stopped thinking about this issue. It was difficult for him to understand the power of the ancient necromancer. Simply embedding or transforming the entire undead transformation field into a secret realm was beyond his cognitive scope. As for where the leak occurred or why it occurred, he couldn't guess. Richard continued to move forward with Stephanie. In order to avoid being attacked, Stephanie summoned hundreds of little spiders from the shadow world to form a circle to protect herself and Richard in the middle. The little spider from the shadow world is very weak in combat, but it is very suitable to be used as eyes and ears. With the warning from the little spider from the shadow world, the two of them immediately relaxed a lot. In addition to the early warning function of the little spiders in the shadow world, Richard also asked Stephanie to control these little spiders to start attracting monsters. After several rounds, the two of them cooperated more and more tacitly. Gradually, the undead creatures near the bone tower were almost cleared away by the two of them. At this time, the two of them were very close to the bone tower. I saw a tall knight, who was obviously taller than the average bone knight. Even the bone horse itself was covered with black armor. He was patrolling around the bone tower. Master, this seems to be an advanced version of the Black Knight and the Bone Knight. A perfect second-level undead summon. We are probably no match for it. Stephanie expressed her judgment. She had just passed through the field of vision of the little spider from the shadow world, and just looking at him made her feel frightened. Chapter 279, the second level of Rodrigo meditation method. However, Richard looked at the bone tower and remained silent. After a long while, Richard finally spoke up. Perhaps we can change our thinking. Stephanie, do you see the small door at the bottom of the side of the bone tower? I see. Master. Stephanie still looked at her master with confusion. Although there was a small door at the bottom of the bone tower, the two of them couldn't pass through. Isn't the discussion now about how to defeat the Black Knight and enter the tower? Have you forgotten your talent of witchcraft shadow transformation? If there is a door here in the bone tower, does that mean there should be a passage or space behind the door? Seeing that Stephanie still couldn't understand what she meant, Richard explained with a smile. That's right. Why didn't I think of it? Stephanie's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with joy, and her eyes turned into a crescent shape when she smiled. She has always regarded her innate witchcraft as a witchcraft to avoid enemy attacks. Under the inertia of her thinking, she never thought of her own witchcraft. In fact, it had many other uses. So, when the two of them chose the Black Knight and went around to the other side of the bone tower, Stephanie took Richard's hand and stepped into the shadow world at the same time. In an instant, two blurry figures walked towards the small door of the bone tower. Soon, two gray figures that were blurry, as if they did not exist in this world, stepped into the white bone door like stepping into a bubble. As for Richard and Stephanie, after passing through the bone gate, they discovered that there was indeed a narrow passage about 1 meter wide. A few meters beyond the passage was a row of stairs that rotated downwards against the wall. Richard squeezed Stephanie's hand. Stephanie understood immediately, and the two of them immediately returned to the passage from the shadow world. I saw that the passage was surrounded by densely packed bones, but there were many gaps in the middle. On one side of the wall, a phosphorus lamp with an unknown creature's thigh bone was inserted as a support. Under the illumination of the green phosphorus lamp, the entire passage exuded a penetrating light green light. Richard thought for a while, and tried to summon the blood and bone puppet again. But unfortunately, he could sense the blood and bone puppet. But it seemed that the other party was still blocked by the undead creatures, and could not respond to Richard's call. He did not try to summon the resentful spirit abomination. The height and width of the passage here meant that the resentful spirit abomination would be able to respond to his call at this time, and the other party would be stuck in the passage. Then the next exploration still needs to be dominated by himself and Stephanie. Stephanie, the little spider from the shadow world. Richard thought for a while, and continued to let Stephanie use the little spider from the shadow world as a pathfinder to check the situation first. Stephanie nodded immediately, and began to summon the little spiders from the shadow world. After sensing Stephanie's call, the little creatures that were originally outside the bone tower immediately stepped into the shadow world, and then came into the passage one by one as if they could pass through walls. Squeak! 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 After understanding the task assigned by Stephanie, the little shadow spiders followed the steps, and quickly explored down. Soon, Stephanie smiled and said, Master, it is safer down there than we imagined. There are no undead creatures. This seems to be the side of the owner of the bone tower. And there is an alchemy room below. Hey! Let's go! What are you waiting for? Richard couldn't help but smile with joy. Holding Stefana's little hand, the two of them walked down the steps slowly, following the spiraling bone steps. The two of them arrived at the bottom without walking very far. What caught their eyes was an alchemy room with an area of more than 100 square meters. The equipment inside and Richard's were in Ige. The differences used among the nice school vary greatly. It is also very different from the utensils used by the Grey Dwarves in Tuch City. And it is unique. But what caught their attention the most was a witch formation shining with purple light in the center of the alchemy room. There was a purple crystal the size of a fist, rising and falling slowly like a living thing. Richard looked around and was surprised to find that there were many bookshelves on the edge of the alchemy area, and he could vaguely see a lot of books inside. Richard walked forward quickly, and suddenly, a transparent barrier appeared in front of him where there was nothing originally. It seemed to be some kind of defensive formation. The barrier was transparent and elastic, and it quickly bounced Richard out. Richard was startled for a moment, but when he looked down at his bone armor and saw that there was no damage, he knew that the main function of this defensive formation was not to attack or counterattack the enemy, but it was purely a blocking formation. Master, are you okay? Stefana also saw this scene and quickly came over to comfort her. Richard shook his head, rubbed his chin with one hand, and began to think about how to break this formation. From the current perspective, the energy supply of this formation should be the purple crystal in front of us. Although it is not known whether direct long-range attacks such as death rays can shatter or destroy the stability of this crystal, thereby destroying the energy supply of the barrier. But rashly breaking this crystal, which is obviously the energy core witch formation, is still a very risky behavior and may bring unpredictable consequences. For example, causing a big explosion. Of course, this bone tower might also sound an alarm and let all the undead creatures wandering outside come and kill the two intruders, him and Stefana. But no matter what the situation is, it is not a consequence that Richard can bear. After thinking about it, Richard turned to Stefana and said, Stefana, take me and try the shadow transformation again to see if you can bypass this barrier from the shadow world and enter the alchemy area. Okay, master. As Stefana said, she stretched out her white palm to hold Richard, and began to use her talent of witchcraft shadow transformation. In an instant, the two figures disappeared into the real world, leaving behind two vague gray shadows walking towards the alchemy area. But what surprised the two of them was that in the shadow world, they actually saw the transparent barrier that lay in front of them. As a result, the two figures appeared in the real world again. Oh! Richard couldn't help but feel helpless and admiring. The level of the wizard who set up this place was so high that he was really far behind. The defensive formation also provided defense directly at the spatial level. This made Richard even more eager for the items in the alchemy area. Richard paced back and forth, silent, while Stefana helped start looking around for possible triggering formations. Logically speaking, it's impossible that the wizards here would not have considered leaving any hints for those who come after them before leaving. Richard muttered to himself. After all, wizards in ancient times liked to be riddlers the most, and they liked to give riddles and other secret revealing formations to newcomers. If the answerer could successfully answer the questions, he would get a certain reward. Master, come and take a look. It seems a little different here. At this time, Stefana on the side seemed to have found something, and was waving her arms towards Richard. Richard walked forward quickly, and looked along Stefana's slender fingers. He saw a unique phosphorus lamp on the wall, although it was also made of the thigh bone of a creature. The material was better than other phosphorus lamps, to be more pure white. The lingering air of death. After Richard cast a defensive witchcraft on himself again, he reached out and touched the bone lamp holder, but nothing bad happened. So I moved it back and forth with force. Crack! Sure enough, it can be pulled. At this time, the white thigh bone lamp holder has been rotated from upright to the right about 30 degrees. There was a sound similar to the friction between two rocks, and a gap suddenly opened in the white bone wall on the side, revealing a small independent space. Richard and Stefana immediately looked at each other, and they both saw joy in each other's eyes. For safety reasons, Richard observed outside the gap for a few seconds, and found that it seemed to be a meditation room. There was only a bed, a table and a chair, all made of the bones of unknown creatures. And the whole was white. The only bright color may be a black box on the table. Under the all-white tone, A completely black box couldn't be more eye-catching. It seems that the secret should be in this box. Richard concentrated most of the energy lingering in the death aura on his right hand. Suddenly, the black airflow on his right hand was so rich that it almost glowed. At the same time, he transformed the mimetic metal into a glove and put it on. Under Stephanie's nervous gaze, he carefully opened the black box. Click! After opening the black box, nothing happened. Richard felt a little relieved. And then he slowly opened the lid. There was a black notebook placed in the middle, and a piece of colorful silk underneath. It gives the impression that the importance of the notebook is particularly highlighted. Richard opened the notebook and took a look. There was a ring inside with a raised D symbol on it. At the same time, there is another sentence in the notebook, written in Hut, the oldest wizarding language. Richard read it word for latecomers. If you want to know the secret here, please practice the following apprentice-level meditation method and wear the ring on your hand. It turns out that the ancient wizards were all riddlers. This person is even more ruthless. Anyone who can come here must be an official wizard. How could he choose to practice meditation again? Recultivating the meditation method means that the core in the spiritual sea that has already been constructed needs to be shattered and discarded, which will not only cause serious damage to oneself, but also reduce the strength to the level of a third-level wizard apprentice. Richard smiled bitterly and shook his head. Who can do this? In just a second, Richard's face showed ecstasy, which immediately made Stephina on the side look puzzled. After all, Richard read the sentence just now, and she could hear it clearly from the side. Stephina, I can now confirm that the owner of this place is the legendary necromancer Rodrigo. Richard excitedly grabbed Stephina's arm and said tremblingly, because the apprenticeship meditation method recorded in the notebook is the Rodrigo meditation method. Stephina's beautiful eyes lit up immediately, and she said happily, That's great. Master, it's not in vain for us to come all the way here. Master, please quickly put on the ring. Richard hesitated for a moment, and carefully reviewed Rodrigo's life in his mind. It seemed that there were no rumors of reincarnation as a lich or a turning into a spirit body. After ruling out the possibility of all kinds of evil witchcraft such as body divination, Richard slowly put the strange ring on the ring finger of his right hand. When Richard concentrated on this strange-shaped ring, suddenly, a strange space appeared in his consciousness. I saw that it was about the size of a cube inside, and there was nothing else except a hexagonal rhombus crystal. As soon as Richard's consciousness moved, the crystal suddenly appeared in real space and appeared on Richard's right hand. This shape seems to be a recording crystal? Stephina saw a crystal suddenly appearing in Richard's hand. She couldn't help but look at it carefully and immediately recognized that it was a recording crystal. Although the era when the legendary necromancer Rodrigo dominated the continent is very far away, I didn't expect that the shape of the recording crystal is similar. Richard nodded and agreed with Stephina's judgment. After thinking for a while, Richard sank his consciousness into the recording crystal. 2 minutes later, Richard looked at Stephanie with a smile on his face and said, I am now half an apprentice of Master Rodrigo. Here are the first 3 levels of Rodrigo's meditation method, which is enough for me to practice to the level of a third-level wizard. The alchemy area next to it can be entered directly as long as I wear this ring. There are some experimental records of Tutor Rodrigo, as well as several improved first and second-level witchcraft. That's great. Master. Stephanie was initially surprised why Richard called Rodrigo his mentor, but it turned out that her master had inherited his legacy. Huh? Wrong. Did the master just say half of it? By the way, why did you say he was a half-apprentice? Stephanie asked puzzledly. That's because half of the inheritance is here, and the other half is in another place. I remember I mentioned it to you last time. In the Ivers Forest at the junction of the Vitrol Continental Business Alliance and the Death Prairie. Richard he was in a good mood and answered Stephana's doubts with a smile. That's it. Stephana nodded. After thinking about it, Richard decided to practice meditation immediately. He had saved so many energy points just for this moment. Stephana, I'm going to practice meditation. Okay. Master. Stephana was already used to the strange abilities of her master Richard. Basically, any witchcraft can be quickly learned and mastered by its owner after being seen once. And meditation is no exception. It is found that the host is practicing the second level of Rodrigo meditation method. Yes/no. Consume energy to gain inspiration for practicing the second level of Rodrigo meditation method? Immediately, Richard dragged the slider to the far right and selected yes. In an instant, Richard came to an illusory dream, as if his soul had left his body. This time the scene in the dream was in an empty cave. There were 4 fire pots burning in 4 directions of the cave, and he was possessed by a vague on the silhouette. Chapter 280. Derivation and Variation Meditation Method 2nd Level. I saw Richard possessing a man in black robes, whose face could not be seen clearly. He stood in the center of the cave and began to chant a spell. In his mind, he began to compare the previously created ones for first-level wizards. Rodrigo. Differences between variant meditation and Rodrigo's orthodox meditation. Richard began to try to outline all the witchcraft runes involved in the first level of Rodrigo's orthodox meditation method. The first level corresponds to the limit of the third level wizard apprentice to the first level wizard. The second level corresponds to the stage where a first level wizard enters a second level wizard. Obviously, judging from the opponent's witchcraft runes, the opponent's first innate witchcraft is definitely not the first level spiritual witchcraft mental shock. Rodrigo's orthodox meditation method. The first witchcraft rune involves a powerful single-body witchcraft of the Shadows system. Richard is also quite familiar with it. And it turns out to be a single-body witchcraft death ray, with a massive amount of inspiration fueling the fire. Richard's understanding of this became clearer and clearer. It turned out that the designs of the legendary necromancer Rodrigo's innate witchcraft were interlocking and closely connected. The shadow-type single-body witchcraft death ray generated in the first-level orthodox meditation method turned out to be for another, more powerful shadow-type single-body witchcraft death ray generated in the second-level orthodox meditation method. It means laying the foundation and paving the way. The finger of death? Hiss. Richard couldn't help but take a breath. This second-level single-body witchcraft was famous in the eyes of wizards in ancient times. And it was also a super-offensive witchcraft that was one of the trump cards of the necromancer. But what a pity! This extremely powerful second-level single-target witchcraft may not become Richard's natural witchcraft. Because don't forget, the mutated meditation method that Richard practices is the first level. And the corresponding innate witchcraft is the first-level spiritual witchcraft spiritual shock. Wanting to change cultivation now is tantamount to wishful thinking. In this regard, if Richard said in his heart that he was not disappointed, that would obviously be a lie. But there was no way. Richard recalled that if he had not spent a huge amount of energy points to derive the subsequent mutation meditation method on his own, and successfully promoted to an official wizard, at this moment, I am afraid that he would not have the chance to come to Basilius Island, thus tracing the footsteps of the legendary necromancer Rodrigo. I'm afraid he would have died in various battles and conspiracies long ago. Thinking of this, the disappointment in Richard's heart became much lighter. Richard shook his head slightly and focused his mind again on 2 meditation methods that could be said to have the same origin but are completely different. The orthodox meditation method is worthy of being the orthodox meditation method. Richard has gained a lot from just using it as a reference. Soon, Richard seemed to vaguely grasp the follow-up path derived from the first-level spiritual witchcraft spiritual shock, which was the second-level talent witchcraft. Since the corresponding talent witchcraft is relatively vague, and the path chosen is not the only one. With the blessing of massive inspiration, Richard basically found his first talent witchcraft spiritual impact, which is the corresponding second-level wizard talent witchcraft. One of them is the mental shock wave, which is a range-type mental attack witchcraft. As for its power, it depends on the specific situation. If you are facing a group of little Karami, you can naturally kill a large number of them in one move. But for other equally powerful second-level wizards, the attack power of this move may be insufficient. After all, the stability of the spiritual sea of every second-level great wizard is not so easy to shake. Another option is the mental impact drill, which is a powerful single-target witchcraft. In terms of power, it can be said to be comparable to the finger of death, but it is slightly inferior in terms of applicability. After all, if you are facing a puppet-type enemy and the opponent does not have a spiritual sea, your mental impact drill attack will not have much effect. On the contrary, the super shadow energy of the finger of death is more versatile. But Richard thought about it and realized that the spiritual impact drill would be more useful than the finger of death against other physically powerful creatures, such as sea monsters, because the physical bodies of those extraordinary creatures are much stronger than the spiritual sea, compared to the death finger that directly damages the physical body. The spiritual impact drill that directly attacks the spiritual sea is more powerful. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, Richard decided to deduce this path. With the consumption of massive energy points, Richard soon succeeded in deducing a part of the second level of the variant meditation method, which involved the witchcraft runes required for the path of the secondary talent witchcraft mental shock drill following the mental shock. As this batch of witchcraft runes were all analyzed by Richard, The derivation of the second level of the entire mutation meditation method was approximately 1/3 complete. Richard took a deep breath, calmed down the excitement in his heart, and started thinking again. Next is the deduction of the second innate witchcraft. The innate witchcraft generated by my previous mutation meditation method was magic armor. Magic armor consumed 3 points of mental power to condense the power of dark elements and white bones to form a black bone armor, which has extremely strong physical and witchcraft dual defense. Rodrigo's orthodox meditation law will generate a natural witchcraft called bone shield for the practitioner, which is more focused on physical defense. Then, the second level orthodox meditation method further generates the second level talent witchcraft bone barrier based on the first level bone shield. One link and one link. The applicability of the bone barrier is much higher than the bone armor that protects oneself or Richard's current magic armor. According to the records of the orthodox meditation method, the bone barrier can raise a wall-like barrier made of white bones at a designated location. Obviously, this can be used not only to protect oneself, but also to protect allies or designated creatures. The importance of defense is self-evident. To this end, Richard spent a lot of energy points, also referring to the orthodox meditation method. And on this basis, combined with his own variant meditation method, he began to deduce, with various inspirations from defensive witchcraft such as magic armor, haunting death, dark element shield, bone armor, skeleton armor, bone shield and bone barrier. My mind is filled with a new type of innate witchcraft, using the orthodox meditation method as a reference, combined with the variant meditation method. It will be ready to come out. As a flash of light flashed across Richard's mind, the prototype of a second-level talent witchcraft appeared in Richard's imagination. Driven by a massive amount of inspiration, the gestation process accelerated instantly, and a faint shadow in a black robe appeared in Richard's mind the next second. The height of the phantom is about 3 meters, and it is something similar to a spirit body. Richard had never seen or heard of this second-level witchcraft in the shadow system, so he didn't know what to call this witchcraft. However, an idea flashed in his mind, and a few words appeared in his mind. Shadow of death. It's called the shadow of death. It looks like a shadow that foreshadows death. This shadow of death will bear all the damage that can harm Richard's body, and has stronger physical and witchcraft dual defense than the black bone armor of magic armor. It can be regarded as a result of the magic armor combined with the mutation meditation method and Richard's own defense-oriented witchcraft based on the reference to Rodrigo's orthodox meditation method. At this point, it can be considered that the progress of the second-level mutation meditation method has reached 60 to 70%. Next, there is the soul link. 50% of the damage suffered by the caster will be shared by his undead summons. This effect is interchangeable. If there are multiple undead summons, you need to select one as the main summon. Once activated, this effect lasts until the summon ends. Just when Richard was about to continue to deduce the last item, that is, the second-level talent witchcraft based on the third talent witchcraft soul link, there was a sudden spin and Richard's soul returned to the small room. Hiss! What a pity! Richard opened the panel and checked it. I saw that there were originally more than 200,000 energy points, but now they were empty, showing a bright 0. This made Richard speechless for a while. He thought it was enough for himself before. But alas! Seeing the helpless expression on Richard's face, Stephina on the side stepped forward and said, "Master, isn't everything going well? It's not that it went smoothly. It was just a little bit close to being done." "What a pity," Richard explained with a smile. This immediately made Stephina look at her master dumbfounded. "Master, you are too powerful. This is the inheritance left by the legendary necromancer Rodrigo in ancient times. You have come so quickly." Stephina had already overestimated her master, but at this time, she was a little speechless. Said, "The master's expression just now seemed to be called Versailles according to the master? Let's go! Let's go to the alchemy area and have a look." Since he could not continue to deduce the last part of the mutation meditation method, Richard planned to go to the alchemy area first. After all, if you don't rely on energy points for deduction, this is almost a desperate matter. Therefore, you can only complete the second level of Rodrigo's mutation meditation method after you get out and obtain enough energy points. The two came to the alchemy area again, and Richard slowly stretched the D-shaped ring he was wearing into the transparent barrier. Sure enough, everything went smoothly. Richard and Stephina immediately looked at each other, and then, Richard held Stephina's hand and walked through the transparent barrier calmly, as if he had stepped into a bubble. After the two entered, They realized that the entire alchemy area was filled with a strange smell. After careful inspection, Richard found a lot of dried potion residues among the bottles and jars at the alchemy station. Apparently, the smell of these things was constantly evaporating in the entire alchemy area. Due to the long-term operation of the witch formation, the smell cannot leak out. Even after a long time, there is still a strange smell of decay. The first place Richard came to was the bookshelf area on the right side of the alchemy area, where he saw many data records of experimental research. Unfortunately, Richard flipped through a few books and found that he had never heard of various rare alchemy materials used in them. The only few things I have heard of, as far as I know, have disappeared from this world for thousands of years. For example, this record requires 10 milligrams of swamp hydra blood essence. Swamp hydra? Sorry, I haven't heard of a swamp hydra in at least 2,000 years. Not to mention the blood essence of the swamp hydra. However, it is not entirely without merit. Although these rare materials from ancient times have long since disappeared, some of Rodrigo's pharmaceutical preparation concepts can be used for reference. As Richard went from bookshelf to bookshelf, soon I saw a few witchcraft books on a bookshelf. Richard couldn't help but look delighted. He had an inspiration panel, so naturally the more witchcraft he knew, the better. Hey! It's actually a second-level undead witchcraft that was lost in ancient times. Death Ripple. Richard couldn't help but be stunned. Death Ripple is a second-level group attack witchcraft that triggers an instant burst of dark elements. It can cause a large amount of damage to non-undead creatures in a certain area. Ah! This is the necromancy that has been lost for many years. Master, if you learn it and submit it to the school, how many points can you exchange for it? With a gust of fragrant wind blowing, Stefana walked over quickly after hearing Richard's mumbling. She was also surprised when she saw the undead witchcraft Death Ripple in Richard's hand. No, you'd better keep such important necromancy for yourself. It can be used as a trump card. Stefana seemed to have thought of something, and immediately added. Richard smiled lightly and said, after I learn it, I will find a suitable time and hand it over to the academy. The predecessors who created this precious necromancy spent countless efforts. If it is really forgotten in the vast river of history, it will be the greatest loss to us necromancers. Of course, I won't do it soon. At least not until I reach the level of a third-level wizard. After all, doing this requires strong strength to back it up. Otherwise, you would be a fool to hand over rare witchcraft to the enemy, and then let the enemy learn it and use it to attack you. After a stroll, I gained a lot. In addition to the second-level witchcraft Death Ripple just now, Richard also found a rare and unheard of second-level auxiliary witchcraft Evil Mark on the bookshelf. Evil Mark, when your enemy is marked by you with an evil mark. In addition to being located, he will be harassed by nightmares and spirits from time to time. In Richard's opinion, this evil mark is a product that combines mark witchcraft and curse witchcraft. I didn't expect the necromancers of ancient times to be so creative. A level 2 witchcraft that can create such a different effect. Finally, there is the equally famous undead army of necromancy. The army of the undead consumes spiritual power and summons undead creatures of different levels in the undead world to fight. The strength and type of undead creatures are directly proportional to the mental power of the caster. It's a pity that this army of the undead is a level 3 witchcraft. This surprised and regretted Richard. In his opinion, it does not take too long to reach the level of a second-level great wizard. A few years is probably enough. But for level 3, the time it takes is difficult to predict. At that time, such a third-level witchcraft will be like a carrot dangled in front of the donkey's eyes. It will only be seen and eaten every day. It is really uncomfortable. Chapter 281 Finale. But the surprise was far from over. On the bookshelf on the other side, Richard found some transformation experiments on undead creatures. Some of the ideas and creativity amazed him. Therefore, Richard immediately summoned the resentful spirit abomination to transform it. The transformation went very smoothly. This time, a huge backpack was built behind the wraith abomination, so that the skeleton archers and spearmen summoned by Richard could ride in it. The long-range attack capability of wraith abomination has been further strengthened. After finishing, Richard and Stepina simply collected and recorded the items that were useful to them, then left the secret realm and returned to the second-story cabin again. Looking at this oil painting, Richard was quite touched. According to Rodrigo, the scene depicted in this painting was the most successful battle of his life. It's a pity that this oil painting cannot be moved for him yet, because according to instructor Rodrigo, only a third-level necromancer can initially touch the space rules and moved this oil painting. Leaving the silent forest, Richard and Stephina came to the Running Wolf tribe again. When the Apache shaman and the Running Wolf chief learned that the forbidden area of the silent forest would not spread, Richard immediately enjoyed the highest level of hospitality within the Running Wolf tribe. If it weren't for Stephina's company, the enthusiastic girls of the tribe would have overwhelmed Richard. The next day, Richard led the commandos back to the princess on the beach. During the 2 months of sailing at sea, the princess encountered many attacks from sea monsters. This was like timely help to Richard. Soon, he gathered enough energy points and finally completed the second level of his own mutated meditation method. The next step is to practice new meditation methods, accumulate knowledge continuously, and strive to become a level 2 great wizard. Richard, who returned to Loras Peninsula, helped Mei Luo and the Norris family to defeat the Poseidon sect's counterattacks one after another, and once again provided Richard with a lot of energy points to learn other necromancy skills after being promoted to the second level great wizard. Lay the foundation. A year later, Richard was successfully promoted to the second level grand wizard on the Loras Peninsula. With the many energy points he had accumulated before, Richard quickly mastered the second level necromancy Death Ripple and Evil Mark. In a battle, he directly defeated the Pope of Poseidon. Suddenly, Richard became famous in the Loras Peninsula and even the Business Alliance. The Norris family also returned to its peak with the help of Richard, and Mei Luo was promoted to an official wizard through many battle experiences. On the same day that Mei Luo was promoted, the soul-eating spider crystal finally woke up from its slumber. The evolved crystal could directly transform into the appearance of a human teenage girl, with a delicate black spider pattern on her forehead that was lifelike. Crystal's strength has also been greatly improved, directly reaching the level of a mid-level wizard. Of course, the most powerful ones are Crystal's 2 talents of witchcraft, body-occupying and soul-devouring, which became another great help for Richard, and he won the title of witch after several battles. After the Poseidon cult was severely damaged by Richard, it could no longer have much impact on the Norris family. Moreover, due to Richard's sudden rise, the Norris family returned to its peak and recruited many first-level wizards, who came to them for their reputation. Gradually, they gained the ability to generate revenue. Now that the Norris family's dilemma has been resolved, Richard takes Stephina and Crystal to the Hydratia Academy to meet Daenerys again. Accompanied by Daenerys, Richard and his 4 companions went to the Ivers Forest at the junction of the Vittler Continent Business Alliance and the Death Prairie. After going through many dangers, they finally got the subsequent half of the inheritance. From then on, Richard and everyone returned to the Ignis School, and Mei Luo had already returned to the academy and was waiting for him at the academy. Decades later, Richard was successfully promoted to the 3rd level and became the common guardian of the 3 undead academies.